Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Late Night Chillin' Chat with Zarin Isarak. Hey, that's me. How y'all doing tonight? All right. Wow, I forgot to change the speed. Oh, here we go. Very slowly. Overslowing with soul. Probably none of you get that reference. But anyway. No, Jesus. Wow. Was not expecting that. Thank you, Anonymous. Love your work. All that social justice. Good shit.
Bluetooth mode.
Burf. Oh, that was a nice way to start. Just some bagpipes to help us enjoy this nice, quiet, relaxing evening. I just had some breakfast. I had, let me see, I have any left. I got a little bit of coffee left. A little bit of coffee, just jamming my fingers into Jack's eye socket. I have some agua. I got some nuss, so I can grab a nice big handful of nuss. This one's almost empty, but I have another one in the cupboard. Got some Ruffles chips that I ate a whole bunch of yesterday while watching movies and stuff.
Oh, good for you!
Yes, good for me and all my munchies. Thank you, Christian Bale. And we got some more Doom-flavored Doritos. Yes. Taste the flavor of Doom, which is apparently zesty cheese. There you go. I mean, when I think Doom, I think zesty cheese. You know, I mean, say chesty cheese. That sounds like a porn star name. Hi, I'm Chesty Cheese, and you make me melt. That's actually pretty good. Maybe I should start an OnlyFans. Chesty Cheese's Sexporium. Chesty Cheese. It'd be like a furry version of Chuck E. Cheese. It'd be the version for the grown-ups to enjoy. Nothing but M-rated games in the arcade. Yes, quite. Lots of dating sims. Anyway, and of course pizza that tastes like cardboard because you got to have that. But yeah, good times, good times. So let me just pass this stupid ads on my own content. Like I don't get any money for this, so why am I getting ads for me on my content? That's never made sense to me. Like when I'm on Twitch, Twitch does this right, by the way. Twitch the owner of a channel, like the creator, the streamer, whatever you want to call them, never sees ads on their own channel. You only see ads on other channels. And that makes sense to me. Why doesn't YouTube do that? You know, why am I forced? I just want to quickly check something with my upload, the content I uploaded. I just want to double check something. And I got to sit through 2 minutes of ads just to get to my own goddamn content. You know, I don't like that as a user experience. I'm sure as hell you guys don't like it. So, come on, YouTube. But I mean, to be fair, I mean they're basically doing it because money. It's expensive to run a site like YouTube, and it's very sad how much money it costs to run a site like you. So let's all weep for the economy. No. um. So I don't. So I guess I'm making money for them when I look at ads on my own content. Like I don't get it because I know I don't get anything for that. You know. So I mean, which makes sense. If you did, it'd be so easy to game that system. Everybody just watch your own ads, and then you're rolling in money. But no, they when they introduced the ad revenue system many moons ago, they nipped that in the bud pretty quick because needless to say, there were loopholes that people were taking full advantage of to just clean them out. But anyway, anyway. So what I watched last night over the past couple days, I finished. I got all up to date on Big Mouth and Human Resources, the spinoff of Big Mouth. Great seasons this year. Holy shit, really good. The second season of Human Resources just blew the first season out of the water, and I thought the first season was pretty good, but second season was miles better. Like it felt like they'd really. It's like The Office, right? Where The Office, the first season's a little shaky, but it's still good. It's just not quite to the heights they achieved later. But second season on is where it really, kicks in. Same with Seinfeld is another one. But a lot of sitcoms I like that. Star Trek: The Next Generation did season 3. It didn't really hit its stride until season 3, but then we got 5 pretty outstanding seasons from there on. After very hit and miss first and second, which again are still good. They're just not great like they became later, right? So that's what Human Resources was like. So I was really excited. I'm like, wow, they really hit their stride this season. It's really good. Like I'm really digging the plot and the character development. They had some great arcs, like character arcs and stuff over the course of the season. Just really good. It's very funny. Every bit as raunchy as you want it to be. Both those shows are very raunchy, sex-based humor. So if that's not your thing, you might not want to watch it. But I love raunchy humor. So I was all over that. But so I got to the end of the season. It's like, okay, cool. Well, I guess now I can get caught up on Big Mouth. So then I carried on watching. Just went straight into season 7 of Big Mouth, which I guess technically takes place after season 2 of Human Resource. And I got about halfway through. I'm like, wow, this is really good. And I just wanted to kind of confirm if it was. I thought this was the last season, but apparently it's not. They're doing one more season next year, 2024. So, so in my checking that, I discovered that the second season of Human Resources is the last. So, so I guess they're quitting while they're ahead. But it's a shame it only got 2 seasons because I would have liked to see maybe one more. But I mean, to be fair, it did wrap things up pretty nicely by the end of the season. There wasn't really too many like big dangling threads that I can think of. I think it tied everything up nicely. But I was really liking where it was going, and I was kind of hoping they'd do more. But I guess that's it. So that means with season 8 of Big Mouth next year being the final season, that'll bring the grand total episodes up to a nice, neat, and tidy, even 100 across the 8 10-episode seasons of Big Mouth and the 2 10-episode seasons of Human Resources. So unless there's like a, they had one more episode one season and I missed that, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. So, and now I have to check because that's how my brain works. I can't leave it uncertain. You know me, I'm all big on truth and facts and stuff. So yeah, Big Mouth. Oh, it started in 2017. That's crazy. That was like a lifetime ago. I didn't start watching it until quite late though. Oh, it says there's been 72 episodes, so maybe it'll be 102. Was there like a season that had more episodes? There must have been. Like one of them had 11 or something. Uh, no, seasons 1 and 2 are 10 each. Oh, didn't they had like a holiday special or something? Yeah, they had a Valentine's Day special randomly one year. So that threw it off. Right. I have to sit down and like rewatch this whole series once it's done because I know there's a ton of it I've forgotten. And yeah, so season 3 had one extra episode. And I'm guessing season 5. Oh, I think season 6 might have. Season 6? Or was it season 7? Yeah, season 7 had the big like Independence Day special, but I think that was just it was just an episode. It was just like in the middle of it. So 10. Well, okay, it says 72, but I don't understand. I only saw one season that had an extra episode. So where's it getting 72 from? Is the pilot like number 0 or something? No, it's 1 through 10. Okay. Can I show you? Yeah, I can show you this. Hold on. I think if we go here, are you seeing? Hold on. I know how to do this. Hold on a sec. I do this. It will appear in a moment. Oh, and I need to change that speed, don't I? Okay. Here we go. Now, are you seeing it now? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So, just looking here at the old Big Mouth. So, if we go back to season 1, this is just me satisfying my ADHD need to know. So we got 5, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, or 10 rather. Okay, so we got 10. Season 2, we have 10. This is a great show, by the way. Absolutely love it. It's brilliant. Target audience is literally anybody who's ever been through puberty. It's all about puberty. Yeah, so we have 11 in this season. We've got one extra episode this season. No specials here that I can see. Yeah, I think is this around the time they introduced human resources? Because it looks like they got like way more variety in the hormone monster characters. And actually, I recognize some of these characters from Human Resources as well. The Shame Wizard, who looks a lot like Snape. And voiced by I can't remember his name. British actor, does a shit ton of Netflix. Um, but he was in The Sandman. He played John Dee. He was also in The Feed, which I think was actually a Prime show. Yeah, again, so 10 episodes. So it's just that one season had additional episodes. Season 8, I don't think even has a release date yet. No, it doesn't even have a release date yet. So I don't know. So it looks like 71 to me. Oh, wait a minute, 71, but it's probably counting the first episode of season 8 as an episode. So that's what it is. So it'll be like 101 episodes. And Human Resources, I'm pretty sure, was edibles are kicking in. Good. I timed that well. Yeah, Human Resources is great. It's basically an office comedy about the hormone monsters. It's really good. And that's 20. Yeah, so they did. It was all even. David Thewlis. I knew it was David something. So David Thewlis. Yeah, he's quite good. Born in 1963. Something else was born in 1963, wasn't it? I wonder what that could be. But let's see, Naked. Oh, he was in the Omen TV movie. Was that the remake? Yeah, I think it's the remake. Cool. Played Remus Lupin in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. So let's see. So Big Mouth. Is he only in 14 episodes of Big Mouth? I swear he was in it more. He's in every episode of Human Resource. He's one of the main characters in it. But The Amazing Maurice. No relation to. Oh, he's a cat. Based on Terry Pratchett. Okay, cool. I didn't know about that one. Enola Holmes. Sandman. Yeah. Get out of my face. He plays Ares in Justice League. Yeah, he was one of the main characters in The Feed. It's quite good. And in the original Justice League, Fargo. He was Sir Patrick and Wonder Woman. Okay, so he's done like it just felt like he was in everything streaming because I had just watched Sandman, and then of course I'd watched a bunch of Big Mouth, so I knew his voice from that. And then I saw him in The Feed. I was just like, wow, this guy gets around. He's just like everywhere. Theory of Everything. He was in one episode. He did an episode of Family Guy. He was in Red 2. I gotta watch those. I've heard they're fun. I have both Red 1 and 2 on Blu-ray. Okay, so he was in a bunch of the Harry Potters. I haven't watched them in so long. Actually, most of the Harry Potters from the looks of it. Wow. Cool. Prime Suspect. That's a series I've been wanting to check out for ages. That hard-hitting police procedural crime drama murder mystery thing starring Helen Mirren. It's supposed to be really good. So that'd be a fun one when we get back to our Sunday night mysteries. I think that'd be a good one to throw into the mix. I don't think it's very long either. And it's kind of like Columbo, where it's all movie length episodes. So yeah, very cool. So anyway, hey, Only Fools and Horses. Wow, that's crazy. So he's like 11 years older than me, or 9 years older than me. Yeah, 9 years older than me. I mean, he doesn't look like he's 60. But yeah, anyway, I like his work. So that was our first tangent of the evening. Hope you all enjoyed it. Hey, Novid33. How's it going? Over on the YouTubes. Says, hello, I just found your channel. Love your videos. Reminds me of classic YouTube. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like there's a yeah. Hello. I feel like there's a trend happening right now. I was watching some. I watch a lot of the sort of commentary channels on YouTube, just the ones about internet culture, YouTube culture, YouTube drama, whatever. I eat all that stuff up. That's my trash TV. That's my news because it's relevant to my interests. I mean, obviously, I look at real news too, but in terms of just what I like to watch with my morning coffee, it's almost always one of those commentary channels. Like Moist Critical, Mudahar, and Wavy Web Surf and stuff like that. And there's a few others that I discovered recently too, like smaller ones, but their content was like really top notch. Oh, Temimi, she's really good. Um, anyway, I watch a bunch of those, and one of the things that seemed to be talked about. Oh yeah, it's actually one of the newer ones. I gotta find the name of it, but it was talking about how there seems to be a shift from the sort of more like Mr. Beast style.
Can I have my Kleenex?
What? Yeah, yeah. Is this yours? I guess that doesn't really matter. There you go. More sort of like heavily edited, overproduced, very slick Mr. Beast style videos or challenge videos or what have you. And people seem to be watching those less and gravitating back towards the kind of videos that used to be more common on YouTube. So it's almost like YouTube has been around sufficiently long now that we can almost start to divide it into eras, And there was someone that did that kind of said that we seem to be going back to a more kind of laid back style of YouTube than what it was. I mean, in the beginning, you had a lot of vlogs and you had like a lot of YouTube poops and stuff like that. And then kind of as the shift became more towards, well, to be quite honest, to making money from creating content, people got more into making flashier, catchier, snazzier videos to grab your attention and hook you in and keep you watching it. It became very.
That's it. That's the connection.
Yes, that is indeed it. That is indeed the connection. So it became very focused on those types of videos, very, fast-paced editing, high production value, very slick, a lot of crash zooms and sound effects and overlays and no shot more than 2 seconds long. And, it's, but people, I don't know, it feels like the general vibe seems to be people are getting tired of that. Even just looking at some of my stuff, like some of the old style videos that I posted recently, kind of, just kind of feeling things out, seeing what you guys would really like to see. Because I'm wanting to get things kind of back on track and honestly, I want to get back to doing things the way I used to because it was more fun. I think that's one of the reasons I haven't done a lot of those types of videos in recent years is because I just kind of got it was sensory overload, honestly, seeing all these other creators and all these other channels just exploding with the most vapid content imaginable, but it was really slick and it hit all the right notes to keep you watching. And I mean, I even found myself watching a lot of them, and I'm just looking at some of this and thinking like, I can't compete with this. This is like, I don't have a whole team. I mean, I said this like how many years ago? It's YouTube, not CrewTube, right? But the problem is, and I mean, I think there's room for both, like bigger, content producers who have a team that they work with to create content, and they're more just the face of the channel, but there's like a whole team working behind the scenes to put these slick videos together. I think that's fine. I mean, there's an audience for that. There's a place for that. The problem I have is that kind of content kind of like shoved all the more casual content down the algorithm ladder. But in recent years, well, maybe not even years, maybe just the recent past year or so, there appears to have been more of a shift where like less people are watching that slick stuff, and more people are coming back to the old style stuff. There's just something, maybe it's just the craziness of the world right now, and just how, like, how much sensory overload there is just from the news and politics and all the wars going on and everything. And it just feels like the whole world is going to hell in a handbasket. And maybe that's it. People want something that's a little more chill again, to just calm their own brains, you know? So I don't know. I mean, I'm quite happy if it gets back to that, where that's the kind of stuff more people are watching and interested in, because I'm very good at that. I can do those kind of videos until the cows come home, and I'd really like to get back to them. And getting back to what I was saying before, just because, uh, from what I've seen in the reaction to some of my recent videos, over Halloween, I put up a lot of gameplay videos. There's still a bunch of those to finish, by the way, which we will get the rest of those posted very soon, I promise. And then I did a couple of rant videos in September. I think it was September, and those were very well received. People really liked them, for a couple of reasons. Basically, for just the thoroughness of them, the fact that I like to make sure I've done my research, and I'm bringing the receipts for any claims I'm making, and I think those went very well, and they were very well received. People really enjoyed them, because I mean, here it is. It's kind of a commentary slash rant video, but it's also something that's relevant to the interests of the majority of my viewers, who are physical media collectors and stuff. So and cartoon fans and stuff like that. So it's very, hey, stop that. Claw the box if you want, not the door, kitties. So yeah, anyway, so it kind of hit all those key points, and people really responded positively to that. First off, I saw a lot of old viewers who I hadn't seen in years come back and say, "Oh wow, I'm so I haven't watched your channel in years." But those rant videos popped up in their feed, because I guess back in the day they watched the HD rants or something, so it's in their watch list, so it becomes part of their recommendation, right? That's how it works. It's all about what's in a person's watch list. So if you find, as a creator, for example, you start doing different content than what you used to do, I can speak from experience on this, fewer people who are subscribed to you will even get that content in their feed. And I finally figured out why this is. It's because of the fucking watch list. So because your, Pokemon card game videos, just as a random example of something I've never done and probably never would, so that Pokemon card game video, that YouTuber did, doesn't show up in your feed. And then he decides he really likes doing Pokemon, so he does 5 years of Pokemon card game videos, and you don't see anything of him in your feed, so you just assume he left YouTube or something. And then one day he goes back and does, a video talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, and he used to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh all the time, and he just was all about Yu-Gi-Oh. He was known as this Yu-Gi-Oh channel, and that's why you originally subscribed him. So suddenly, after 5 years of just going down the Pokemon rabbit hole, he comes back and does a Yu-Gi-Oh video. Bam! That video shows at the top of your recommended, because the YouTube algorithm is, oh, hey, look, here's another video from that channel you like that is of the kind of content that you like from this channel. Yes, the algorithm is that specific, which is actually a good thing for creators like me, because what it means is, for me, I'm very ADHD. You probably noticed I'm very ADHD with my content. I bounce back and forth between all different kinds of content all the time. And I know there's certain types that you guys like and certain types you don't give a shit about. And there's a handful of people that just watch everything I do. And that's great. I mean, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, it's up to you guys what you want to watch. If you want to watch something or nothing, I'm just glad to be in your rotation somewhere. So thank you very much. But it actually works well for creators like me who tend to do a bunch of different content, because that way, for the most part, what you're going to see in your feed is only the stuff of mine that you give a shit about. So if I'm doing 20 million Fortnite videos that week, you're not going to see any of that because you don't watch those Fortnite videos. So there's no Fortnite in your watch list. So there's not going to be any Fortnite stuff recommended to you. Now, if you go and click on one of those Fortnite videos on my page just out of curiosity, or there's a subject in it that, we were talking about in the lobby that was of interest to you, then you're probably going to start seeing my Fortnite videos show up in your feed. And if you don't generally like Fortnite, that will be annoying to you. So what I'm telling you is, you want a little hack for YouTube. If you watch something on a whim one day, but it's not generally the type of content that you're into, and you don't really want to see it showing up in your recommended list particularly, immediately go into your watch history list on YouTube, and you can remove that video from your watch history. And you can do that with anything. That's the way the YouTube algorithm works in a nutshell, is it looks at your watch history. So, like I say, I finally figured it out. Basically, the reason so many of you thought I was dead or something and didn't see anything from me for so long is because I wasn't producing the kind of content that you originally came to my channel for. So the algorithm is looking at your watch list. It's like, okay, it looks at a couple of factors. It's like, okay, yeah, we see he watches a lot of Zarenizarak stuff, but has he watched anything from Zarenizarak that is like this? Do we see any of these keywords in any of these other Zarenizarak videos? And if the answer is yes, then, hey, look, Zarenizarak posted another Fortnite video. If the answer is no, then it's like, okay, it's basically an and, if, or statement. It's just very simple logic. So to say, yes, he watches Zarenizarak, but no, he does not watch this type of content from this category from Zarenizarak, so we will not put it in his recommended page. And that's it. It's that simple. Basically, the algorithm, creeped your watch list and decided what of my content to show you in your recommended from that very basic data. So whatever you want to see more of, watch more of that. And then it will have more data to pull from that watch list with regards to the kind of content you like. And if you watch something you don't want more content of, get in that watch list and delete it immediately. I'll give you an example. Many years ago, some random video of a dead baby, like some baby that had died, like horrible, like died shortly after birth or something, and it was like a memorial video for this dead baby. I know, it's horrible. Most horrible thing, and it was heartbreaking. I was like, wow, I never want to see that again. Within like not even hours, suddenly my recommended page was just flooded with dead baby videos. I'm like, oh my god, what have I done? All I did was watch one. So that was when I learned about the importance of your watch history on YouTube with regards to what it recommends to you. So, yeah, check that list periodically because it remembers everything. Everything you've ever seen on YouTube will be on that list since the dawn of time. So, yeah. If you really want to like just start from scratch and really tailor your list, I'd say just nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Just wipe it clean, start fresh. It's really interesting to do that, actually. And you can also do this without nuking your watch history. You can just go and watch YouTube without logging in. And it'll give you its default recommendations. And if you really want to get a sense of what YouTube is trying to push in terms of viewership and content, and what, if you're looking to get into the game, what kinds of videos YouTube's really hyping up right now to everybody, they're going to try to put that default stuff into everybody's list. So you'll see like an assortment of default videos and stuff from their watch list, but related things to their watch list. But if you really want to start fresh and like intensely tailor things, then, I'd say just nuke your watch history completely, and then just start tailoring it based on what your interests are now. That's another thing. I mean, your interests may change over time, so you might not want videos of this or that, but you want more of the new stuff you're into, so you can do that. The power is yours. A lot of people don't realize just how much power they have on YouTube to control what the algorithm recommends to them. They put a lot more power in our hands than they like to let us know. But it's all about that watch history. That's, by the way, straight from a YouTube engineer who worked on the algorithm. I forget what video. It was some random YouTube video I watched where they interviewed one of the engineers who actually developed the whole thing, and he said, "Yeah, it's really easy. This is all you need to know about the algorithm." So, as a creator, if you want your content to get out there more, you want to get on people's watch lists. That's the key. That's the goal, really. You want to be on those watch histories. You want to be part of what the algorithm is trawling to decide what content to feed them. And if they've watched some of your videos of this particular type, they might send them another couple and say, "Hey, look, he's done more." And then you watch those, and then it just kind of grows from there. It's actually pretty simple, but also pretty neat. It's pretty neat just how much control you actually have over that when you kind of break it down. And sorry, I've been just babbling away. I haven't even been looking at the comments. I'm like, I'm just going to give you my TED talk. Then we'll take questions after. Hey, Icarus, and hey, Chopped Pork Ninja. I am not a juggalo. I know a few people who are into Insane Clown Posse, but no, it's never really been my thing. I like their makeup though. They have a really cool look. And Novid says, "I had no idea you could affect the algorithm by deleting videos from your watch history." Absolutely, it yeah, it's really like you'd be surprised just how much is determined by that watch history. Yeah, you can control a lot of what YouTube system recommends to you by just kind of going in and cleaning house in your watch history periodically. So, have I been around longer than Cool Duder and Wet Movie 1? Technically, I think we all started around the same time. I've been on YouTube since March of 2006. So, I know I first discovered Cool Duder actually pre-YouTube. It was fuck, what was it? It was some message board I was in of like independent video makers, all just kind of shooting the shit and whatnot. And it was he was doing a series with what's his God? It's been so long since all of this was in my brain. His former collaborator, Mike. What's his face? Actually has a very deep voice, but the character he played had a really high voice. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about, those skits they used to do. Well, those skits actually started before YouTube. He used to just host them on his website. And then one of the places, and there was no YouTube, so where the hell do you promote this stuff? You're doing these independent videos on the internet. Where do you promote them? I was doing something similar. I actually had a website of my own where I would post my videos, and then I'd go and I'd share them with people. But it was around that time, just seeing how cumbersome it was to do all that, and you got to pay for web hosting and all that stuff. YouTube came along, and that was where I first heard of YouTube. Was in that message board where Cool Duder was promoting his show, and he didn't go by Cool Duder then, though. I don't think, or maybe he did. I can't remember. I can't remember if he had that handle yet, or if that was YouTube. As I say, it's been a long. I mean, we're talking literally almost 20 years ago. But yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, there was a few people doing that at the time. Andy Milanakis was another one who was doing that sort of thing at the time. He had his little just goofy random uh sketch videos, and he was just posting them on his own website. And there's a couple other people too. No, the others didn't really break out, but it was interesting to kind of see the dawn of what became what we now know as YouTube. You know, What Movie One and I actually became pretty good buds for a while. We're considered pretty close acquaintances because of a collaboration that we were both a part of back in 2009 2010 called the Five Awesome Studs, and we were two of the five. So we were it was kind of a focus on film and media collector types, and every day would be assigned to one of us, and we'd do a video on this collaboration channel. So that was how Wet Movie and I initially met, and we've kept in touch ever since. He's a great guy. Oh, hi, Kralatin. Confused as always, are you? How's it going? Should we put another poster up? We had Dracula up the other day. Let's see what else we got here. Or thought I'd hear another FAs. Well, it's just kind of stream of consciousness. We went through. We were kind of going through just talking about YouTube stuff, and I was just telling people how uh, some hacks for controlling what YouTube recommends to you on your main page and stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of fun. Is this the no? Movie poster? There it is. Okay. What do I want to put in there? Oh right, yeah, doy. Doy. Hold on, I'm gonna find one. Let's go on the interwebs, shall we? Here, I don't want you to see. Shh, it's a surprise. We need a big one. We need a big one. A bacon. We need a bacon. What's that? What the fuck is that shit? Your goddamn watermark bullshit off my picture. More watermark bullshit. More watermark bullshit. So much watermark bullshit. And I swear I've had this poster before. Oh, here we go. Does this site even still exist? Oh yeah, no, it does. No. Oh. Oh yeah. Okay, I found a good one. I found a good one. Oh, so good. What is Z talking about? Well, you'll find out in a moment here. Just gotta put this somewhere. Oh, actually, I could put it. Yeah, I could put it over here. I think I'm gonna start a folder for posters. Yeah, because I kind of like to rotate. Just throw a random movie posters in there. A random posters. Yes. There we go. Okay, this will just take me a second to fidget with here. Oh, maybe I can actually. Normally I would show you the process, but I want the poster to be a surprise, obviously. So yeah. Oh, my God, what am I clicking on? There we go. Okay. All right. So bring that in, and I can actually sneakily fix the layout while we're this one. No. this one. Yeah, there it is. Oh, actually, hold on. Do that. Then that. Okay, I think that'll do. That looks lovely. Absolutely lovely. Linda Lovelace. All right, you ready? God damn it. Hold on. No, fuck. Well, I just spoiled the surprise. Act surprised. Oh, there we go. Look at that. I can't believe how difficult it was just to find a clean version of it. But yes, I will cherish that forever. That's a huge. I need to get like a proper poster print of that poster, honestly, because I'm such a massive fan of the movie. What was that? Oh, really? Apparently, Twitch. Carlatin says apparently Twitch is adding a feature that will track on how many streams you have consistently watched in a row. Interesting. Just a means of really you drop a driver right now, GeForce? Right fucking now. I like loaded you up earlier and said, "Hey, any updates?" I said, "Oh yeah, there's one here," and I downloaded it. Are you telling me there's more now? Well, you can just fucking wait. You can just fucking wait. Oh, what? Novid says, I missed your Fortnite stream. Do you think Fortnite OG captures the feeling of the game from Chapter 1? I played since 2017. I think Season OG is pretty good. I don't know how much of my Fortnite stuff you've watched. Obviously, some of it. I do. I do a lot of Fortnite streams, and with the live streams, by the way, on YouTube, you can watch them. They're all archived there under the live tab on my channel. So if you miss one and you want to check it out, you can always catch the repeat. Basically, the repeats will be there forever. And then there's you could always just put the Twitch chat back on screen. That's what the majority of people that show the chat do. I suppose I could do that, but I'm just gonna stick with the with this for now. Keeps it clean. Alrighty, so there. That's a little better. Anyway, yeah, you can catch the repeats anytime. As for Fortnite OG, I honestly couldn't tell you because I actually started playing in Chapter 2, Season 1. So I never actually played Chapter 1. So I don't know. But it's interesting. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Yeah. Sorry, it's just you probably heard the sniffing in the background. Rose got a lovely head cold over the weekend, so we've been dealing with that. So she's just gonna go and have a bath. Didn't hear anything. Okay. Well, I could hear it clear as day through the headphones. Did you hear that? just go die quietly. Never mind. I just said just go die quietly. Anyway, what was this? Kiko Sunny says, "Oh my God, it's coming, Granny Lulu. Get in the tub. Hang on." That sounds like a quote from an Adult Swim cartoon of some kind. Anyway. Yeah, I'm just hoping that I don't catch whatever the fuck she has, honestly, because I hate being sick. It's not fun. Here, official news. Aliens, The Abyss, and True Lies getting 4Ks next year. Yeah, well, I don't know about, I know about The Abyss for sure, because, they, you know, I need to have my headphones on for, it doesn't work if I don't have my headphones on. Anyway, yeah, The Abyss is getting a 4K release. Honestly, not hugely impressed by the pictures we've seen of that. But to be fair, all we've seen is a 1080p downscaled YouTube trailer, which from that, at the very least, you could tell they did a hell of a lot of tinkering with the color grading, which I fucking hate. I wish they would just leave them as they were in the theater originally, instead of changing the color grading to whatever the color preference du jour is. But CG from the 80s, it will always look cool regardless, right? Well, I mean, it's 90s actually, but yeah. And to be fair, Terminator 2 and The Abyss were cutting edge at the time. And actually, yes, it does still look good. But you know, the other concern is that 89. All right. Well, I still don't really consider that 80s. I mean, especially not with James Cameron, because he's, at the time anyway, was like several years ahead of everybody else technologically. Well, it's like the Batman franchise is considered 90s, even though it started in 1989. So, whatever. I don't care. That's not the point. Um, yes, Terminator 2 4K got a different color grade and DNR as well. Yes, and that is the big concern with The Abyss. Because just looking at that trailer and comparing it to the HD television trailer, because there has been an HD version of The Abyss floating around out there for a while, but only on broadcast. You can torrent it if you know where to look. But the looking at just looking at the two side by side, the T2 broadcast or the Abyss broadcast version looks better. Like it actually looks like it has more detail and more natural color. So yeah, I don't know. The Terminator Blu-ray. Do you have any idea how many Terminator Blu-rays there are? There's a lot of Terminator Blu-rays. Which one specifically are you talking about? There's I don't mind if it's like just a little touch up to the color that just kind of improves it in some way, but is still true to how it was. But yeah, Terminator Blu-ray has some teal. T2, like the one in the red case. Yeah, I think that's an older one, isn't it? I don't think that's not the one. Yeah, that's not the one I have. I have the they did, I don't know how many releases it got.
Ah, where do I go? This is so infuriating. I hate it when this happens.
Hey, that doesn't happen that often. Only in every game that I play. um yeah, I don't think mine's in the red. No, mine isn't in the red case. But I know that the one that I got was the one that um had a new transfer and everything. So it was considered to be the definitive one at the time. So I don't know, I don't think a better version has come out, but the red case one is a 4K remaster. So that might be the same, like the same transfer that I have, because I'm pretty sure the one I have was a 4K remaster as well. It was just 4K hadn't really happened yet, so it was just released on Blu-ray. But I mean, a lot of Blu-rays come from 4K masters anyway, so that's not uncommon. And then Terminator 2, as I've talked about many times before, is the one I have is still the 2015 Blu-ray release, which is the transfer that the Japanese release used back in, what was it, 2009, with the ultimate, or not the ultimate, I'll say Ultimate Hunter edition. Nope, that's something else. The Skynet edition. When the Skynet edition came out, we all got the DNR'd shit version. But in Japan, they had a release around the same time that used a different transfer that had not been overprocessed. So that's the one that we got over here finally, like 6 years later, in the 2015 release. So yep, same transfer. There's an older MGM release from 2008. It has no teal. Yes, but it's also not as good of a transfer, as I recall. The Ultimate Wax Edition. Yeah, I actually have it. I think I have it a couple times over. I don't remember why. I mean, I know I basically just wanted it for the extras. It basically ported over most of the Ultimate Edition extras and had a few new things. But and the Ultimate Edition itself was a port of most of the extras from the Laserdisc edition, the big box set Laserdisc edition I have. It's been, that was kind of the standard extras package for quite a few releases. And then the Extreme Edition was very similar to that, the DVD edition. But it was like a kind of watered down version of the Ultimate Edition. It had a good chunk of the extras and very similar menu layouts and stuff, but it wasn't quite as robust. But again, I think they had a few additional things on there, which is why I got it. Plus, it was just really cool packaging. So, there we go. There's also the days of DVD where getting little special editions like that wasn't so prohibitively expensive. But, okay, so it's kind of like what they did with the, this is probably not even an upscale. It's probably just much like they did with the, he says the 2008 T1 Blu-ray was basically just an upscale of the old HD master they used for the special edition DVD. Yeah, so it's probably like they did a 1080p but heavily DNR'd version to use as the master for the DVD, which makes sense because 1/6 the resolution with a really crappy codec. It needs all the help it can get. So yes, you would DNR it heavily for that to reduce pixelization in the lower resolution format. But for God's sake, you sure as hell do not want to use that master for a Blu-ray release. But apparently they did. So much like they did with Star Trek, while they had all those heavily overprocessed 1080p masters that they used for the DVDs, the early 2000s DVDs. And thank God those have finally been retired. That only took forever. But yeah. So anyway, the fear is, from what we've seen in the trailer, for those who sort of have an eye for these things, like, we do, most of my viewers do, is that the Abyss has had the same thing done to it. It's that it's been DNR'd to shit as well. Ruffles have ridges. DNR was for DVD transfers. It's crazy they still use it for Blu-rays. Well, I mean, there's still this mentality that film grain is somehow a defect or an artifact that must be removed. I got into an argument literally like 2 days ago with a guy about that on YouTube. Like, people still believe that everything needs to be scrubbed clean to be considered HD. Well, I mean, it's not even so much that old films need grain. It's just that old films should be presented accurately. You know, if it's was filmed on grainy film stock, then I want to see it looking like grainy film stock. You know, like it did originally. So just accurately represent the source material. That's all I care about. No, I did not delete that one because it wasn't on one of my videos. I don't delete as many as you think, you know. Usually it's just when someone comes on just to be a troll. And, like, I delete it just so they don't have the satisfaction. Knowing that the fewest number of people possible will even see that comment. So, I deny them the attention. Others, if they get me in a particularly pissy move, I spend, like, many paragraphs destroying them. All depends what mood you catch me in. These are good chips. This is a lovely packet of crisps. Or a bag of chips. The Exorcist 4K. I mean, sometimes it's just simply a problem with the source material as well. Sometimes it's literally a case of they don't have every shot in pristine quality. So they use what they can. I know that with some older films like that that have been revisited a few times and had alternate cuts made from additional footage or whatever, sometimes that can be the case where the additional footage is not in as good a shape as the rest of it. I know that was the issue with My Bloody Valentine for quite a while, but then I guess it was Scream Factory went in and foot the bill to do a lot of manual restoration to the restored footage. So I still have to watch that version, actually. And I think, yeah, I do have the studio version. Hey, thanks for the $1. $1 super chat from Michael the Collector. Thank you so much. I think that will come up in the alert box at some point. It seems to take a long time. I don't know why. Look, DNR or something. Oh, because most of the Exorcist 4K look good, but there's a few shots in the Exorcism that look DNR or something. Oh, you know why? It might be because I think they did some optical compositing in that, so it might have they might just not have had the discrete elements that were used for that, so they had to use the sort of final version of the shot or what have you. I've seen that sort of thing with older films before that did a lot of optical compositing. You notice a severe drop in quality when they get to those. There it is. Finally. I don't know why it does the alert like that's weird. Anyway, yeah, super chats get the Bat credit card. Don't leave the cave without it. 70 cents plus near 30. Well, yeah, Michael's been Michael must have got his allowance today. Washed the car a couple extra times this week. And yeah, he's been dropping he did a tier 3 sub and on Twitch. So he gets all the emotes of my face. And a whole bunch of soundboard earlier. Does YouTube take 30% of super chats? Wow. You know, it was odd. It's not a deal breaker, but I noticed it. Yeah, no, fair enough. And I mean, like I say, sometimes it's unavoidable. It helps to sort of recognize when that might be the case. Like, I'll tell you right off the bat, I mean, like optical compositing, by the very nature of the process, you lose definition. And in this day and age where we can really make everything look as good as it can, and that technology just continues to improve, you know, you'll have stuff taken from the raw negative, which will look absolutely pristine, but then you'll only have the final composited shot of that effects shot. So you got to go to, you know, a shot. For that shot, it could be like 2 or 3 film generations down the line from the rest of the source material that's available, you know? So sometimes there's just no way around it. So what they'll do sometimes, I guess, is they'll get a little overzealous with the digital processing, trying to approximate the crispness that you get with the raw negative footage. And it's not always possible. And it's, you know, mixed results. There's other than that, it was well done. 4K transfers, colors look amazing with the HDR. All right, cool. Yeah, The Exorcist, I need to see that again. I haven't seen that in so long. I did have I think the last edition I owned was the version you've never seen, which, if I remember correctly, was a snapper case DVD. But it was interesting to see. At that point, I hadn't seen it for probably 20 years. The first time I saw it was on VHS when I was living in Selkirk. Watched it with Mindy. Oh my god, I still forgot to do the thing. I'm gonna do that right now. How many transitions have I done where it's just been painfully slow? Literally just one too many zeros in the timing. There we go. So now if we do it. Whoa, look at that. So much faster. Okay, there we go. Carlatin says, yes, I will tell you that literally every time regarding YouTube taking 30% of everything. Yeah, that's one of the big differences, where on the way YouTube works with super chats and super thanks is they take 30% of the creator's cut, essentially. So it's a 70-30 split for super chats and super thanks. Twitch, on the other hand, where they use bits for much the same, you know, similar purpose, they actually charge you guys a little extra when you get the bits. So then that doesn't come out of my cut. So when you drop $1 worth of bits, I get a full dollar, but you paid like $1.20 or whatever it is for that dollar's worth of bits. You see, so so it's interesting that they both do kind of the opposite. Like YouTube takes it out of the creator's end, or the streamer's end, but Twitch takes it out of the viewer's end. So it charges the viewer a little extra for the pack of bits or whatever, and then the streamer gets the full amount of whatever amount of bits they drop. So it's weird. I don't know why they both do it differently. And depending on your perspective, one is more fair than the other. Obviously, for me, I prefer the way Twitch does it because it's more in my pocket. But for you guys, you might prefer the YouTube's version because it costs you less. So, you know. I mean, in the end, I'm just happy to be getting paid. Whatever amount it is through whatever system you use, I'm just happy to be able to do my thing for you guys and make enough to live on doing it. You know, not with any great degree of affluence, mind you, but at least enough to, you know, pay the bills, put food on the table, you know, enjoy my vices, and get a few new things for the collection every once in a while. And then do videos about them for you guys. Which is something I'd really like to get back to. Yeah, let me see if I can find a video I was talking about before. Not sure if Exorcist 2 will make it to 4K. Michael's like, Exorcist 2, LMFAO. That movie was nuts, man. Yeah, watch Jaws on 4K. That looked great. Michael, yes, indeed. Yeah. 4K is... Okay, so let's see here. They stored one of the demon face flashes in the director's cut. It was missing on the Blu-ray. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. That's kind of annoying because there aren't that many of them. 3. I mean, honestly, I'm sure that it will at some point because it's as much as it's not considered the strongest entry of the series, it is still considered high profile enough. You know, they might want to do like an Exorcist 4K collection at some point, like they did with the Blu-rays. So it's in their interest to have it in 4K. I just imagine it would be kind of like a very basic transfer. Like not a lot of effort's going to be put into it. Unless it's Vinegar Syndrome. If Vinegar Syndrome manages to get their hands on it, they'll give it the royal treatment regardless, because they give everything the royal treatment. So it was the Demon Flash when Regan's mom opens her bedroom door at night. Okay, gotcha. And what is it? Michael says, if you want Exorcist 2, then watch Exorcist Legion. Yes, exactly. You know, same, I would argue, same deal with Nightmare on Elm Street. I mean, I know we enjoy a lot of the goofiness of Nightmare 2, but in terms of being a continuation of the story, I think Nightmare 3 makes for a way better Nightmare 2, if you catch what I'm saying. Because then you got a nice straight run of 1, 3, 4, and 5. Like, that's a nice 4-part story there, you know? I like that. And 2 just kind of feels like... Well, honestly, 2's always kind of felt like a quick cash grab to me. Like, they just wanted to rush out a sequel because the first one was such a surprise hit. But then 3 is where they really kind of figured out what they wanted to do with it and stuff. But, love the Nightmare movies. That's something we got to do is I really got to get off my butt and sit down and do a proper full series watch of Freddy's Nightmares. We got to work that in somewhere. Watch a couple episodes a week or something. Well, Vinegar Syndrome gives everything the royal. He says Vinegar Syndrome gave Jack Frost the royal treatment. Yeah, they did. Well, I mean, I've got that box set of the Amityville movies that they did, and they are not the good Amityville movies. they're the later ones, the direct to video ones. you know, that were you'd see on the VHS shelves all the time that had so little to do with the original, but they're still technically considered part of the main series. Um, yeah, they did a set of those, and I haven't actually watched them yet, but from people I know who have watched them, they say they look so much better than they have any right to be. Like the quality is just stunningly good on them, apparently. So, you know, there you go. So, like, that's why I say, like, give it to Vinegar Syndrome because you know that they will do. They just give everything the royal treatment. You know, they treat everything like it's Citizen Kane. Basically, I'll put it that way. If you want sort of an analogy, but yeah, Austin says Freddy's Revenge does feel random, but it's an interesting film. Michael says I still love 2 though. To be fair enough. Uh, Austin says, I love the later Amityville movies. Good fun cheese. Yeah, I need to do a proper watch of them. I've only seen the original trilogy, and I watched that a couple times, which I really like. And I thought it wasn't Amityville Curse finally getting something of a proper release. I seem to recall reading that somewhere because I know that was like the one. There was this kind of sketchy Spanish Blu-ray you could get, which people weren't entirely sure was legal. But let me just check here. I could have sworn there was some kind of actual proper release coming out. Oh yeah, here it is. Amityville Curse comes out this month, or no, it came out last month, or last November, November 29th, 2022. So take a look here. Can you see what I'm seeing? Yeah. So here it is. So there it is. Finally got a proper release over here. And who did it? Canadian International Pictures. Who the fuck is that? I was expecting like Vinegar Syndrome or something. Oh, is that what it was? Is it like owned by some Canadian company? Canucksploitation. All right, hold on. Let me read this review here. I'll just zoom in. Oh my god, honey, will you fuck off? Seriously. I don't care. Get out of my face. You are intrusive. Oh my god, honey. I want to kill you. Where are you? Yeah. Can I just turn it off? Thank you. Let's just turn it off. Jesus, so annoying. Get out of my face. Literally putting this stupid tab that you can't close right over top of where I'm trying to read. Anyway, a return to the most dangerous house in the world. After purchasing a property in Amityville, New York, Debbie, stage veteran Donna Whiteman, and her husband, Hangfire's David Stein. Oh, good old Hangfire. Remember Hangfire? Yeah, Hangfire was awesome. Who knows? Anyway, invite 3 of their closest friends to help renovate. Immediately uneasy in her new surroundings, Debbie begins experiencing shockingly vivid nightmares. Vague unease turns to outright terror when the home's inhabitants discover its brutal past. Should that be ITS? No apostrophe. It is brutal past. And, or discover it has brutal past. And a mysterious visitor turns up dead. The visitor. Hi, I'm here for your room and board. Thud. All right, we have a visitor, but he's dead. Okay. As the line between nightmare and reality disappears, their focus shifts from renovation to escape, but it's not clear who can be trusted or who will make it out alive. One of the most overlooked entries in any major horror franchise. Well, yeah, because you've made it fucking impossible to even find it anywhere until now. The The Amityville Curse deviates from series formula to surprising, amusing, and unsettling effect. Handsomely shot by Rodney Gibbons. Oh, My Bloody Valentine. Hey. And based on a novel by famed parapsychologist Hans Holzer, who also wrote the source material for Amityville 2: The Possession. This inspired oddity is full of memorable horror flourishes and moments of jaw-dropping weirdness. With a lively ensemble cast that includes Kim Coates, Innocent Blood. I've heard of her. Cassandra Gava, Conan the Barbarian. Well, I've heard of Conan the Barbarian. Helen Hughes, The Incubus. Ooh, that sounds hot. And Jan Rubes, Witness. Witness, Harrison Ford movie. I've seen that. The Amityville Curse is essential Canucksploitation viewing. So this time, it had become so low budget, they'd moved all production to Canada, I guess. Cool. Well, it's about time this got like some kind of proper release. Let me just see if it's on Amazon Canada. Actually, I don't know if I'm getting an Amazon gift card this month. If I am, I might grab that. That's one of the reasons I didn't want to jump into the series right away, because that's like Amityville 5 or something. It's like right in the middle of everything. So I wanted to have all of them. Said it was a Canadian one. Yeah, so it's like $36 here. But actually, that would work out to, because it was like 25 or something US. But then I'd have to pay shipping of about $12. And then the exchange rate, which adds like another 30%. So this, it would just be $36.75, which already, that's about what it would cost in American, but this is Canadian. So this is actually about 30% less than what it would cost me ordering from Amazon.com. So, all right. Well, I'll throw that in the cart for now, just so we can, so we don't forget about it. Cool. Oh yeah, we got this like limited edition version of Barbarella coming out as well that I just heard about. Kind of cool. God, $65. This is why I don't buy media as much, guys. Like it's like they've gone back to Laserdisc prices for everything. It's crazy. Unless you get something like this. Oh my god, this is literally like the Blu-ray edition of the box set I have. I wonder, does this have the extras as well? No, probably not. It's all on one disc. Oh my god, they crammed them all into one disc. Oh, never mind. This is just the first one. To be fair, I got confused because I have a box set that literally uses this for the cover. I thought this was like Amityville 1, Amityville 2, Amityville 3, but no, it's James Rowland, Margot Kidder, and Rod Steiger. Anyway, shut up. Outstanding quality and services. Tell buyer that imports won't play in our systems. Not impressed. Dear a customer. Oh, you silly, silly man. Thanks for the $5, sucker. David Stern. Marvin, the Amityville Curse. Okay. So confused. That is referring, I believe, to the old Spanish edition, which possibly was Region B locked. I didn't think it was. Shouldn't be. No, I don't think it was. It was region free. So I don't know what that guy's going on about. Anyway, that'd be cool. And it's currently on sale. Normally like 50 something. $52.98. It's just obscene. Anyway. Well, it's good to see things a little more lively in the YouTube chat today. Normally pretty quiet. Hey, Hunter, how's it going? Exactly. Yeah, Austin says Vinegar Syndrome just believes in film preservation, no matter how crappy it is. Exactly. No Exorcist 2, far from being that. No, you're missing my point. Are we still talking about this? I thought that we moved on from this subject, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying in terms of, you know, a series where the third one makes a better sequel to the first. That's all. I'm not saying that they're all second movies that fit that category of are of Exorcist 2 quality. No, that is not what I said. If that is what I was going to say, then that is the words I would have used. I don't like put innuendo and hyperbole into statements that I make unless it's really obvious that that's what I'm doing, and I will make sure that it is obvious. But yeah, that's all I meant. So all I remember was it had a hell of a cast, starring Richard Burton, who of course was a hardcore drunk. He looked drunk as hell. And watching that, just sweating in every scene. Oh, in Exorcist 2, yeah. You could tell Burton didn't want to be there and collecting some liquor money. And yes, prices are terrible for boutiques now. They certainly seem to be. It's becoming more. Uh, well, I feel like with catalog titles in particular, um, that has moved more and more to the boutique labels over the past, 10 years or so, and so I guess they have lower print runs because they're not big studio releases. They're more niche interest. Um, but there's a real concern, you know, about a lot of films just being lost or forgotten. There's an almost paranoia about it amongst film enthusiasts. Um, that because we see catalog films get less and less exposure in the general media, like streaming services, for example. You don't see a lot of old movies on streaming services. Um, Not on the common ones. It's more about the new stuff, new things from the past, 10 years or less. Um, and You just don't see as much catalog stuff getting as much exposure. It seems like each successive generation of entertainment, we've looked at less catalog stuff. Like VHS was almost all catalog stuff because there's just these huge libraries that they could put out on home video and make lots of money, and it was the big new thing. It was the new hotness, so we got a lot of stuff on VHS. DVD came along. Oh, substantially better quality than than VHS, and you can have extras and all these fun features. So studios went crazy with DVD, put a lot of catalog stuff on DVD. Blu-ray came along. We're starting to notice a lot less catalog stuff on DVD. In fact, so much less. There's some catalog stuff that's still only available on VHS. It is like on the brink of becoming lost media if they don't do some kind of restoration. So thank goodness for digital video being where it is now, because a lot of enterprising fans have done what they can to preserve a lot of these otherwise forgotten films. So you'll see a lot of films like that show up on archive.org. Sometimes they'll find an old theatrical print of a film that hasn't had a release since the days of VHS, and they'll do like a high definition, unrestored scan of that. I have a couple really good ones like that. A film called The Keep, from what is it, 1983, I think, which I don't think has had any kind of video release since the days of VHS. And I don't know what the story is with that. If it was a rights issue or if the original masters disappeared or just were destroyed or something like that. But anyway, some fans found a really, decent quality theatrical print and did like a 4K scan of it. Oh, The Keep is because Michael Mann hates it. So it's not even like... All right. Well, anyway, I got a really nice high def scan of a theatrical print, a 35 millimeter theatrical print, which showed up on archive.org. So you can still get The Keep in high definition for free because apparently we're never going to see a release of it. Anyway. Yeah, then there's Fright Night Part 2. Hunter reminds us, says Fright Night Part 2 is because the rights are an absolute nightmare. But if you look it up, you can find it on YouTube in HD. Oh, really? Okay, that's cool. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Like, even when it was new, it just seemed to come and go. Austin says, I watched The Keep on Pluto last year. Oh, okay, so maybe it is in circulation out there somewhere. But I don't know what the source is for the Pluto version. Chop Pork Ninja, what are your thoughts on the Star Wars Blu-ray changes made by the ultimate Star Wars villain, George Lucas? I hate them. I hate pretty much all of those changes. And I mean, I got to go with the crowd and say, can we please just have the original theatrical versions as an option? You know? Why are they so reluctant to do that? I just don't understand, especially with Star Wars, because I mean, love them or hate them, they are pretty historically significant films. The original trilogy, especially, like holy shit. Just for historical significance alone, we should have access to nice, beautiful, high-def versions of the theatrical prints, you know? So, but luckily, again, fans to the rescue. There's a couple different, you know, fan projects out there. There's of course, the Harmy despecialized editions, which have been, around for ages. But then there's also the Project 4K, where they actually found 35 millimeter theatrical prints of all three of them, multiple prints in some cases. So they're in the process of scanning them and tidying them up as much as they can, and offering a few different versions. Interestingly enough, speaking of DNR, they offered a DNR and no DNR version of them. So you can actually download whichever one you prefer. Naturally, I went with the no DNR because I want to see all the original film texture intact. But, well, actually, yes, Austin, you could. It says you can always rip that 4K keep from the website and make a homebrew Blu-ray. You absolutely could. It's a big file, too. It's like 15 gigs. So it would be like, it would fill up a good chunk of a single layer Blu-ray. Or, you can just do the lazy thing like I do and just watch the video file. So, you were watching my drunken Star Wars rant video. Fucking Star Wars, Lucas. God, that one is such a typical. We were talking about like old style YouTube videos earlier. That one is such a typical one too, because it's like the camera is shitty and the sound is just overdriven to the point of being painful to listen to. And that was even out, like that version that's posted right now was even after I went in and tried to just bring the gain down a little bit so it wasn't just so ear rapey, But yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, I mean, pretty much everything I said in that video is still, as ridiculously presented as it was, is still very much true as far as I'm concerned. Like, just give us the originals in their original form. So what was this? It has to do with the Menendez murders. The people who got murdered were financiers. Oh my God. Fright Night Part 2? Really? God, that's such a strange connection. Damn. Well, I didn't realize that. So, I mean, I guess, well, I'm not going to bother continuing to wait then. I'm just going to find it and download it somewhere. And that's the thing, is like a lot of films that kind of weird random shit happens and there's just no way they can release them, I do hear that Wile E. Coyote movie might be getting a release though. They're shopping it around to streaming services apparently, so they're backpedaling on that a little bit. Oh my God. Hunter says Roddy McDowall and Tom Holland had lunch with the dad the day he was murdered. Oh my God. Yeah, and then he says Coyote versus Acme will get a release. Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like it from what the buzz that I've been hearing. Boy, people were practically calling for Zaslav's head on a pike after that one. Like, and you just stop making movies for the purpose of getting a tax break, and then all the artistry that went into them is never seen by anyone ever. Like that is such a fucking just evil penny pinching billionaire thing to do, you know? Like, I'm going to spend all this money doing, you know, employing all these people and giving them a job to work on this movie that no one will ever see because we're just gonna you know, write it off just so I can get a bit more of a tax break. The deathbed screenings they had for it were super successful. People are loving the movie. Yeah, I mean, it sounds fun from what little I saw about it. So, and I mean, I'm a huge Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner fan. That was one of my favorites when I was a kid. So, I'm definitely down for that. Shot Pork Ninja, they were going to release the original Dawn of the Dead on Blu-ray in the United States. They did. There was like one Blu-ray release of the theatrical version, like in 2008, I think. The second sight set, however, is basically comparable to the old Ultimate Edition DVD set that a lot of us have. And I still have because there has yet to be a Blu-ray edition here that's comparable. But you know, honestly, I mean, it's hard to say because I know that's another one where rights are kind of sticky.
The streak goes on.
Yes, indeed. The streak goes on 50 months on a 50-month streak. And that's a tier 2 sub, ladies and gentlemen. Tier 2 on the Twitchiverse there, which means that Legally Blind Gamer gets access to one additional emote of my goofy face than the tier 1s do. So thank you very much for that, Legally Blind Gamer. Much obliged and appreciative. Appreciative. Oh yeah, you've even got like the special Z with the star on it. Oh, that's crazy. Sexy. Oh yeah, Michael has the tier 3, which has a star and 2 dots on it. Sexy. All right. Excellent. Did Second Sight put out a Blu-ray of Day of the Dead? That's super expensive. Day of the Dead, I don't know. Possibly. Although that one seems to get new editions more frequently than Dawn of the Dead. So, yeah. I have an old Blu-ray. I actually have a Arrow Videos original Day of the Dead Blu-ray. Which is not a great transfer. This is before Arrow became the, you know, quality-focused company they are today. Their early transfers were very much of the Scream Factory ilk, where they just kind of put out whatever masters the studios would send them. So before they started doing their own remastering. I think Scream Factory still does that. Lazy bastards. Whereas Arrow actually does their own transfers now in some cases. So, much like Vinegar Syndrome and whatnot. But, so anyway, this was just a DNR to Hell studio transfer that they sent them, and they put it out. But it's still a cool addition to have. It's certainly a bit of a collector's item now. It's one of the old white box ones, which, you know, they haven't done in a long time. But as for Dawn of the Dead, yeah, Hunter says the Dawn of the Dead one is ridiculously expensive, $250. Yeah. Well, that's not the original Dawn of the Dead, though. I actually have that edition of Day of the Dead. It is a better transfer than the Arrow version, to my memory. Dawn, I think I also have that one. That is the 2004 movie. It's not the original. They don't have a version of the original. Yeah, David. I mean, it'd be nice to have all of the like the original trilogy. You know, Night, Dawn, and Day, and all the alternate cuts. That's the big thing with Dawn is the the alternate cuts. One thing I do have actually is there was a fan cut called the extended Mall Hours cut of the original Dawn of the Dead, and what it does is it takes as much as absolutely possible from all three versions, because all three cuts have stuff the other cuts don't. So it attempts to reconcile all of that and put together an ultimate cut that has as much of everything as they could possibly put in. Also, you know, swapping out the library music tracks from the extended cut for the final Goblin tracks that were used in the theatrical cut and stuff like that. It's apparently quite nice. That cut, to my knowledge, does not exist in high definition. I was only able to find like a 480p version of it, but if you're looking for like the definitive cut, the everything including the kitchen sink cut, I think that's probably the one to go. It runs a little over 2.5 hours, so it's a pretty good it's a good haul. But yeah, I haven't watched that one yet, but I think the next time I watch the movie, I'd like to check that version out. I think that'd be fun. We'll probably watch that on the Discord at some point. So if you're on our Discord, hopefully you can join in whenever we do that. Speaking of which, actually, we were doing a bunch of regular screenings on the Discord of you know, just different things. We were watching Attack on Titan. We were doing a rewatch of Babylon 5. We were watching mysteries every Sunday, stuff like old Columbos and whatnot. And then occasionally we do like a Fright Night Friday where we were watching Dark Shadows. So I'd like to get back to all of those. Oh, and Saturdays we'd do cartoons. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, some of those are limited time, obviously, like Babylon 5 is finite. Attack on Titan is finite. And actually, Attack on Titan just finished recently, too, so that's cool. I have the Criterion edition of Night. Yeah, I got that one shortly after it came out. And it is quite lovely. It also includes, was it Anubis, the early cut of Night, which, to my knowledge, had not been seen before that. Can't remember if I've watched that yet. I'll have to check that out. Ah, you started watching NYPD Blue because of those screenings. Yeah, NYPD Blue is so damn good. Yeah, I'd like to get back to that, all of that. So yeah, the Sunday Night Mysteries, we would watch a couple episodes of NYPD Blue starting from the very beginning. We didn't get too far into it. We got like maybe 8 episodes in, so we're not even halfway through the first season yet. And we'd watch an episode of the Rockford Files. Love Rockford. We'd watch a Columbo, and sometimes we'd throw some other stuff into the mix, like, you know, a random episode of Dragnet or something. And yeah, it was great. So I'd like to get back to those. Hunter says, did we already geek out about The Abyss and True Lies getting 4Ks? We discussed them, yes, and voiced our extreme concerns for the obvious tinkering with the color grading and the somewhat DNR-like appearance of the YouTube trailer. Hoping that it didn't get the Terminator 2 treatment. I mean, it's great it's the special edition, which, as far as I'm concerned, is the cut to watch, but little concerned about the digital tinkering. So we shall see. Legal Blind Gamer says, when I was a kid, I had a VHS tape called Hey, You're as Funny as Fozzie Bear. It was part of a series of tapes called Jim Henson's Play Along Video I used to put on shows for my family, and it was a total blast. That's hilarious. That's awesome, dude. I like to do stuff like that when I was a kid too. I would do little like movies and such, which would be like, I'd hold up pictures and
The
tell a
chat is so
story.
pink.
Yes. How's it going, Sniffy?
I hate life. Being sick fucking sucks.
Yes. Don't breathe on me. 'Cause I don't want to be sick.
I think it's just a head cold.
Cool. I don't want a head cold. So what are you doing?
I just had a bath and I feel no better.
All right. We'll put some vapor rub under your nose, and it should help you.
Burns my lip.
Well, yeah, but it'll blast out your sinuses.
My cup over there.
I don't know. Yes.
My sippy cup.
Yes. Her sippy cup.
Thank you.
Yeah. Longer says the whole video is available on YouTube. Maybe we could watch it in the Discord sometimes. Possibly. But I used to do this thing where I had like sort of a virtual television or, movie screen. And I would make, did it kind of like a silent movie where it would be a picture that I would draw. And then I'd turn, it was like a spool. Like there was like a take up reel, and then there was the feed reel. So it was like just a roll. If you picture it like a scroll, right? It's a scroll. So I would turn the scroll to bring it over to the next picture. So it would be all pieces of paper that I had stapled together, basically. And then, and then we'd scroll to the words, and then we'd scroll to the next one, and it just kind of keep going, and they'd just like pull each picture through, and I'd stop on that, pull the next one through, stop on that, until it was done. So I'd make these little movies, like these little scroll movies. I don't have the TVs that I made to present them anymore, but I do have the scrolls for a lot of those old movies. So that might make an interesting video topic at some point. Maybe pulling those out and doing music for them or something. And yeah, I got a lot of little things like that too. Little games I would make and stuff. So I'd have to, I have to take a look at all that. I mean, ideally, I think if I was going to do that, I'd want to kind of scan them such, but yeah, so I would do that. I'd do little shows for my folks. So I always wanted to be an entertainer of some kind. Tidbit Kid says Matlock for the Sunday Mysteries. Yes, that's a possibility. I don't have any Matlock though. I'm not as big on like courtroom drama. I'm more about private investigators and cop shows, like cop dramas and stuff. So I like that. There was an entire section based on gags you could do with a towel. Well, there you go. Excellent. All you got to know is where your towel is. Oh, Hitchhiker's Guide. No, Fozzie Bear. Duh. Yeah, anyway. Anyway. Robo wants an Oreo. Alrighty then. Matlock! Abe Simpson, yes, correct. So one of the things I thought we'd do tonight is get back to doing clips, because we were working on clips the other day. I like working on clips because it kind of gets me back in the frame of mind of editing things a little bit. But it's sort of a quick and easy way to get some content, and you don't have to go too hard with the editing. But still, it gets me in that frame of mind of kind of scrolling through footage and finding the best bits and stuff like that. So yeah, and it tends to be fun for us watching as well because we get to enjoy some funny moments from the gaming and whatnot. And I mean, by all means, if I say something particularly brilliant or funny or insightful or thought-provoking or just otherwise worthy of preservation in these chillin' chat streams, feel free to make a clip of them, or time marker if you're a mod or whatever. We will make sure that those moments are properly preserved. I am a little hungry. All I had for breakfast was a pizza sub from Circle K. This is all right. It's not terribly filling though. I'm kind of thinking I might grab something else. I do have some I do have the stuff to make poutine, but I don't feel like making poutine right now. I did get some Campbell's Chunky Chicken a la King soup. That's some good shit. And then what I like to do is I'll put I got some pulled rotisserie chicken meat, like white meat specifically, and I'll break up a bunch of that and I'll put it into the soup. It already has some good chunks of chicken in it, but I find it benefits from more chicken. Yeah, chicken. And then speaking of chicken, I also have chicken. Specifically frozen fried chicken, which is one of my favorite things to munch on when I'm high. You get that protein, but you get that sweet spiciness of the crispy skin, the batter they use, and just drooling thinking about it. So I don't know. I was kind of leaning towards the soup with chicken and chicken soup. Yes. So maybe we'll do that. All right. Well, I'm gonna go do that. I need to refill my water and stuff anyway. And then I'll see you guys back here in about 5. Let's make it 10. I'll see you back in here in 10 minutes. All right. So enjoy some funny clips, and I will see you shortly. Don't touch that dial. I'll know if you do. Now they offer not free shipping, but also. Okay, that's not in the video. What was that? Troll.
Troll donated $5. Is living on a computer your entire life? Do you like Mapoos?
Mapoos? Mapoos? Do you like Mapoos? I love Mapoos. What was that? MMO Pozus. Moops or poops. I love MMO poops. Thank you, troll. Oh my god, seriously? Where am I supposed to go? Oh! My head randomly explodes. I see. So. Oh my god. Yes, he was very evil.
Saying that.
Indeed. Why did I make that clip so long? Anyway, so, but bar mitzvahs are really, really old people. You eat it like ice cream, yeah. I'm not quite that bad, but when I do make like toast and peanut butter or a peanut butter sandwich, I put a lot on. I like it to be just dripping with it. So yeah, because with the toast it melts all nicely. So yeah, it's good stuff. But yeah, actually, in the what's new? Entertainment that educates. What the fuck are you babbling about?
To win the big race.
No. Just shut up. Well, dude, that's literally.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh fuck! V! V is your winner! By technical knockout! Your money, take it and get out of here! Thanks. And hey, listen, I'm not the one who lodged that grenade in his face. Just get lost, okay?
Well, we know the end to his sad tale now. That's hilarious.
Spaceship suit man. Spaceship suit man. He can do what no one else can. He's spaceship suit man. Spaceship suit man. Spaceship suit man. I'm gonna go and eat some ham. I'm spaceship suit man. Hey! Alright. Breakdown. Like, that's no joke. I'm literally on the brink of a nervous breakdown because this is stressing me out so much. Because it's like I've just been busting my butt with streams and content and everything else, and there's just nothing happening. It's like the world's just given up and thinks I suck now. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna go smoke. Well, yes, exactly. There's a time and a place for polka dots, right? So, and Michael is literally wearing a polka dot shirt right now. See? For you, right now, the time was right for polka dots. And I respect that. The scene in the UK is slowly dying. There are loads of alternative people, but the clubs...
Isn't she the one who had the scented candle that smells like her vagina? Was that the one? As a lonely man, I may be interested in such products. Ah, just the sweet, soothing sound of smoldering pussy filling. Filling the home. Hey, Creepshow 3 is coming out from Scream. Oh, it was the chair. That was the chair. That time it was the chair. That's fine. That's fair. I don't know. I'm not scared. You're scared. Fuck me. Oh. What do we have here? Sure, I'll take some of that. That's the good shit. Alright. So we can go.
You got this.
She got me.
Oh, I beat him. Holy shit, I beat Vader in a
Oh,
lightsaber
nice.
duel. That was so satisfying.
nice.
Holy shit.
Thirsty one?
Okay.
Why didn't I pick up?
I'm
Oh, because he
I
throws
almost
it. I
died.
didn't want
Yeah,
the throwing
throw.
feature. Yeah. That is completely misaligned. Let's go back. You probably heard earlier when I went out for a smoke, Rosie and I were laughing at just the thought of me. What must the neighbors think? I guess I'm just the crazy neighbor going out for a smoke in his space suit. That poor girl. That's her daddy. He's special. Oh. Can I say? Sometimes I like to live the dream.
Oh, weird. You can make her like kind of like one of the nurses from Silent Hill. Awesome. Now that's sexy. Oh yeah. Oh baby, can you wear the paper bag tonight, please? Just for tonight. I swear I won't ask again.
And our bed of beckons. Okay, so there's a cloud there, but I'm really curious about this pit over here. This pit with all the things floating in it. I think we should jump down there. That's what I think. I think we should jump down here. Oh, let's go. No. Okay, never mind. That is a trap of some kind. It was worth trying once. All right, you guys ready? Level 3 suit. 20 grand. Here we go. Nice. Looking good, Isaac. Whew. Mission accomplished. And just let me tell you, kids, it's really important that you read the instructions first before attempting to use a zero-gravity toilet. Okay.
Even the milestones I'm like done with. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. And I'm not spending V-Bucks, I refuse. I like Gwen's purple butt. That'd be nice.
Gwen's purple butt. You should see her gold butt.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get there.
Gold. And it's
As long as I can get purple.
Should head back out of the vacuum because I got lost. And that was creepy as hell. Message from Nicole.
Exiting vacuum.
Okay.
Entering vacuum.
Okay, there we are. So let's just go out here. Go room. Oh, okay. Oh, shit! Oh my god. Hi.
Okay.
Oh my god. I actually defeated the lightsaber with the kinetic blade. I'm a card. That was not a bad parry, I have to say. Fuck's sake. Really? Oh, motherfucker. I'm literally stuck in the fence. Physically stuck in the fence. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to today's stream, where, as you can see, things are going smooth as silk, almost as smooth as this smooth jazz. Alright, that's enough of that. See the box shit. Whoa! There. Now you can see it a little better. It's trying to get out. Violent.
God damn.
Damn, I had him so close. He was almost dead. Yeah, one or two more shots would have done it. Did he have the decky smash? I don't know. Well, I thought I could take out one.
He's over there, the
somebody.
Deku guy.
Yeah. Wonder if that's the one I was shooting at. No, he's hitting a chug cannon from the looks of it. Yep. That. Lovely. See, that voice changer actually works pretty well. It lets me speak in real time without too much fuss or bother. I just click the thing and it makes my voice sound amazing. Oh shit. My nachos. Ow! Fuck! Ow! Nachos!
I didn't feel a damn thing.
I think I need to go and get some coffee. No. Actually, I just need to refill my water. It's very important to stay hydrated. So please, drink a lot. It was an adventure. Record all this. Well, down at the bottom of the screen there's a little clapboard that'll let you make clips of things. And if we do it as a clip rather than me going in later and doing it as a highlight, then that.
Okay, what is a Blu-ray? It's a high-capacity optical disc format. Single layer gives you 25 gigabytes of space. Dual layer gives you 50 gigabytes of space. Why not simply use it for the storage space? That's what Discotech does with their SDBD releases. But that's not the only advantage. The other advantage is a vastly superior video codec to what DVD is locked into. All DVD can use is MPEG-2, a codec.
You missed the chair? Yeah. What he said. I'm back. I made the aforementioned, can I show this to you without dumping it all over my desk? A little bit of light there, maybe. Just a little bit. Anyway, it's hard to see, but it's creamy chicken a la king soup from chunky soup from Campbell's. And then I've added some additional rotisserie chicken in there. It's basically a cream soup with peppers and mushrooms and big chunks of chicken. But I like more chicken. And I also refilled my water. And brought a delicious Summit lemon iced tea. Heavily infused with THC, of course. So there we go. Well, not really heavy. It's like 10 milligrams for a drink, but, you know. Heaven. It's good. I love cream soups. It just makes me think of, like, being in a wintry cottage, the big pot on the stove, making a big, like, just vat of this stuff and, like, just feeding on it over the course of the winter. And then a slow cooker off to the side that has like a perpetual beef stew going in it. Oh, yeah. So you get both. Get the beef, get the poultry. Now, Rob Barnes was asking me about turducken. And I read that just before popping up for a quick smoke before I went back on. And I was thinking, I haven't like looked up how you actually make them, but I picture them as literally just stuffing one smaller bird into the bigger birds. So you have your turkey, you stuff a duck into that, and then you stuff a chicken into the duck. So you got two birds inside the biggest bird. I guess if you really wanted to go for broke, you could stuff all of that into an ostrich or something. I don't know. Anyway, something occurred to me about that process. On paper, it looks good. It's like, oh yeah, 3 times the poultry, like eating almost an entire food group, like representatives of an entire food group all at once. But then I thought, like, but when I make a turkey, and we make them in Canada very the same as everywhere else, you know, we just put it in the oven at low heat and baste it every half hour or so. And then the skin gets nice and crispy, right? So, okay, you got your nice crispy skin. But what about the two birds inside? They're not going to get crispy in there. I mean, the meat will be good. It'll be nice and tender and juicy and flavorful. But the skin is just going to be like slimy and gross. Like, I just don't understand the appeal. Like, would it not make more sense if you want to do the ultimate turducken kind of feast? Cook the 3 of them individually. So all 3 of them get tasty, crispy skin. And then you can just serve them up like as this cornucopia of poultry. So that to me seems like it would be better than stuffing them all into each other. But what do I know? Yeah, and Michael says, well, what about a beer can? I guess you stuff the beer can in the chicken. But, and the whole thing about deep frying a turkey, never had that. Kind of curious how that would turn out, though, considering how much I like crispy skin. I imagine that would be very crispy and flavorful and wonderfully greasy. But yeah. She says it's not enough that you smoke and eat THC, you mean. You got to drink it to boot. What's this all about? Well, you got to get the whole experience. I haven't actually smoked marijuana in a very long time. I only ever smoked it when it was offered at a party. I mean, you could get the ready-made rollies, or you can get the vapes now too. So hold on, I just gotta figure out how this damn thing opens. There, this big security thing on them, obviously for there, and then from there it's just a regular. These ones used to be in bottles. Actually, I preferred the bottles, but that's all right. But this is really nice. It just tastes like iced tea. A little bit of the cannabis taste in there, but otherwise, just nice lemon iced tea. Rob says, I've never made one either. I really don't care for greasy duck, but turkey and chicken, sure, why not? That's true. Duck is greasy, isn't it? It's a greasier, oilier meat. I've only had it like once, I think. I had duck à l'orange one time when my mom made it. Maybe I guess I've had it a couple times. Goose is like that as well. It's also very similar to duck. Very flavorful, but very greasy. Whereas, I mean, chicken and turkey are greasy too to some extent. Chicken especially, but not to the same extent by far. Yeah, I have had goose before. I think we got like a discount goose one time. We just cooked it like a turkey, and that was pretty good. But well, in answer to your initial inquiry, which started this whole turducken discussion in the first place, asks anything special lined up for Turkey Day next week. I get this question every year, and I'll answer it the same way I do that every year. I'm in Canada. Our Turkey Day is actually at the start of October here in Canada. So we already had our Turkey Day last month. Our next Turkey Day will be the same as yours for Christmas. So we get ours right before Halloween, which means November we basically have nothing going on, which is why I tend to do nothing overly specific for November. Sometimes I'll just keep Halloween going, or sometimes it'll just be like, random whatever. But nothing really holiday related, because that's not our holiday here. Our Thanksgiving was earlier. So I don't know why. I'm guessing, well, I mean, I guess it depends on when, when we stole our land versus when you stole your land. So we stole our land in October, I guess. You seem to cook and eat a varied diet. I try to. I mean, partially it's just so you don't get bored eating the same thing all the time. But also it's about making sure you're, getting all your food groups in there. I used to be way worse. I used to be just strictly meat and potatoes and nothing else. I wouldn't really get much veggies in there. In the years since, I've, branched out more. Like I'll make a stir fry, for example. When I was a kid, I used to not like peppers and onions very much. My mom would get deluxe pizza, for example, and I would pick off all the peppers and onions so it was just nothing but the meat and the mushrooms left. And but now I love peppers and onions, and I actually put them in so many different things. And I make my breakfast hash. It's like every kind of bell pepper I can get that week, and all fresh and fresh onions. And then I make my own breakfast sausage, pork breakfast sausage crumble to go in there. So it's a nice rounded, quick and easy breakfast. You just fry it up in the morning when you're making your coffee. By the time your coffee's done, breakfast is ready as well. So it's great. I love it. And then I'll do my meaty pasta, which will be ideally like one of the nice Classico sauces, which are a little pricier, but I'll grab them if they're on sale. But they have a lot of different types you can get, loaded with fresh ingredients. And then I'll add some additional stuff in there, usually some frozen peas and carrots, and then some nice lean ground beef and stuff. So, and an extra can of crushed tomatoes, or not crushed tomatoes, diced tomatoes. So you get those nice chunks of tomato in there. What's going on?
Being a fuckhead.
What is he doing?
Being annoying.
But what is he doing?
Buying shit.
All right, just chill out, Church. Anyway, you gotta get to bed. It's almost midnight again.
Oh.
That's why you're sick. Anyway, yeah, I try to, like, I put veggies in things a lot more than I did when I was younger, that's for sure. And you do notice a difference, for sure, like in your energy level and whatnot, when you actually eat a balanced meal versus just a bunch of junk food. It's big. Season's crust is also, pizza. You're close to the States, though, kind of. Probably about 3 hours away from the border, so it's not super, super close, but we're 2 hours away. Yeah, when I smoke, it's just regular cigarettes. It's not funny. It's not wacky tobacco. It's just the regular stuff. If there was any confusion there. But I'll stick to my cold beers. Fair enough. You're close to the States, though, so you are more than welcome to partake in our holidays as well. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that I have your permission. And I mean, the vast percentage of my audience being American, I'm sure they wouldn't mind me joining in some of their celebrations. Oh, yeah, Detroit is really close. As when I lived in Detroit, Windsor was just a tunnel drive away. Yep. Oh, it's like when I lived in Toronto. Buffalo, New York was like basically an hour away. So we went down there a few times to shop. If you saw that old retro video of Dad and I driving back to Winnipeg from Toronto, we actually passed through Detroit on the way, which is pretty cool. The Motor City. And you said, notice how a lot of the buildings, the architectural design is they're shaped like pistons, like engine pistons. Good old Detroit. When was that? 1990? Yeah. So RoboCop, getting a lot of press these days with RoboDoc coming out and the new game Rogue City, which I really want to play. Was of course set in Detroit. And at the time of that video, it was only 3 years old. The original RoboCop. I think the second one had just come out. I hadn't seen it yet. I've been from one end to the other, pretty much. Yeah. I just haven't been super far east. I haven't been to Montreal, like Quebec. I don't think I've been to Prince Edward Island. But I was born in Nova Scotia, actually, maritime baby. So I've technically been almost as far east as you can go. And now any farther west, I would be in the ocean. So pretty much. And I've lived in Winnipeg, which is right in the middle. So, yeah. RoboCop needed a slummy urban decay, and Detroit fit the bill. Yeah, they didn't even need to dress the sets or anything. It was just ready to go. As this Michael says, one of my relatives, a more rich one, at a party, didn't just do turkey. They made multiple brands of bird. Turkey, chicken, duck, and one or two others. So fucking good. Sadly, I'll probably never have that again. Goose. Yeah. Oh, so it's probably goose. So basically what I said, just make them all separately, and then you can make them all to their, optimalness. I mean, I would think that'd be the way to go if you wanted to have a multi-bird feast. Yeah, he says you really get around. Hope you're not just avoiding warrants or child support. That's right. I'm just fucking my way across the country, leaving innumerable fatherless children in my wake. No. Most of it was just kind of random. More just being dragged around by events around me rather than having much say in it. Yes, don't worry. I did eventually pay off that pizza place bill. So they're not still trying to get me for that. Well, thank you very much. He says, well, you did pretty good with Rosie. I think so. I think she's going to turn out okay. Hunter says, I had a professional chef, family friend, make the Thanksgiving dinner last year. And it was absolutely insane. Oh, I'm sure. Kind of food's so good, you just don't want to stop eating it no matter how full you are. Sensation for the palate and the pleasure centers. The olfactory senses, all the wonderful smells. We got a small taste of that with HelloFresh. All those meals are made by gourmet chefs and basically broken down to, to a level where mere mortals like us can approximate them. And that's what it was like. It was like just Rosie would be making one, and there'd be just like wave after wave of more delicious smells coming from the kitchen as she'd be preparing one of these things. And it was awesome. Those were really good. Apparently, I think we're getting another one around Christmas. So next month we'll be getting another box of those of some more sort of holiday specific meals. I think there might be some dessert recipes in this one too, something like that. So sounds good though. But yeah, HelloFresh was really freaking good. And gave us some nice variety. Also taught us a few tricks that I think will help us to spruce up meals in the future a little bit. So yeah, it's definitely good to try out. I don't know that it's that cost effective though, really, to kind of keep up for the long term. Yeah, I mean, there's no way you could use something like HelloFresh. I mean, unless you're rich, there's no way you could use something like HelloFresh in place of regular groceries, and regular food runs. But getting 3 a week, that's 3 semi gourmet meals you can enjoy every week, so it's just a nice treat to kind of mix things up a little bit. But it can be pricey. It can be pricey for the subscription. So if you have the means, enjoy. Otherwise, I'd say at the very least, try. They give you a few at a discount. I would say at least try it out. Try it out at the discount price. Try a few meals. You can pick what you want, and then go from there. And that goes for any of those. I mean, you could, if you want to do it smart, I'd say take like the trial offers for each one of those like meal services, like kind of one after the other, and then you can try a whole bunch of different meals and recipes and stuff, and not have to spend too much. Well, and thank you as well, Andy. I appreciate that. Said he sure did with regards to doing well with Rose. Well, thank you. I try. All righty. Never had turkey that good. Excellent. God, Rose, go to bed. It's almost midnight. You're sick. I feel like the first wave of edibles could have gone better, so we're just gonna top them up a little bit here. Another 5. So if all goes well, this should kick in right in the middle of editing, and we'll get really silly. I'll wash it down with some iced tea. That's good. That's good. They're good. Yeah. What else have I been watching? What the hell was that called? Sergeant Bilko experiment? No. Or was it here? I was close. It was the Belko experiment. Came out in 2016, I believe. But it's basically a battle royale type of story, but set in an office building where there's like some kind of just brutal social experiment going on where they basically all have to kill each other. And the screenplay was written by James Gunn. So you can imagine there's a little bit of dark humor in there, and very violent. And John C. McGinley is in it, which is a nice surprise. Always a delight to see him in anything. And it was very well acted. It was very tense, very well put together. Moved at a good pace, didn't waste any time, got right into the meat of it, and it was good. I heard something, there was a second one or something. There's a sequel. Or people just want a sequel, maybe. I don't know. But Is there a specific, Rob asks, is there a specific area of pain that you use the edibles for, or just stress reduction in general? I take vitamins and stretch a lot for lower back pain and arthritis. It's more for mood than it is for physical pain. So yeah, to reduce stress, to help with depression and things like that. So it's just kind of like, people refer to self-medicating for their mental health issues, and that's basically what it is for me. I've just found it works really well to kind of, calm the brain down so I can get into that, get back to the sort of creative zone where I like to be, and just kind of have fun and be relaxed and, be silly. So exactly, whatever works. I found it works quite well for me, and it's easy to get. There's a dispensary right across the street from me, so it's handy. But yeah, I found as I've gotten older, some of those issues have become, harder to deal with raw, as it were. So, yeah. So actually, the cannabis has been really nice in that it's really helped to kind of calm down those anxious parts of my brain and more just kind of put them aside better so they're not so overwhelming, but then accentuate the creative centers of the brain. So I find I come up with just fun things for videos and whatnot. And you'll see, I don't know how many of you watched the gameplay videos I was doing over Halloween, but you'll see that in some of the editing of those gameplay videos. I think there'll be a few things there that are just kind of a little bit off the wall, but funny and such. So Black Mirror had one like that where I was wandering around for ages looking for this guy I was supposed to talk to, and he was in like the room I started from the whole time, right there in plain sight, and I just didn't see him. So I made a big point of, I made a little like recurring bit of seeing this guy, missing this guy who was sitting there in plain sight. But it's funny. Well, let's have some Doom chips, shall we? If you have similar body types, I hope you don't get lower back pain later on, as it's no fun. No, my dad had that, and he did not enjoy it at all. He had like really bad, like spasms in his back, where it would just be like throbbing, excruciating pain. So I remember one day my aunt literally rushing him to the chiropractor because he was in so much pain. She actually thought he was having a heart attack because it was like outcries of pain driving to the chiropractor. I knew that wasn't the case because I was quite familiar with my dad's back pain issues by that point, but yeah. So I'm not sure what ultimately worked for him because I know it didn't. It didn't like carry on that long. I think it might have just been the chiropractor. Something needed to be realigned, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah. So yeah, anyway, I was thinking of getting back to some of the screenings on Discord. We're having fun with those. It's sort of, this past few weeks, the focus has been on getting the multi-stream into kind of a comfortable spot. It kind of threw a wrench into all my other plans for October, but whatever. I mean, in terms of the greater good, I think this will definitely help, everybody to be able to participate in live streams more easily. So But yeah, so now that we've kind of got this settled down and people know kind of what to expect from the streams and whatnot, even that's going to change over time. I got some ideas there. I feel like we can kind of start to get back to business as usual. So what I'd like to do is have some, regular screenings on the Discord of just different stuff that we can all watch together. And ideally have those a little earlier, like in the afternoon or something. And then have the live stream for the day a little later, like after that. So that's kind of the plan. We'll see how it goes. It might be just too many hours to be doing things in a day, but we've tried that before. And what ended up happening was I just spent all day in the screening room and we just watch stuff all day. But if we stick a little more strictly to the schedule, I think we can kind of do a bit of both. And then get back to some behind-the-scenes streams, work on some Multimedia Chronicles episodes, stuff like that. So, yeah. It's all about finding that happy balance, kind of getting everything done that I want to get done and having a good selection of stuff out there. So you guys can edit your watch history lists and only get the Z content that you really want. You can stop bugging me about making stuff you don't want to watch. Because I'm just going to make whatever I make. I honestly, it's not even so much about having, a lot of YouTube channels really focus hard on their niche. And you go to their channel and you look at their, scroll through their videos, and it all has a very uniform kind of look to it. Mine does not. Mine is all over the place. Like certain things, if you go to like a certain playlist, like say horror movie reviews, those all kind of have a uniform look to them, or update videos, those all kind of have a uniform look to them. But if you just look at my videos, just raw, unorganized, it's all over the place. Like half of the time you wouldn't even realize they're all from the same channel. So that's one reason I do the playlists, is so it's easier for you guys to find the content of mine that you're looking for and that you're interested in. Because I know not everybody's interested in everything, and I fully expect that as a variety channel. It would be unrealistic to expect everyone to watch everything I do. Or to like all the same things I like. That's okay. I don't expect you to. You're not under no obligation to watch everything I do just because you're subscribed to me. Don't feel that you need to be. And by the same token, just because you're subscribed to me, don't take that to mean that I'm only going to do the kind of content that you subscribe to me for, because I guarantee you that won't be the case. I do a lot of different stuff. So yeah. So anyway, using my little hot tip on editing your watch list, if you accidentally watch one of my Fortnite videos and you really don't want to see any more of them, just go into your watch list or watch history rather, and delete that from your watch history, and you won't see any more of them. Well, it might send you the odd random one, but generally speaking, it should only send you the ones where it's like one of the chat ones where we're just sitting in the lobby chatting about something, and the subject matter of the chat will likely be something that you're interested in, and that's why it recommended it to you. So yeah, so don't be quick to judge. Just because something is happening in a Fortnite lobby doesn't mean it won't be relevant to your interests. Those Fortnite chat ones, I mean, they really have nothing to do with Fortnite other than the fact that we're in a Fortnite lobby. The reason I do clips of those really is because of whatever we're yakking about at the time. So, which is usually movies or gaming or, just some, internet drama or whatever is going on at that point in time. So, yeah. So if you get recommended some of those, don't be so quick to leave me a nasty comment until you've actually watched the video. You might actually find yourself surprised. It might actually be something you're interested in. Yeah. So I try to clearly mark those as well. So you don't I'm not trying to sneakily make you watch Fortnite videos. No. I'm trying to be, cognizant of the fact that not everyone is interested in everything. So I try to put the metadata in there that the algorithm uses to sort things. I try to keep it relevant to whatever it is. But I will put Fortnite in there, even if it's in just a chat in a lobby, So if you like set things to never recommend Fortnite videos to you, then you won't see those either. But you know, yeah, if any of that made sense. I'm gonna get more rambly as the night goes on, by the way. So look forward to that. Well, yeah, Rob Barnes says you got so much going on, it would be difficult to have a full-time job. I know, because I tried to do that. I did that with Shaw for like 5 years. I was doing a full-time job while trying to do pretty much as I do now with the channel, or like I'm trying to do. It says maybe part-time, especially if it were compatible with computers, movies, and games, but even then only so many hours in the day. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, my thinking is I'm just treating this as a job, essentially, which technically it is. This has been my job for the past 5 years. I pay taxes, I tally up everything I made that year, and I pay my taxes every year, and I can show them the receipts if they need to. But but yeah, I mean, it is a legitimate job. I always, for those who've never heard this analogy before, I've always likened being a content creator, live streamer, to being a waiter or waitress, where you have a waiter or waitress has their base wage, right? But which is usually quite low, and they can't live on just that. Where they really make their money is their tips. Well, it's the same thing for content creators. If you want to look at our base wage as, say, the ad revenue we get on our videos and live streams, it's really not very much a lot of the time, unless you're getting huge numbers. But most people don't get huge numbers, despite what YouTube wants you to believe. Most people do not get huge numbers. They get, decent numbers. Like decent numbers I consider like between 500 to 1,000 views, which is not a lot in this day and age. But it's enough that, you get a YouTube payout every month, but not enough of a payout that you can live on it. So we are reliant on tips. And some creators will also get sponsorships. So they'll get some money from the sponsorship. So it'll be sponsorships, tips, direct contributions from the viewers, and merch. So it's just kind of putting their self out there everywhere. And then the hope is that month to month, collectively, through all those different sources, you've made enough to live. So that's kind of what it is. That's kind of what it's like. So I've been making enough to live on for the past 5 years doing this, even with my meager numbers. So the hope is just continue more of the same, and do more of the stuff that gets bigger responses to try to expand the audience a little more and bring back a lot of the old viewers and stuff too. So it'd be nice if you could add a big sponsor who paid for your movie and game reviews. Well, yes and no. I don't want to be doing paid reviews. That's the thing, because I'm very much an advocate for truth and facts and accuracy. And if I was simply being paid to say something favorable about a product, that to me goes against my personal principles. So if I'm going to accept a sponsorship for something or get a sponsorship for something, it's going to be a product that I myself use and believe in, and have positive things to say based on my own experience with that product. Like, for example, HelloFresh. If I were to get a HelloFresh sponsorship, I would, describe it much the way I have been. Like, it's great if you want to have a few, like, gourmet level meals a week, but you can't expect this to be a replacement for your groceries. You're still going to need to, do regular grocery runs, but this means you can have a few nice meals every month, So there's definitely, and it gives you ideas. Like I was saying, for me, it gave me ideas about how I can punch up just my regular cooking a little bit. And we kept all the recipes too, so we can make those exact things again if we want to. But so that would be the kind of thing I would like the kind of vibe I would want if I took a sponsorship. It would have to be something that I would actually use and that I genuinely have positive things to say about. So I wouldn't just accept something that's like, we will pay you to say nice things about our shitty little indie game. It's like, no thanks. First off, the genre of game that is something I don't play. And second off, I would be lying. So, yeah. Yeah. I meant where they stay out of it and you had complete autonomy, like some of those shows on TV that review films without bias. Like a review film. Yeah. Well, I mean, in that case, it's not so much that they're paying them to do that. They just give them free passes to go see the movies. So I don't know that they get paid by the studios per se. They get paid more by an independent, in that case, a TV station who ideally has no ties to the studios and is independent. But I don't know. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, Hunter says, I don't get paid by studios or anything for reviews. I get paid by my outlet. Correct. Like an impartial third party who is funding the review show without ties to the studios, other than being able to get you screeners and stuff to review. Yeah, generally sponsorships would be something like a specific product, like, again, HelloFresh or G Fuel or, Clash of Clans or whatever it is. Oh, of course. Hunter says, even though I get accused of being on Disney's payroll because I generally enjoy things. Yeah, people don't seem to realize like that happens a lot less than they seem to think it does. They think because something they didn't like is successful, it must mean that all the reviewers are getting bribed to say good things. And it's like, no. I used to get accused of that just about liking Blu-ray. Clearly I was a shill for Sony and they were paying me to say that Blu-ray was good. I'm like, really? Like, people, not everything is a conspiracy theory. Sometimes people just like things that you don't, or they know more about a thing than you do, i.e. Blu-ray. I hyped up Blu-ray with very good reason. It was the superior format. It was clearly better than DVD. It was clearly better than HD DVD. So, yes, I hyped it up because I believed in it. There you go. So, that's really all it boils down to, kids. So, I did get a couple things. Not movies, but comic books. Got the latest Incredible Hulk Epic Collection. Look at that. The Curing of Dr. Banner. This is volume 8. Covers issues 201 to 201 to 226 and annual number 6. So 27 issues. 26 regular issues and an annual in this one. It's great stuff. And got the final volume of the recent She-Hulk series written by Rainbow Rowell. Great series, by the way. This is such a good series. It's so much fun. Worth it for the superhero fight club subplot alone. It's such a fun series. And I think this is the end of it. They seem to be doing that, Marvel, a lot. They'll just do kind of like 1.5 year runs and then restart. So I think this is the last volume of this one. And then they'll be doing something else. I did also get volume 2 a little while ago. I just haven't done the update video yet. There's also another epic collection of She-Hulk that I got, which is the next volume of the Sensational She-Hulk. They have a third volume of that coming out, which jumps ahead a few volumes to the end of the series. So it's the last year or so of Sensational She-Hulk. But, yeah, I got to add these to my bedtime reading. Usually when I get the Hulk Epic collections, I read them as soon as they come in. I fucking love classic Hulk comics. So, they spent enough money on She-Hulk movies and such. Well, I mean, they had the TV series, certainly, which I loved, by the way. I thought it captured the vibe of the comics pretty much perfectly. But, I can understand all the whiny, crying incel man babies being upset because they were basically the villains of the story. Which I think was brilliant. absolutely brilliant. I'm glad that they got so mad about it. It's like, yes, the people who were the intended target got mad. Good. God. No. No. I don't know how to get to my channel on this frickin' Twitch app. The PS4 version was easier. I literally have to search for my channel and then go to it. There we go. All right. The other one would just go straight into my... I could just click my channel and it would go straight to my channel. Rob says, I still remember the first time I saw a Star Wars Blu-ray and immediately noticed the difference from DVDs. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, math don't lie. It's literally 6 times the resolution of DVD. That's not an insignificant uptick in quality, you know? And then 4K is literally 4 times the resolution of Blu-ray. So you could take 4 full 1080p images and stick them on your screen, your 4K screen, and you would be losing no quality from any of those 1080p images. Can you imagine that? Watching 4 Blu-rays simultaneously, technically at full resolution, full 1080p resolution, in a 4-way split screen window on your 4K screen, and you would be losing no quality. That is how much of a significant upgrade 4K is from Blu-ray. So you figure DVD, I mean, that's like, what, 24 times the resolution of DVD? Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So, yeah. God. We were talking about that earlier, Michael says. And let's not forget the iconic Vader, no, in Return of the Jedi. So emotional. We can sense the sarcasm from here. Yeah. And yes, Manscaped. Maybe I could do a Manscaped promo. Send me all your best pube shears. I want to be manfully groomed. Why does it limit my ads when I'm live? Like, what are you scanning to determine that? We're not done yet. We're only a couple hours into an indeterminate length of time stream. 3 hours. 3 hours. What are you doing over there? I just hear scratching and picking and fidgeting. Kitties getting into things as they do. Yeah, Rob says the lights on all the instruments really popped out at me, and I was like, cool. I only want to watch Blu-ray from here on out. Yeah, pretty much. It's definitely a difference. You go back to watching DVD, and it's like, it seems like everything's out of focus. Like, no, it's like your brain just kind of compensates for whatever you're watching. And I think that's the problem, is a lot of people take that sensory input far too literally and don't realize that it's their own brains fooling them into thinking that that DVD looks really good. Yeah, well, go look at the Blu-ray and then go back and look at the DVD. And then you'll see just how much your brain's been tricking you. So, Michael says, I will say here that's not the only dumb no in movies. Like, one example is the no in Spider-Man 2 with Doc Ock. People seem to forget that. I haven't seen that in a while, so I definitely don't remember that. Or, well, not a no. There's also Sean Connery yelling, "Why?" in King Arthur. I have not seen King Arthur. Yes. And Rob says to be repeated when he became... Well, that's where it started. That was the first no. And then it was added after the fact to Return of the Jedi. To be repeated when he became Vader, ripping himself away from his Frankensteinish board as Sidious smiled with such an evil grin. Oh, I know. That's the one that's in all the GIFs. There's like the no GIF, and it's that scene. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy. Sham bam maloo bam badoom bam boom. Well, he says that no is right up there with the Wilhelm scream. No. The Wilhelm scream has a special charm about it, and it's like that's a very intentional sort of running gag amongst the sound designer community, and that's fine. I can accept the Wilhelm. There's another one, the Curtis or something. There's like a couple of like notable screams, but the Wilhelm is the most famous, obviously. But yeah, I taught Rosie about the Wilhelm quite early on, so we just call it the scream. So anytime we spot it in a movie, she'd be like, "Daddy, they did the scream." Like, we just, as soon as you're aware of it, you just will never not notice it again. It's hilarious. I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. La 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 la. Manscaped. Boba Fett falling into the Sarlacc pit. Yes. Was that a Wilhelm? I thought it was just one of the random guards that got thrown off the barge. Pretty sure it's just a random guard. I don't think it was Boba. But Michael says it was during the horrifying operation scene where Doc Ock's arms kill all of the medical doctors when Doc Ock wakes up. Him and his arms yell, "No!" See, I can almost excuse that, though, because that is a very comic booky thing to do, you know, which it might have... I could totally see Sam doing that intentionally, like, to be intentionally cheesy, to be, like, one of those, like, you know, pullback panels of the villain with his arms to the heavens screaming, "No!" Because you see that in comic books all the time, to be fair. So I can see that possibly being a very deliberate nod. You think it's just as bad? Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if you're adapting comic books, sometimes you want to go full comic book, you know? So, I mean, I've seen that pose with some kind of anguished exclamation in more comics than I can think of. You know, I've seen Spider-Man do it. I've seen villains do it. You know, the other is like arms to the heavens, laughing maniacally. Like, how many times have we seen that? It's the same shit. Like it's just it's a comic book trope, basically. But that said, fine. I will give you it in your comic book movie, but it did not work in Star Wars. Everybody, I saw Revenge of the Sith in the theaters, and everybody burst out laughing. The whole audience just started laughing uproariously at that scene. And I'm pretty sure that was the reaction universally across the world. But could be along with, yeah, the random stormtrooper falling into the chasm of the Death Star. Yes, when Luke was helping Leia escape. That was one of the first ones, I think, wasn't it? Like, isn't that kind of where it started to be a thing? Was the original Star Wars? But yeah. Silliness. I'll turn this around and then people can try to read what it says. Yeah, you can't read that at all. It's on my Friday the 13th set, if you're wondering. Can you even see that? You can't really see that. Well, that's what it is anyway. Because I was watching all the movies this Halloween. The intent was to also review them. But I kind of slacked on that. But I did watch them. I watched all of them. And I watched a lot of the extras, too. I also watched Crystal Lake Memories as well, which is quite good. Change I thought was hilarious is when the stormtrooper bonks his head, they added a clonk sound. Yes, they did. That one I will give them. I'll allow that one. Yeah. That whole thing, yeah. Just adding to the mystique of stormtroopers not being able to see very well, and thus not being able to shoot very well, thus not being able to get through doorways very well. Really just not the most effective troopers out there, you know. Yeah. Yeah, keep me and ask Rose about that. Rose was watching Doctor Strange, apparently, but I, for the life of me, can't find the case anywhere. So, yeah, I have to find that. I have no idea where it is. I hope she didn't, like, take it to someone's place or something. I don't think so, but... I'm happy that in recent Star Wars content, they've very much made it clear that they have zero connection to the clone troopers other than similar style armor and worked for the Empire. Yeah, so it's like the clone troopers were just kind of like early on, and then I guess as they died off, they just kind of recruited people to be stormtroopers. But especially by, you know, the post Jedi era, like, I don't know if the cloners are even still around by that point, like the Kaminoites. We've never seen them mentioned in any of the later stuff, so I kind of wonder. But these blast points are much too accurate for sand people. Only Imperial stormtroopers are this precise. Yeah, I know. Yep. As we've seen demonstrated never by them. much too accurate for storm people. Storm people? And sand troopers. I'm not high, you're high. One of the Rebels episodes or comics, one of the older clones disguises themselves as a stormtrooper, and he talks so much shit about their armor and how inferior it is to clone armor. Nice. Conscripts were not clone troopers. No. Like Finn. Well, true. Yeah, Finn was obviously not a clone. But, yeah. But that makes sense that, I mean, the clones would have run out eventually or, been killed in the Clone Wars. Or, gained autonomy and defected and just any number of things. So it stands to reason that there wouldn't be as many clones left later in the Empire era. And that, so I like to think that sort of over the course of the original trilogy, it was kind of like there was a few left in service, but most of them were conscripts by that point. So, yeah. Just basically, honestly, just hiring anybody who would fit in the suits at that point, because the Empire wanted to maintain the image of power, even though, they were taking a beating from the rebellion, but they had to stay looking strong. And I mean, even if the troopers aren't going to do anything particularly trooperly, just having them present in large quantities, like that scene in Jedi when they, or even in the first one when they, the Millennium Falcon in the docking bay, and there's just all the rows and rows of troops. And then, of course, in the third one, when Vader arrives and tells them that the Emperor's coming, just rows and rows of troops. I mean, it looks very impressive. It's a show of force. It's a show of power. So, yeah. Well, there you go. See, Michael says, I can confirm that. In fact, one of them is actually in Return of the Jedi. Well, there you go, then. And Rob says, especially with their advanced aging. That's a good point, actually. I didn't think of that. Because I guess they do. Like, do they just keep aging at that rate their whole lives? Or does it, like, slow down when they get older? So, that's something I didn't even think of. It says it was a retcon. Of course it was. It would have to be. But one of the rebels, an older guy with a beard, is a character from the Clone Wars show. Bad Badge, also Michael. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. So they kind of weaseled that in a little bit. the Bad Batch. Yeah. Rex. Yeah. Cool. Well, that's kind of neat. They could just sort of, I'm guessing in Return of the Jedi, he was like a side character who didn't do much. But, yeah. Boop-a-doo-boo. As it Django told them he wanted Boba to age naturally. That's right. That's right. He wanted one that was altered to raise as his son. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. On the other hand, you have Yoda and presumably Grogu, who only live 700 to 900 years. Only, yeah. We know that Grogu is 57 when we meet him. So he's still quite young in Yoda species years. But, yeah, what's going on with that? Isn't there supposed to be one more season, I think, and then they're doing a theatrical movie to wrap up Mandalorian? That's what I seem to recall the plan being. I still have to watch Ahsoka. Still got to watch Andor. I should just have, like, a Star Wars day and just power through everything. I don't know. We shall see. Oh, did we not pin the dono link to... No, we forgot, didn't we? I'll do that now. One dono. Yeah, just one dono. There we go. All you see is dollar signs flying around. What? Rowan says, I come in here and I hear Yoda's Feez's ears. Yes. Correct. Yoda's Feez's ears. Yes. Okay. There. So I pinned that to the top there. So if anyone wants to toss in one of the aforementioned tips by which I live from the most into the pot, please feel free. Always appreciated. We're still sitting so achingly close to 25%. Like it's almost it's like legitimately annoying now that we've been sitting at 24% for this long. We're literally 9 cents away from 25%. Like really 9 cents. But you can't donate just 9 cents. You can only do $1 or more. So $1.09.
But he doesn't even have the Ewok movies. Those are the best ones. How can you call yourself a real Star Wars fan if you don't have the original Ewok movies?
There we go. I hadn't even finished explaining, and Anon jumped in with $1 and brought us to 25%. Thank you so much. My OCD can relax a little bit now. So, that's awesome. Thank you so much. So, next sort of stretch goal is to dethrone Shambubwa, who has been stream boss since last Friday's marathon. Yeah. So it'd be, what has he got left? How hit points has he got? 28.10. So it'd be $28.10 to get rid of Shambubwa. That doesn't necessarily have to be direct donations. It can also be, I think, just about anything. Follows, subs, bits, soundboard. I'm pretty sure all of that counts towards Stream Boss. And then you, yes, you could be the next Stream Boss. That'd be your name in lights down there for an indeterminate length of time, possibly quite a long time, because, some weeks are slow, and it just ends up having the same Stream Boss forever. That didn't affect the Stream Boss at all. Okay, apparently I'm lying, and soundboard does not affect the Stream Boss. I'm so sorry. I've deceived you. Unintentionally. I think it might be just regular bit drive. It might be because the soundboard goes through a third-party app. So I think it's just regular bits. Yes. Donation works. We know that works. Dab. Or no. There. Is that a dab? There we go. Okay. I was just thinking about that one the other day, and I couldn't remember if it was still on the soundboard because nobody had used it for so long. But dabadada. So that knocked it down by one. The stream boss knocked it down by one. All right, so we're slowly chipping away at that. $1 at a time. Excellent. I don't know how much work we're going to do today, but we're going to have fun. And that's all that really matters. Thank you so much, Anon and Dab. Anonadab. Well, with all these bits, you'll be looking much better next. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Big time. Yeah, all those bits and soundboard and subs, that goes into next month's Twitch payout. But that's like Christmas month, right? So that's a month you want to have extra money. So yeah, so we're kind of taking care of bills and stuff this month, so we can hopefully just kind of have some fun next month a little bit, and we'll see how that goes. At the very least, I want to get some spiced rum and eggnog. They have eggnog out now. I should get some. I like to put that in my coffee, actually. It's really good. But yeah, it's actually been an incredible month for bits. We've been getting a few super chats over on the YouTube side, so thank you very much for those guys. That definitely helps. That'll come out with next month's YouTube payout, so same kind of deal. So I mean, I see all of that as just, money in the bank, for next month. So it just means we'll be less stressed next month because we'll know that we've already got like a bunch of money coming from this other stuff. So that's great. They got rid of what? Well, no, super chats is a YouTube thing. That's what YouTube calls that. Like where here they call it cheering. It's called a cheer. There it's a super chat. It's the same thing. Are you sure they got rid of? I thought you just did one like on YouTube, like literally today. Yeah, you did one earlier. You did $1. That was a super chat. Hold on, I gotta give it some love. There we go. Well, no, that never existed on Twitch. Like super chats is a YouTube branded thing. Like Twitch has bits, YouTube has super chat. Or rather, Twitch has cheers. YouTube has super chat. They're just two different names for the same thing. So here they still have cheering. They should. Unless that's what you mean. Did they get rid of cheering? But I could have sworn, like, Duncan did it just the other day. He did a whole bunch of just bit drops, which is cheers. I mean, Twitch has been getting a lot better with stuff like that, actually, because, I mean, they know they got to be competitive with the other streaming sites and stuff like that. So they're really making a big push to the benefit of the users, honestly. To get, I guess, give us more incentive to stay. I mean, I had no intention to leave Twitch anyway because I like it here. I think it's a great streaming platform, and it's no wonder that so many of the others are trying to emulate so much of their functionality and whatnot. So the money message thing. I still don't know what you're talking about. The money message thing? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I know you can make Brian say things if you drop $5 or more. The text to speech thing. I know you can leave a message with your donations because people do that all the time. I mean, even if it's only $1, you can still leave a message. It just won't. It's just Brian won't say it, but we'll see it on the screen. I don't know. I've come to collect my Oreos. It's so funny that clip seems to be making the rounds today from RoboDoc. Robo needs Oreos. Hype chat. Hype chat messages. I don't even know what that is. I mean, we still have the hype train. We had one the other day. Hype chat. What the fuck even is hype chat? I know there was the thing where you could highlight a message with your chat points, but I didn't get any money for that. It was just, just a bit of fun. Hype chat. Notice. Starting November 15th, Twitch will no longer support hype chat. Oh, like as of right now, like today. Yeah, I'm looking it up now. Hold on, I'm looking. Let's see here. Streamers who earned revenue from hype chat can find more information here. Hype chat offers it. Okay. Oh, it's available. It was partners only. So I don't think it was a feature I even had. Purchase a hype chat to pin a message to the top of the chat. The pin duration, a message, and character limit scale with the amount contributed. Oh. Yeah. This sounds vaguely familiar. Didn't we try this like once or something? And like we just didn't really do much with it. Like nobody really used it. I think it might have been opened up to affiliates at some point because I seem to vaguely recall we used it like once, but not very much. So no big loss then, I guess. Hey, Wolf Den, how's it going, dude? Yeah, the super chats are a little different. They basically work kind of like if you think of it like a highlighted message combined with a cheer on Twitch. That's kind of what it's like. So it highlights the message. The same with super thanks. Super thanks you put on videos. So I always say hit thanks if you want to support the show. And then the other super chat is when you're live, because it's something you drop into. It wouldn't appear as a comment. It would appear in the live chat attached to the stream. So there you go. So that's something that you guys don't really need to worry about. Just, whatever platform you're on, however you want to contribute, if you want to contribute, just know how it works on whatever platform you're on. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to do that other than to go through the Streamlabs link on Twitter and Facebook. I don't have anything monetized on Twitter and Facebook. So, I don't know. Does anybody even watch on Twitter and Facebook? I never see any comments there. I did the first couple times. Look at all those tar dye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 TARDISes. Whoa. Holy moly. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. Vermin's showing you how it's done.
Verminart donated $5. Have a fiver on me, wow, oh wow, would you like some pipe? Let me just spray clean this table, Tom gets so clean I need to vap. Pipey, I am going to splurge. My bowels.
My bowels. You actually did the sound somehow. How did you figure that out? Budiga, 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 budiga. Well, there you go. Wolfden says, I do. I bounce around platforms. Yes. And Rob asks, doesn't YouTube steal a percentage of your super chat? Yes, 30%. It is a 70-30 split. So for every dollar that you super chat to me, I get 70 cents of it. 30 cents of it goes to YouTube. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. But the sort of summation is that's how it works on YouTube as far as what we get currently. Twitch, it works differently. It actually takes it from you guys. When you're buying, you have to buy bits, like virtual currency, the Twitch currency, to cheer and contribute and stuff. You don't have to do that for direct donations because that's just done through PayPal or whatever. But if you want to use the soundboard and stuff like that, then you got to get bits through Twitch. So Twitch charges you, a certain percentage based on the number of bits you get. But then on this end, for us, if you drop, say, 100 bits, that equals $1. So we get 100% of that. So we get 100% of what you send to us. But Twitch charges you the difference when you buy the bits. So that's what I was saying. It really depends on which way you feel is the most fair for your particular ideology of how all of this works, I guess. Some will feel it's more fair to take it out of my cut because then they're not having to pay extra. Others will feel it's more fair for them to take it, pay a premium to make sure that I get the full cut on my end. I don't really care one way or the other. Whatever works for you. I appreciate every cent that you guys send my way because it helps keep us going. But it all ends up being money in my pocket in the end anyway. So it's just more money in my pocket through the Twitch one than it is through the YouTube one. But either way, I appreciate it either way. And I'm just glad that people feel compelled to keep the magic going by keeping the Z-Man going. And we can continue to do this as long as we like. Yes, for those in the YouTube audience, if you have an account, please join our Discord. It's a fun little community, and we're looking to fire up the screenings and stuff again soon. Do I have the link on hand? I think I do. Nope, I do not. I will get it from the Twitch side. Discard. Arr. There we go. Toss this up for you fine folks on the YouTubes. There you go. I do put that link in my video descriptions as well. Late Night with Z. I like this. This is nice. This is very chill, very laid back. I like that. Robo needs Oreos. I don't know about him and his fucking Oreos. I need to get RoboDoc, but I really want to get the UK version because it has all the featurettes. The US version is missing 5 featurettes, 5 of the 9 featurettes they did. So much, in fact, that the UK edition needed. I was not expecting this. Hold on. So I look up RoboDoc, and we get National Lampoon presents RoboDoc. I don't think that's the right one. Part man, part robot, all doc. This isn't quite what I was expecting the RoboCop documentary to look like. But, of course, I'm looking on Amazon CA. It might not be available here. Oh, that's cool. Maybe Amazon.com. There it is. So it is quite nice. So this is one disc. Look at that. A 4-part original series exploring the making of the seminal masterpiece. Yeah, Michael said that looks like a porn cover or a cover for an asylum film. Yes. Oh, hey, Andy. It says I actually introduced someone to RoboCop recently, and they loved every moment of it. Oh, it's great. It really holds up phenomenally well, actually. But this is very nice. We got all kinds of stuff here. So what's the deal here? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 featurettes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It says there's 8, but supposedly there was fewer on this. There's only like 9 or something. Here's a random still frame of one of the people being interviewed. Actually, that's Paul Verhoeven. That is Paul Verhoeven right there, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't recognize him without his glasses, but yeah, that's the man himself right there. But not too expensive, actually. Like compared to like those fucking In Search of Darkness documentaries, which are great, but they're so goddamn expensive. They're like $60, $70, $80 to get one of those. This is $22.75, and it's about the same length. So, fuckledy duckledy. So anyway, but that's here's the thing. So we go to Amazon.co.uk. All right. Oh, yes, I forgot. Wurzel Gummidge, the complete restored edition Blu-ray from recently discovered complete set of film prints of the entire series. It was shot on film. So yeah, John Pertwee, Una Stubbs. They have the other one as well. Where the fuck is it? Well, they have the remake, but was it? Yeah, no, it's here. It's Wurzel Gummidge Down Under, which was the sequel series, and they got all of those as well. So yeah, definitely want to get those, but they're fucking expensive, like £60, and then the other one almost £70. So that's gonna have to wait a bit. So top priorities for me, we have Doctor Who: The Collection Season 20 Limited Edition. Would really like to be able to grab this version, just because it's a big special season for me personally, and you know, it'd be nice to have the super duper deluxe edition of it. So I'm hoping I can grab that before it's impossible to get. And then, of course, the Steelbook edition of the Underwater Menace, which just came out recently. But this is not why we came here. We came here to find RoboDoc. There it is. This is the UK edition. £15, 99p. It is 2 discs. And contains all of the feature, like 5 additional featurettes produced by the people who made the documentary that are not on the UK edition, apparently. And a poster and art cards. It's not even out yet, actually. It hasn't come out in the UK yet, but and spread across 2 discs. So higher bitrate, better quality, a further fantastic 60 minutes of RoboCop bonus content, and UK exclusive A4 poster and art cards. Oh, the poster is of the US artwork as well. Oh, and you got an art card of this. Yeah, actually, no, this is nice. This is Region B locked, by the way, the UK edition, so bear that in mind if you're looking to import it. But I'm kind of thinking I want that one. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking I want both of them because I just really want to support this release. But it is annoying that they did not include all the featurettes on the US version. I don't know why. A lot of people were really pissed off about that because they'd pre-ordered months, sometimes years ago. And I think it was a Kickstarter project originally. So, yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to see this. Something about the update. RoboDoc US Blu-ray. Okay, the complete 4 hours here. Special features 1, 2, 3. Yeah, see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so it shows 3 special features, but I don't know if that's true. If we look on because this is what it says the features are. But if we go to Amazon and we look at the back, I mean, it looks like it has all the same features as the UK edition. Now, when did this come out? This came out October 17th. I know some of my viewers have this, and I'd be curious to know if they could confirm the special features on this. Does it have all of these features? If so, that's all the featurettes. That's everything that's on the UK set. Or does it not? Would really be curious to know. Because it could just be a case of it's all the same content, but all on 1 disc instead of 2. So, I mean, we don't know that it's 2 BD50s on the UK side. It could be 2 BD25s, and that's why they did it on 2 discs. And this is a single BD50, so I don't know. But I'd be really curious to know if anybody out there has this set. Can you confirm the number of special features? So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it should be 8 special features and the trailer. And the UK one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the same. It's the same. So that would be really good to know from people who actually have the thing. If it's got all 8 featurettes or if it's only got, what, 3, 4? 3, I think they were saying here. Yeah. US Blu-ray. Years to complete, several missed deadlines, years between updates, backers don't receive what they backed, constantly changing what the doc was supposed to be. Now this is the cherry on top, releasing a product with false advertising, and finally passing the buck. Ridiculous. So, yeah, people are pissed off. Yeah, that's not how this works. You really burned customers and backers with false advertising. The US backers will get an inferior Blu-ray. Will the UK Blu-ray be region free? And it's not. It's region locked, if I remember correctly. Apparently not. Yeah, here it is. Collector's Edition Region A, Walmart exclusive Steelbook Region A. Okay. Anybody out there know? Does anybody have that? Does anybody know? I know Quack has it, but I don't know. He won't be up yet. But a lot of people were pissed off because this particular documentary has been in the works literally for years, to the point where a lot of people were beginning to doubt if it was even ever going to come out. But no, it's finally out. They finally did it, and they got everything figured out, and they're actually already working on some follow-up documentaries about the other movies and other stuff in the franchise. So that's pretty cool. But I'd like to get a definitive answer on this. I do like the artwork on the US version more than the UK version. I think it's pretty cool. That's neat. I like that. That's the Steelbook, okay? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, I have everything. I have all 6 of them, Michael. Nice high bitrate ones, too. Just hit me up. I watched, it's basically, the whole thing is, as you probably know, it's just bookends. So they have the intro and they have the first scene with the, the old characters, doctors, companions, whatever, whoever's in that one. So they'll have like the opening scene with them. Then they'll have the omnibus version of the entire story, the entire classic story. And then at the end, as an epilogue, they'll have another scene with the classic characters. Another new classic characters scene. So it's very nice. It's a very nice bookend kind of thing. It very much reminded me of when they did those bridging segments with William Russell for The Crusade, where he was in character as Ian Chesterton. It feels like that. It's very much like that. But it's very nice. Yeah, I like to use those for my live watches in the screening room tomorrow. Ah, yes. Okay. I'll have to hold on, I'll PM you. Where are you? I don't even know if I don't think I have enough on my Google Drive. Hold on. I could see if I could toss them up there. How big are they though? Like they are big files because I got like, it was hard to find, honestly. I was surprised it was so hard to find. But I mean, us North American fans got to do what we can to get that exclusive content, get to be able to see it. I mean, obviously we'll buy a Blu-ray the second it comes out. But until then, we just want to see the damn things. and there's no other means of seeing them. I don't know. Like, I don't know if Disney Plus is going to show those. Probably not. I think they're only showing the new stuff. So, well, actually, I don't know, because there's some kind of thing like where, it's all on iPlayer in the UK, but elsewhere it's disseminated across other services. So I know Disney Plus for sure is handling the new stuff. I'm not sure where the old ones are going, like the previous seasons of or series of the current series, but also the classic series. So I don't know, but let me take a look here. Let's see how big these things. I think they're about 6 gigs per story, so they're not small. uh, uh, yeah, the whole set was like 34 gigs. But very nice quality. I was quite pleased with them. I mean, the main thing for me obviously was the new stuff, because I have all the stories in some form or another. And also very odd in that they do not use the Doctor Who theme. So when they have the title sequence for Tales of the TARDIS, and when they get into the omnibus edition, they go from the scene of the old characters straight into the story. They don't even start with the titles, which is really weird. It just threw me off a little bit. So it's not like fully uncut, I guess, is the point. So, and they all seem to like fit very tidily into almost the same running times. They're all about 95 to 97 minutes. Thereabouts. Actually, I think they're almost the same running time. Oh, no. No, some are a little longer, some are a little shorter. But all around the same length, roughly. And I think they used one of the extended cuts of Curse of Fenric, because I know Curse of Fenric runs noticeably longer than the others. And I don't recall the bridging, the bookend segments being that much longer or shorter than the others. So that tells me that they used one of the longer cuts. So, which I think is good anyway, because I think the longer cuts are better for that one. You get a little bit more, a little more filling in the blanks in the story, I think. Works nicely. But, I want to reactivate my Disney Plus account so we could watch the 60th specials, but I have to do it quickly. I really don't want to pirate this shit. Well, yeah, I know, right? But I mean, sometimes it's a matter of did they give you any other option? Well, let me see if I have 35 gigs of space. Oh God, yeah, I've got tons of space. Okay, hold on a second. I'll throw them all up there, and then I'll send you the links. No, that's fine. I probably shouldn't be doing all this on the stream, but I'm too high to care right now. Anyway, there we go. Of course, I have blazingly fast upload, so this is only going to take about an hour. We'll probably still be here. I hope that didn't impact my stream, did it? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we're good. Yeah, I was thinking I'd love to do some Doctor Who screenings as well. Kind of a, I don't know, kind of a choice selection maybe, but I don't know. We shall see. I thought I might just pull some of my favorite thingies. Like just some of my favorite stories. Might just, watch all of seasons 13 and 14 and 12 and 7 through 11. All of the 70s. Watch everything from Spearhead from Space to Horror of Fang Rock and then just stop there. All right, I guess we could throw in the Douglas Adams stories too. But yeah, I consider Horror of Fang Rock to be the final story of the Gothic horror era. Sort of the last blast until Graham Williams, fully Graham Williams is the remaining seasons. Yeah. Quit kissing Tom's ass. Hey, he's my doctor. Suck on it. You even gave me his scarf. Or you were going to do a story from each doctor. Yeah, that's a possibility too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just there's so much to choose from. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I mean, we're panicking. It's like, "Oh my god, there's so little time until November 23rd." But really, November 23rd is the start of the 60th anniversary year. I mean, you remember with the 50th anniversary, I was starting to really irritate my viewers because I was just doing so many fucking Doctor Who videos. And it's like, well, it's the 50th anniversary, so yes, I'm going to talk about Doctor Who a lot. I was thinking, actually, see what you think of this idea. I was thinking of doing an episode 2 of Journey of a Whovian. So a little bit more into my personal journey through Doctor Who. Yeah, I'll have to rewatch the first one and see what specifically I covered in that. But I had a few ideas for sort of additional, significant first Doctor Who moments that I could talk about in that. So, yeah, why not? So maybe it would be like literally every 10 years, I'll do another episode. How's that for building anticipation? So every 10-year anniversary. How many episodes will it be? Well, I guess for as long as I live. But I can pull the intro again and get flagged again. I still have that. I'm pretty sure I still have that footage somewhere. Let me look. Think. Move it up a bit. Think I still have it. Just pulling up the 2013 archive. No, that's not necessarily something that would be oh my god, Rose. That would be on time for the 23rd, but yeah. Ah. Okay. Huh. All right, we're just gonna have to search the whole goddamn drive here because I'm not sure exactly where it would be. Huh. Wait a minute. I have 2 earlier takes that I didn't use. I have 2 earlier takes of footage, like 27 minutes of footage that I apparently did not use for Journey of a Hoovian. Well, shit. We're gonna have to check all that out, I think. I wonder what the deal was there. I don't know. Anyway, so that's good to know. Oh, that's closer looks. Hmm. I'm just looking to see what's going on there. See a lot of footage. Hmm. Specifically, I was trying to find the titles that I did that mixed the Multimedia Chronicles titles with the Doctor Who titles, but yeah, I don't know where that is. I'll find them. They're somewhere in my multitude of hard disks. Sorry, I just kind of mesmerized by that glowing pumpkin face. Mesmerized.
Bluetooth mode.
Purple. So the other thing would be nice to get back to is some more gaming. We started playing Demon's Souls on the marathon the other day. That was quite a lot of fun, getting my butt handed to me over and over and over again. It is good. Good, wholesome family fun, getting destroyed repeatedly. I played quite a bit of the first Dark Souls. I like that one a lot. But this is the first I played of its predecessor. Specifically the recent PS5 remake. Interesting choice that they didn't premiere the first of the 360 specials from early in November to the 23rd. Yeah, I thought it was odd they chose to premiere it on the 25th. Like 2 days after the anniversary date. You couldn't bump it up by 2 days? Like, really, guys? Come on. On the plus side, I do like that we're getting a lot of genuine treats this anniversary, such as Tales of the TARDIS. There was also a documentary that David Tennant hosted, which was all about the history of the classic series, to sort of bring new viewers up to speed. There was the music concert, of course, and there's more stuff coming. So we got the 3 specials, which are obviously the big thing, but a lot of side stuff as well, which is great. Almost feels like an anniversary celebration or something. I was a little disappointed they didn't have a Tom Baker story in Tales of the TARDIS. Mainly because he's the oldest living Doctor, and it'd be nice to get, you know, his take on some stuff. Or see his Doctor appear and reminisce with Leela or what have you. It would be fun. It was great seeing the others. Oops. In terms of Doctors we get to see again, we get 5, 6, and 7. And then we get a whole plethora of companions. Oh, that's right. There's a Children in Need mini episode. That's right. As a lead-in, and it actually ties into the 14th Doctor comic strips. All right, cool. "14th Doctor comic strips." That's going to be the shortest run Doctor ever. What are they going to do? Like 6 strips and then it's done? That'll be a very thin Panini volume. Let's wait for the inevitable 10th Doctor meets the 14th Doctor crossover comic. Oh, you know it's coming. Or maybe even a big finish. Who knows? Maybe both. Starring David Tennant and David Tennant. A shit ton of gaps. Like time gaps where he's just around forever. Secretly been the 14th Doctor running everything from behind the scenes this whole time. The 10th Doctor only lived for 6 or 7 years. Really? Crazy. We know 11 lived a really long time. Spent a long time in the town of Christmas. And him being very upset about having to die and saying, I could do so much more. Well, yeah. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Yeah, it's quite short for an incarnation. Especially given that at the time, we were still assuming the 13 life limit. Well, yeah, which is basically what you just said. So let's not forget, including the War Doctor and the Metacrisis stuff, maybe in canon, another reason he's upset is he knows that his next incarnation is his last. Yes. And another reason why that incarnation clung to life for as long as he did, until he literally almost died of old age, you know? I love the whole thing about the Christmas crackers not having good jokes in them. They're more dramatic crackers. Dramatic crackers. I might have to watch that one again this year and bawl my eyes out again. Definitely a favorite regeneration story. Yeah, puts justification on 10 spending a long ass time saying goodbye to every companion. Yes, I actually really like that whole sequence. I know a lot of people say it drags on too long. But I swear to God, if you're not bawling your eyes out when he goes back to see Wilf one more time, and Wilf knows and starts crying, like if that doesn't just rip your heart out, then you know you have no heart. And see, that was a really nice Murray Gold piece. We always, a lot of debate about Murray Gold recently, but that whole piece, with the Ood sending him off with his song, and it's a great song, and really captured the essence of the 10th Doctor, I felt. It's great. But that whole sequence, even it goes on, like 20 minutes leading up to the regeneration. But the other thing is, it's very sad because he goes off and he says goodbye to everybody. And, but then in the end, after all of that, he dies alone when he's in the TARDIS. He's all alone. It's just him. So he has to deal with all of that himself. Usually there's a companion or friends or something there to help him in some way to recover after the fact, even if they don't fully understand what's going on. But that wasn't the case for 10. 10 was all alone, which is really sad. Which is funny because during the fake out regeneration, which we learned was not actually a fake out, but at the time we thought it was, he had everybody with him. That was when everybody was there, and he had all his friends there. Well, at least from the from the modern series and some from the classic series. Sarah Jane was there too. But he's like, I'm regenerating, and then Captain Jack is just like, oh, and you all know what happens next. We got to get out of here. So they cleared the room, and as he's leaving, he just shouts back, "Good luck, Doctor," because he knows he just gets it. Like this is one of those moments, so they got to be there, and they're going to be super supportive and help him through it. But then when he regenerates, it's just him again, and they're like, "What the hell? What happened?" It's like, well, that could also explain that actually, like how long he'd been alive at that point, like literally 3 years. He wasn't ready to go yet, so he used the residual energy from the severed hand to hold on to his current form because he wanted to live in that body for a little longer. Makes sense. It works. I buy that. I'll buy that for $1. But yeah, but then we found out later, we thought like, oh, it actually did count. It did count as a full regeneration because even though he kept the same body, he still regenerated. Or he regenerated the same body, like or call it a rejuvenation, if you will, but it still used the same energy and still counted. So, but then, as you say, he became even more fixated on holding on to that for as long as he could. But, alas, the 10th Doctor was in situations that were just far too perilous, I guess. And he ended up dying after like 6 or 7 years. Well, that's what happens when you live your life as the oncoming storm, I guess. Eventually, lightning's going to hit you. Ba-doom-tsh. Yeah, I really got to rewatch his era. I have that wonderfully affordable Blu-ray set that is still wonderfully affordable, by the way, for anybody looking to get it. Although I guess it's probably going to be even less valued now with the new version coming out, the upscaled version. I'm really curious to see comparisons on that, the screenshots between the old season 2 through 4 Blu-rays and the new ones, or 1 through 4 rather, and the new ones. But it'd be interesting to see the difference because they used like AI upscaling or something. And now I'm thinking like, are they going to finish all the Doctor Who classics and then re-release them again with AI upscaling? So they're going to buy them all over again. Oh, you laugh, you scoff, you mock, but that's exactly what's going to happen. And you know what? We're all going to buy them again, so fuck it. Yeah, I originally started collecting Doctor Who on VHS, and I had, I started and stopped that collection several times, like restarted, sold a bunch of them, restarted again, sold a bunch of them. I must have restarted it about 3 times, trying to collect them all on VHS. And I started to have a pretty nice collection, but then the DVDs started coming out, so I wanted the DVDs. But there was a long stretch there where I didn't actually buy any of them. So most of the DVD range was already out by the time I started collecting it. It was like 2000. Actually, it was the 50th anniversary, 2013. Like 2012 to 2013 really was when I really went hardcore. I guess I started in 2012 because I knew the 50th anniversary was coming. And then 2000. Actually, no, I might have started in 2013, 50th anniversary year. But anyway, over the course of like 2 years, I just went like gangbusters getting all the DVD sets until I was actually up to date. And I had all the releases up to date. And I'm glad I started when I did because a lot of them, that's the same time when a lot of them started going out of print. Up to that point, they'd just been available all the time. So I wasn't in any big rush, right? But then they all started going out of print. And I was like, oh, shit. So I got all of those. And then they started putting out the Blu-rays. And I was like, well, I guess we're collecting them all over again. Because the Blu-rays really do make it worth it. I mean, it's a noticeable uptick in quality, especially on the ones where they have really high-quality source material. But also just the wealth of extras is just astronomical. Like, just so many extras on those. That it's well worth it. I mean, for me, like, how much I love, like, the studio footage. When they have, like, just the raw studio footage, I love that shit. I just sit and watch. I literally sit and watch hours of it. And love it. I should get back to that, actually, because it was fun finding those little ridiculous clips. That one I posted of Sylvester McCoy accidentally taking the TARDIS console with him when the handle gets stuck, the door handle gets stuck in his pocket, and he ripped part of the console off. That one's got like 80,000 views or something on it. It was ridiculous. But BBC doesn't seem to give a shit. It's just raw footage. It's worthless to them, so they don't care. But yeah. I can't remember if that clip did get back to somebody in the BBC. I don't think it was Sylvester, but I think it was somebody. Maybe it was Sylvester. I can't remember. But I saw a comment not too long ago that was somebody a little closer to Doctor Who had seen the clip and made some kind of comment about it. But yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Russell T. Davies said we might get a second season. Yeah, I think you mentioned that before. For Tales of from the TARDIS. I kept wanting to say Tales from the TARDIS, but apparently the title is Tales of the TARDIS, in case you were wondering. And it's like the Adventure in Space and Time or Adventure in Time and Space. Which fucking title is it? I'd also like to do episodes focused on a couple of the modern ones. If they bring 8 in, just bring a Big Finish companion, please. They can use Grace when the TV. They can't use Grace, rather, given the TV movie rights weirdness. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell. Well, here's a thought. Can you imagine if they won't do this, but can you imagine if they did have like 8 come in with one of his Big Finish companions, and then they actually do like animated versions of a few selected Big Finish episodes, maybe like condensed versions of some of the stories, and just do animated versions of them, and then they'll it's like their memories are a cartoon. But rather than just limiting themselves to, oh, we're talking about the TV movie again, here we go, like that would be amazing. And then actually have like, the 8th Doctor and Charlie or whoever talking about that time they went on that adventure, and then we see a little bit of it. Or see like an abridged version of it, maybe. So maybe they could do like 2 or 3 stories, just do it as a 2-hour special or something. I don't know. I'm getting like too excited about this concept, but that'd be awesome. And it would also serve as a bit of a gateway for people who are maybe curious about the types of stories that Big Finish does. And it's like, well, they do the types of stories that you love from the classic series. It's exactly like that. It's the same format, same everything. It's like 30 more seasons of the classic series, So they are basically more of the same. It's the same people. It's the same, well, when they're alive. Otherwise, they get sound-alikes. And it's, Hey Charlie, oh my God, if they did an adaptation of The Living Legend, I would just die. That's like that one, it's only a single episode story. It was a Doctor Who magazine giveaway, so not everybody's heard it because it's just not that accessible, but there's MP3s out there. It's so fucking funny. It's just a silly story about like an absolutely incompetent alien invasion that the Doctor catches wind of, and the way he defeats them is just so funny. I would love to see that one. But yeah, there's like a lot of I mean, there's so many possibilities they could do with it. But and according to Night of the Doctor, at the very least, all of the 8th Doctor's Big Finish adventures are official canon. So, just saying. Chimes of Midnight. That's one of the earlier ones, I think, isn't it? I'm pretty sure I might have heard that one. Because I know I listened to a bunch of the earlier adventures. I used to listen to them at work. So I would listen to like 2 full adventures in a day, you know? But yeah, I got fairly far into them at that. I can't remember. I was getting close to Zagreus, I think. So I was, but just the Eighth Doctor adventures leading up to that, because he was starting to talk about Zagreus. I know they had a lot of lead up to that as their big, 50th adventure. So there was a lot of foreshadowing earlier on. But so I'd started to get into some of that, but I never got as far as Zagreus because I was wanting to go back and listen to the other Doctor's adventures too. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure I've heard that one. But yeah, I was so happy when they brought him in for that. It's like, oh, so we're finally going to get more adventures with that Doctor. That's awesome. Because as we've talked about many times before, as hit or miss as the movie was, it has its good and bad points. I don't consider it a total write-off, but it definitely has some good stuff and some not so good stuff. But one thing I think everybody universally agreed on was Paul McGann was outstanding as the Eighth Doctor and really deserved more. So I really hope this rumor that The Guardian put out has some truth to it, and that we're going to get some kind of Eighth Doctor spin-off, which I think would be fantastic. Oh, yeah, I think you mentioned that too, for they actually used audio of Pertwee from Devious to include him in Zagreus. That's cool. Yeah. I think in the CD-ROM game that Anthony Ainley did video for, they just used archival audio of Pertwee for that. Same with 1 and 2, I think. They might have had a sound-alike do some lines for 1, but I'm pretty sure, Patrick, they just used clips. Tom... Did Tom do new lines, or did they just use clips of him? I think Tom might have done new lines for that one. I think all the surviving Doctors did for it, but yeah. He did come back. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure because I knew it was still kind of in the era where he was kind of shying away from the Doctor Who stuff. So, boy, has he ever changed his tune, eh? Talk about mellowing with age. Man, now he's just all about it. And even literally saying, I'm going to work until I die for the fans and just do as much Doctor Who as I possibly can. It's just completely opposite to what he was saying back in the day, he's just fully embraced it. But I mean, it has to feel nice, knowing that you've done something that's made so many people so happy, and now they just shower you with adoration and employ you. So, I mean, you have to be crazy to push that away. I mean, that's great. We should all be so lucky. But, yeah, very cool. Sorry, I just realized I've been neglecting the YouTube chat. Who's been desperately trying to talk to me here? Red Jesus 69. Yes, meant to mention earlier that my house was broken into on Halloween. Jeez Louise, was asleep and woke to 2 punks fleeing from my basement after smashing through the window. Now, I leave your videos on Earbleed. Oh, my video. So I am always home, guarding your basement with my knowledge of cartoons and horror. Yes. Guns, when I'm away from home, guns and your ranting seem highly effective. So thanks, man. Excellent. See, little did you know Z can not only entertain, educate, inform, and amuse you, but I'm also a great security system. Quack, speak of the devil. How's it going? Good morning. I wanted to ask you. Now, I know you got RoboDoc, right? You picked up RoboDoc, the US edition. I wanted to ask you if you know, or if you can find out, how many featurettes are on there. If it's the full set of featurettes that were produced for the release, there should be 8 featurettes and a trailer. So 9 if you include the trailer. Now, there was something said earlier this month that the US release would only have 3 of the 8 featurettes, and the remaining 5 would only be available on the UK exclusive edition. However, looking at some of the packaging on Amazon shows the 8 featurettes for the US edition. So I'm confused. Okay, you're at work. All right. Well, we'll throw it to be continued on that then. And stay tuned, everybody. We're going to find a definitive answer to that. So, because it would definitely be cheaper for me to get the North American version. Although, actually, the UK version's pretty cheap, too. It's really just the shipping that gets you. Gets you. Yeah. So, yeah, kind of conflicting information, I guess, is what we're saying here. All right, that's not too bad. Oh, Hydroville came out today. I thought that was not coming out until next month, but that's fine, whatever. We've actually been pretty good with the power. It hasn't been much more than about $50 a month. So, not too bad. A utility that can easily be managed. I'll take a look when I get home, report back in Discord, and tag you. All right, it's a date. That is a new one on me, by the way. I never thought that I would be an effective, burglar deterrent through the mighty power of my rage. Yes. Oh, geez, he left that comment like an hour ago. Sorry if you left before I mentioned it, but anyway, thank you. That's hilarious and awesome. So random. Yes, indeedly doodly. Well, it seems we've reached the end of our liquid refreshment once again. So I think I will take a short break, have myself a smoke, have myself a refill, and then I'll come back and have all of you. Anyway, enjoy some funny clips in my absence. I'll be back shortly. Don't touch that dial. I'll know if you did.
Oh my god, what am I doing? Are you fucking on crack?
Shit.
Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, fuck. Where are you?
Crawling away.
Where the hell even are you? I don't even know where you are.
Blue marker. I got 40
Well,
and we're dead.
Yeah, and we're dead. That was just some really super aggressive kids who randomly landed at Synapse Station with us.
And this kid's name was Quack for bread.
Wow.
So I died to dumb cunt, Homo sapien.
What happened to Cecilia?
I'm not in the mood to open old wounds, laddie.
May I have some of the roses, Rory? I'd like to place them on Cecilia's grave.
What's she to you? You didn't ken her.
No, I didn't. But she's family. And besides, Father always spoke fondly of her. He would even smile as
thing all the time about how he wanted the extended cuts, all the extended cuts on Blu-ray. Why don't we have the extended cuts? We want the extended cuts, extended cuts, extended. It was just the same thing day in, day out. Anytime the subject slightly came up, he'd start going on about the extended cuts. And it's like, stop. So eventually I just had to ban it entirely to make.
Ow! Fuck! Ow! Nachos!
I didn't feel a damn thing.
Which
like you'll be the Hulk, then you'll just go back to Banner quite quickly.
You talking about
You'll wreck something.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old Bill Bixby.
Yeah.
Bill Bixby, Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah.
He'll be Hulk for a short period of time, then quickly back
Yeah.
to Banner after he's done what he needed to do to save the day.
Yeah, it's a lot of it's very much more focused on Banner, but I mean that was kind of the approach they wanted to take because they wanted it to be.
Yep, no response. Must be listening to the OD. Okay.
Good thing I turned auto publishing back on so we can actually make clips again. Here is a test of the clip making system. Oh, Jesus! Really? I guess I already dealt with him. I guess, yeah, we already came through here, so. Alright. Good. Oh, Jesus! Ah! I guess that was the last time we came through here, not this time. Was I saying like 10 minutes ago, like, oh yeah, I never fall for those ones that are playing possum. I spot them every time. Ow. Oh, Jesus. What just happened?
I accidentally bumped it.
Okay, just chill, please. A little on edge here.
Oh my god.
It's pain in the butt. I don't know. I don't know. I just want to watch a show.
old spaceship suit man. Spaceship suit man. Spaceship suit man. That's not the theme song, by the way. That was just me being silly right now. Got like a 10 pack, 50 pack, 100 pack. Could be like just in the form of a youngling bomb, where you just huck a grenade and then it just explodes in this cloud of younglings, and you just start swanging with that lightsaber, man. They all pop like little piñatas. You actually have one real VCD. Wow. Well, I made a ton of VCDs when I figured out how to do it. But I'm guessing you mean a, pre-recorded. Oh, look, a clip of me eating chips. A pre-recorded fart, yes. Holy shit, what a pain in the ass. There's got to be a better way to do this. Hey, Dan, did I talk over the fart? That was literally the whole point of that clip. Oh, well. Anyway. When my teammate has echo on their mic, I like to troll them a lot. Yes. Anyway, do we find out about that Robodoc yet? No? Still at work? Okay. Just checking. A lot of edibles today, so you kind of lose sense of time after a while. Oh, did that thing finish? No, not quite yet. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Just have to do something here. How does this work again? From here? Yeah, I need from here. Okay, so I'm gonna take these. Just reorganizing a couple things here real quick. Put them there. Moving them over. Yes, that's fine. Okay, good. I just realized I may have publicly shown a folder on my Google Drive I didn't want the world to have access to, so I'm removing that folder and changing it to a new one. And that's how you do that. Anyway. That Robodoc. Do. Hey. Robo needs Oreos. How about him and his fucking Oreos? Send it your way. Oh. What, so you can put it on the news? What, do you think I'm crazy? Here you go, everybody. Z's super secret folder of super secret stuff. Yeah, nothing of mine is particularly super secret. What is that? Oh, right. What's in here? Oh, yeah, I still gotta find places for those.
So many things to watch. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I just wish I was rich so I could buy everything that Discotheque has ever released. Well, maybe not everything, but a lot of it anyway. Like, a lot of it. So much stuff. No, because I love fucked up shit too. Well, don't we all? Is it all I've seen of Tales is a clip of Seven saying one of our last adventures was fighting the Rani and her warping reality. Oh, yeah. Has to be referenced to dimensions in time. Possibly. Actually, yeah, I guess it would be because if he's I was thinking time and the Rani, but then I realized no, that wouldn't he wouldn't be talking to Ace about that. Then it would be Mel. So they must be talking about dimensions in time. Oh my god. They made dimensions in time canon. Yeah, but let's get mad about the timeless child, right? And the Morbius docs. Let's get mad about that stuff that's been, you know, essentially a part of canon forever. But let's not get mad about dimensions in time being made officially canon. Okay. Got our priorities straight here. Yeah. Got all right, it's finishing up the last one. There you go. Google Buzz. That's like literally 10 years ago. I don't even know what this is. What is this? Oh my god, it's like every single YouTube comment I made like that month or whatever. 80 pages of YouTube comments. What are these even from? Is this an archive of my YouTube comments for like 2 years? That's so weird. I don't know what this is. I'm just going through my Google Drive and I'm just finding like weird Google things that I didn't know about. It's like an archive of something. What is this? Goes back to 2010. God, a comment I made back in 2010. Beauty and the Beast most definitely has grain. Disney doesn't mess with film grain. Holy shit, did that ever get proven wrong? They transfer their films properly. It's likely just very fine grain, so you're not noticing it as much. Avatar 9 shot digitally, so of course, and that's probably not even on YouTube anymore. Anyway, yeah, that's wrong because we know there's been a lot of examples since then of Disney doing really shitty transfers. Of Sword in the Stone, commonly referred to in the collecting community and film enthusiast community as Smear in the Stone, because of how excessively they DNR'd it. Like, it is just a smeary, watery mess, lacking in any fine detail whatsoever. And some of their other like sort of B and C tier movies got really lackluster treatment as well. So Yeah, Disney ain't the super high quality gold standard that they once were. Not in everything anyway. So yeah. I know Brian well, which now makes me sound like I fapped him off. Yes. Sorry, comment from Vermin from 2 hours ago that I just read. Says one of these days I might try rewatching the holiday special. If I do, major if, it must be with a group. I refuse to watch that clear-headed. Oh God. Oh. Oh my God.
Will you please stop saying that?
And here we go. Opal Sorcha entering the room, channeling the spirit of JL. Clear-headed and alone. Yeah, personality reveal. I know. Oh God. Oh boy. Yeah. That's Z chasing scantily clad women around. Madcaply. Madcapfully. And yes, actually, I think fucking the holiday special would be so much fun to do a group watch of while all respectively high and or drunk as hell. That would definitely be a fun one. There's that really nice copy of it that surfaced in recent years too, where they actually found one of the original broadcast masters. I have a very nice rip of that we could use. So yeah, we could definitely have some fun with that. There's actually quite a lot of stuff I'd God.
No, God, please, no, 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 no.
I actually forgot that was on the soundboard. Classic clip that has become a meme that I use very frequently. Yes, fitting. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to screen this holiday season. I still haven't seen the Galaxy, I was going to say Galaxy Rangers, Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special, which I've heard is great. So I need to see that. And I've got a whole bunch of Christmas horror movies that I thought would be fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Brava. Yes. So there's a lot of fun stuff we could watch for sure, and just random Christmas themed episodes of things. Maybe the Christmas episode of Invader Zim. That's a good one. That one's a lot of fun. Garfield Christmas, of course. Got to get some of the classic specials in there. And they got that nice Blu-ray.
Hola, fuckers!
You're supposed to say that one when you first come in, but that's okay. There's also that really nice Blu-ray set coming out of all of the Rankin and Bass specials, so no more piecemealing them out across all these single disc releases. No. It's just a definitive box set of all of them. So I'd love to get that because there's still quite a bunch of them that I don't have that were, part of my childhood. Like Rudolph's Shiny New Year, and the other one was A Year Without a Santa Claus? Whichever one had the Miser Brothers anyway, the Heat Miser and the Snow Miser. Gotta love the Miser Brothers. And they did a sequel, follow-up story to that brought the Miser Brothers back and they got the original actor for one of them. I think it was the Heat Miser. They got the original actor back, and they got someone else to do Snow Miser because that actor had passed away or something. But yes. Thank you, host, for correcting me on the soundboard etiquette. Got it. Excellent. Always happy to help you improve your soundboard game. Still need to watch that with the newer one they did. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen the original in ages, but yeah, I think that was actually Rudolph's Shiny New Year, which was them, wasn't it? With the misers. And then yeah, I don't think it wasn't Year Without a Santa Claus, because I'm pretty sure Year Without a Santa Claus is on many of the others. So I'm pretty sure I have that one. But yeah, those are great. It's funny to think. This always blows people's minds when I tell them if they didn't already know. But it's funny to think that that's the same company. I see we have a bit of a soundboard war going on in the chat there. I approve. Please continue. I forgot what I was saying now. She successfully derailed me. Something. Yeah. Oh, right. Rankin and Bass. The Christmas special people who did all these classic Christmas specials. That was kind of their like big claim to fame. And they did some Halloween ones as well, like the Mad Monster Party and stuff like that. That they also were the same people that did Thundercats and Silverhawks and the comic strip, which is where the Tiger Shark came from. And that's it. One more person for the hype train. Yeah, if you drop like 50 bits on anything, whether it be soundboard, just cheer with some bits, or a sub, or a gift sub. Any of those will kick off.
We'll all be dead by the time you solve this.
It will kick off the hype train, but it has to be someone other than Michael or Opal. It has to be one more person. No? Are we just going to let the hype train go? Did we lose it? I think we lost it. Oh, no, we didn't. We got 30 seconds. So it's got to be sometime in the next 30 seconds. A sub, a gift, or bits. Either just raw bits, raw dogging some bits, or using bits for the soundboard. But it has to be someone other than Opal or Michael. It's basically the rule is it has to be 3 different people to kick it off. And it'll also give us a third person for the top 3. And the time has run out. We missed it. So that's it. You snooze, you lose. So now the hype train will be in cooldown for several hours before we will have the opportunity again. So you got to jump on that when the jumping's good. I didn't even notice. Thank you for at least pointing it out, Opal, and trying to get the people fired up. I think the problem is there's only 7 people on Twitch right now, and you two are the only 2 with money. Well, Quack has money, but he prefers to spend it on ginormous Marvel omnibus collections that he leaves in the shrink wrap for 20 years and never reads. But then, dropping a few bucks on the stream once in a while. I see where his priorities are. The most expensive wallpaper ever. The Marvel Omnibus streams. Number 1? Who's number 1? I'm sorry, Dick Head. I think this is the first ever time I've been number 1. Yeah, I know. Actually, That's pretty impressive, dude. Thank you so much. You've been going nuts with the bits today. Saved my $9 from the other day for today. You could have. Yes. But thank you for that $9. That put us over something. That got us somewhere that was good. A good place to be. I liked it. I liked going there and being in that place with you. I may be a little high, but I'm not sure. No, you're rage face. So have you pre-ordered the ROM and Micronauts Omnibuy? There's already a second volume of ROM up for pre-order, by the way. They're not wasting any time on that. So, yeah. Reminds me, I wanted to check and see. I gotta check if I have any pre-orders this month. I don't think I do. I think that's next month. Or like deep into next year. Yeah, the second volume of ROM is already up for pre-order. Scheduled release date is June 18th of next year, so a few months away. I don't think I have anything for this month. No. Next month is a big one, actually, that, thanks to you guys, looks like I might actually be able to get. And that's the complete series of Babylon 5 on Blu-ray. The new Blu-ray remasters they did, which look frickin' beautiful. We've been watching some of them on the Discord. That's the version we've been using for our rewatches. And they look great. So, and that's just the streaming versions we've been watching. I imagine the Blu-rays will look even better, like 10 times the bit rate, you know? So, yeah. Babylon 5 has never looked better, so don't sleep on that one. That's coming out December 5th. Oh, shit, December 5th. I didn't realize it was coming out that early in the month. Well, we'll see. We'll see how the next marathon goes. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And then what? ROM comes out in January. Let's see. And that's pretty much it for a little while. Micronauts comes out in April. ROM 2 comes out in June. And then in May, there's a Hulk Modern Era Epic Collection collecting some of the early 2000s stuff. So that's a new series that I'm planning to add into the Hulk collection. And then in July, 1 week apart, we got the third volume of the She-Hulk Epic Collections on July 23rd. And then on July 30th, we've got volume 9. Is it 9? Yeah, this is volume 8. So it's the next volume of the classic Hulk Epic Collection. So volume 9 of that. And that's all my pre-orders. Like literally all comics except for that Babylon 5 set. So, and almost all Hulk or no, actually it's mostly ROM. It's like half and half. ROM, Micronauts, and Hulk. So, there we go. Anyway. Good stuff. Holy explosions of emotes. Holy fly paper. Okay. Okay, so I just need to check something here. Is this all done? Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. Wait a minute. You're leaving already? You just got here. All right. Well, have a good night, Opal. Thanks for coming. Thanks for all the bits and stuff. And have yourself a lovely night. Bedtime. It's only 2:30 here. I don't know how productive we're going to be, but that's okay. We're having a nice time. What's this? I refuse to believe the naked SNI wasn't saved from 2014. What? What naked SNI? There was, are you sure you're not thinking of shirtless YouTube chat from Stickam? Because that was a thing for a little while. It went horribly and was shut down very quickly afterwards. But I don't recall us doing a naked episode of SNI. I mean, I have everything. Everything that we ever did is there. It's on the playlist. Everything that was recorded from Stickam is on the Stickam playlist. Everything that was recorded from Livestream is on the Livestream playlist. April 20th. Wow, why do you know that? April 27th, 2014. Well, hold on. I actually have my 2014 live shows archive right here. Saturday Night Insanity. April. Huh. Yeah, I have, was it a technical? Really? That's so weird. Yeah, so looking in the archives here, I see one from April 19th, and then the next one is May 3rd. Okay, hold on a second. Where were we doing them then? Was that on Google? Hold on, let me just look here. Yeah, I think that we were just using Google. So it should just be on YouTube. Hold on a second. Let me just take a look here. So if we go here, check your DMs, by the way, Michael, if you're still around, if you haven't already. Go to playlists. It should be just on the regular SNI playlist. Oh my god, no. Friday morning first, Saturday night insanity. 468 videos. Hold on, let's just no. We just go to it. There we go. Okay, hold on. Come on. Oh, yeah. So we actually start with the live stream archives in here. This is April 27th. Here it is. It's right here. No, that's 2013. Sorry. Never mind. Hard to see the dates in here. Can we go here? No? Yeah. There we go. Now we can see the dates a little better. Okay. Yeah, it was definitely the Hangout era. God, I haven't heard from Jamie in so long. I hope she's doing all right. What was it? April 27th. Yeah, same thing. We have Naked He-Man from the 19th. Yeah, like these never got like mega views. Like once in a while they would. There'd be one that just something about it, but yeah, like a lot of these they didn't even crack 1,000 views. Some of them barely even cracked 100 views. So I don't know. Even ones where I did like fun thumbnails. Just nothing, man. Just nothing. Now with more 30% more shark jumping. Yeah. No, it just I mean I almost wonder like sometimes things would glitch and they wouldn't process properly, so they wouldn't change or they wouldn't save. So that was one of the reasons it was a bit of a crapshoot using Google Hangouts sometimes. So yeah, sometimes I mean that's the thing. If it doesn't save, it just doesn't save. That's it. It's gone. I mean, the whole process of like recording and saving live streams was still a little bit janky back then. It's a lot easier now, but going through the archive, watching since the beginning. I wasn't sure if it got removed due to nudity. I can't imagine, like, if it was nudity, it would have been, at most, all of the men might have been shirtless. We wouldn't have female nudity or anything like that. So, I don't know. I have no recollection of that. But, I mean, to be fair, that was almost a decade ago. And very much a different lifetime for me. I mean, so much of that feels so long ago now. But it's interesting. I wonder if I can see that post up here. Yeah, there she's right. I forgot her name was spelled differently. Did she? Oh, she didn't post it as a memory? Did it show up in your memories? I don't know how to get into my memories, like, intentionally. I always just get... Oh, they're there. Scroll down a little ways. I have nuts. I'ma open them. Check my Discord. Okay, hold on a sec. Oh, you found the thingy? Cool. Ooh, big Brazil nut. Nice. Oh. Just hanging out with Mia, Lana, Cassidy, Justin, Byron, and Eric. Everybody's getting naked. Woohoo! Lol. She may have just said that as a joke. It may not actually have been a naked live stream. Just like to hype it up and get people to go. That may have been false advertising. Or a slight exaggeration. It may have been something as simple as me changing my shirt on stream in front of everybody. She's like, everybody's getting naked. As I recall, the Google Hangout ones didn't get as wild as the Stickam days. Yes, I'm putting the nuts in my mouth like a construction vehicle. So I'm sorry to disappoint you. You were hoping for classic retro nudity. I don't want to bleep anybody. I just want to party. That's true. This also goes back to the days when she'd be laying on her bed basically naked, too. She was definitely the eye candy for a lot of those. Very beautiful lady. Putting the dregs from one into the other. There. get all the salt that dropped to the bottom of the other one and filter it through this one a little more. Because the ones on the top tend to be less salty. Actually, these aren't very salty to begin with. They're like a little bit. It's not like unsalted, but... Mia as well. The ladies of S&I, I know, right? Lana. Was Lana the one who was originally Jeremy's girlfriend, and then she left him to go be with Byron? The soap opera of the old live streams, man. Ever evolving, ever changing, always full of drama. Hmm. Still need to watch the bookcase build. Which one? I think there's a couple of them by now. There's the Doctor Who one, which I think was the most recent. It's also possible it may have just been a hangout that we weren't actually streaming. Because I think we would do that sometimes too. I don't know. Oddly, that note doesn't appear on my feed. I don't know. Sorry, the mouse is over here. So yeah. Anyway. Oh, yes. Oh, matron. Jiggling jugs of joyful. Jiggling jugs of joyful fun bags in full color anime, no less. What more could you ask for, except maybe a pumpkin head doing aerobicize? Oh. Well, I mean, we do have the pumpkin guy down here. Or is that what you're referring to? Okay, sure, yes. There's also, as you know, when we do the clips, I bring out the large version. Did you know there's also a third one, which I call Sproing? Oh, and hold on. She's behind everything. Well, can I move her up somewhere? Let's put her up. There we go. Sproing. Yeah. Good old anime girl Sproing. Oh yeah, we love our blazing color anime boob girls. She is from a video called Me Me Me, which was the whole thing was in this anime style, and it was basically a story about a guy who got addicted to porn and lost his real life relationship as a result of his addiction to porn. It's kind of like a visual take on that. It has some really catchy music to it and lots of bouncing anime boob girls and butts and stuff as he's just kind of sucked into the addicting world of porn and farther from his reality. But it's very good. I think it got pulled from YouTube because it was a little too racy. But I think you can find it on Vimeo. If you look closely, it's Me Me Me, MEMEME, all one word. And you should almost immediately recognize it because you'll likely see that girl in the thumbnail somewhere because she's in a lot of the video. So, is very good. What's this? Neurodamaging says, digging the new Paramount catalog Blu-ray releases from Imprint. Okay, so Imprint. I don't know if I know that one. Is a boutique label, I'm guessing. Very cool. It's always nice when the boutique labels do what the studios don't or won't. Oh, from Australia. Okay, that's probably why I don't know. I'm not as familiar with the Australian labels. They're pretty pricey. Yeah, I find, we were talking about that earlier, I find a lot of the boutique labels are, and seem to be becoming more so, almost to the point where I feel like we're getting back to Laserdisc prices. So, pick and choose, I guess. Choose wisely what you want to spend your money on. Did they give him a Clockwork Orange type of cure in the game you meant? Well, it wasn't a game, it was a music video. But no, they did not. It was more about it was more sort of personal, I guess, in that respect. So you sort of show how his relationship with his girlfriend deteriorates, and just as he gets sucked in by the world of internet filth. But one title's about $40-50. Yeah, I mean that's about the same here in Canada for like Scream Factory or Criterion releases or Arrow. They tend to be in that range just for a basic single disc release of something. The Ludovico treatment, yeah. But yeah, it was just, as far as I know, it was just the one-off music video. I don't know that it was part of a larger project or what have you. I think it was just that one. But was quite good. It was kind of, had some time in the spotlight when it came out. It got a lot of gifs made of it. And then but can't find it on YouTube anymore. Check something. I thought it was on Vimeo. Am I not able to search Vimeo? Like, oh my god. Okay, hold on a second. I'll just find it. It's gotta be out here somewhere. Me, Infinity. Yeah, there it is. Found it. And this is a nice 1080p 60 frames per second version, so probably the highest quality version out there. Here a second. I will post it for you all. Where am I going here? What am I doing? What's going on? All right, I'll post it in the YouTube chat. There you go. So it's on Vimeo, as I thought. It is not on YouTube anymore because it's a little too racy, I guess. Racy Daisy, Kevin Spacey. And for those of you on Twitch who'd like to check it out, there it is. I can't play it on stream for obvious reasons. But if you're curious about the source material, there you go. You're very welcome. Enjoy. It's quite good, quite mesmerizing, and a very cool sort of visual allegory. Yeah, I found it in a few places. Oh, it's also on archive.org, apparently. Yeah. Originally came out in 2014 as part of the Nihon Animators Exhibition in Japan. So it's basically, I guess, like a short film submission to a film festival of some kind originally. Interesting. Anyway, there you go. Little bit of internet culture for you. Enjoy. There's a Know Your Meme page about it too, apparently. Old people not knowing how Bluetooth works, connecting to my light. This. Oh, I've apparently missed a whole bunch of comments on YouTube. Sorry, it wasn't updating on my end. Let me scroll back a bit here. So, pretty pricey. Looks like I missed a lot of the stream. That's why there's the VOD. Catch up on your own time. So there you go. Oh, okay. Bluetooth disconnection. Yes, go away. Thank you. Bouncing boobies. Yes. Spirit collection. 4050. Missed a lot of the stream. You can tell they are real and not silicone. Yeah, anime boob girls boobs. Yeah, all natural. You can tell. That natural bounce to them. Ripping a lot of my laser discs to DVD titles that aren't on DVD at all. Yeah, actually, we were talking about that earlier, how across the various formats, like each successive format, we get less and less catalog titles released or re-released. When you look at the streaming services, there's barely anything on them. If you like catalog titles, you basically have to collect physical media. Period. I mean, there's just no other options. So yeah. And I mean, there's some stuff that's, dates back to the days of VHS, which would, also be the days of Laserdisc. So there's a lot of stuff out there that still has not even had a DVD release, never mind Blu-ray. 4K? Ha! Good luck, So many things still stuck in the analog era, and there's so many things like in danger of becoming lost media because they just don't get re-released. So really, I mean, our only hope for catalog titles these days seems to be the boutique labels, and it's because catalog titles are becoming more and more niche. Those boutique labels basically, I guess, necessarily have to charge more for those titles because there's just not as much demand for them from the masses. For people like us, yes, obviously, we love all that shit. Give me all that stuff from the 70s and 80s, but the masses, not so much, There's a lot of old films that are just going to be forgotten, So, The Invaders, the title I really want on DVD, but can only find on VHS and Laserdisc. So finally, I had to rip it myself. Yeah. Another place that I found is really great for finding lost media and lost media preservation is archive.org. I found a lot of movies that just don't have releases at all over there, or that are really like just impossible to find, or certain cuts that just never get re-released, all kinds of stuff like that, or just full on just rare weird obscurities. Like there's a couple people there who are preserving film strips, which were often used for educational purposes back in the day. So it'd be like kind of like a slideshow, but it would be on a strip of film. So you'd roll this through one frame at a time, and it'd be like it'd be like a read-along book where you'd hear a chime, and that'd be your indication to turn the page. Well, in this case, it would be your indication to roll it to the next frame, and you'd watch it in a special viewer or through a special projector. So he's been preserving, doing ridiculously high res scans of every frame from these film strips and cleaning them up and then also preserving the audio tracks, and then putting together a compilation video that puts it all together, much as you would have viewed it, but also making the high resolution scans and uncompressed audio tracks available for download as well. So there's full on preservation of this media. And I think it's really cool. So as an interesting bit of history, I find them interesting. And I know that I did see a few of those back in my high school days, so I was familiar with the format. But what I didn't know was just how much licensed stuff was actually presented in that format. I found one of the things he had done, the same guy, he'd found a selection of, there was like 6 or 10, I don't know, there was like a series of educational film strips done featuring the Scooby-Doo gang. So it was the Scooby-Doo gang teaching you about science and stuff, and it's all like the voices from the show. So I'm like, wow, what a cool bit of like Scooby-Doo ephemera, like just this rare thing that you would never see a video release of something like that, so it was really neat. Yeah, I love stuff like that. So archive.org is definitely worth browsing around, because you can definitely find some cool rarities and just, as I say, like just random ephemera for media junkies like us, Love stuff like that. You can also find a lot of really fun stuff there too. Like another thing you'll see archives of is like old PSAs and like scare films that they used to show in schools and stuff, like watch out for child predators and kidnappers, and and then they have some of the old driving instruction videos that would show like accidents to scare you into driving safely. Yeah, they have a lot of those there too, which is just really interesting, again, bits of history. So and I found I was in the process of digitizing a lot of my old VHS tapes, and one of the things that some of the tapes I have were tapes that my mom had recorded back in the 80s off of pay TV and such. So there's a bunch of like random movies and whatnot. Most of it is stuff that I wouldn't bother keeping, but it was significant to me personally because a lot of these old recordings were ones that I had watched a lot as a kid. So it was like, this was the tape that I watched as a kid, the actual tape. So kind of special to me personally. Really no other reason to keep it than just pure nostalgia. But, I digitized what was on there. So I found, like, for example, there was the original network broadcast of Superman the movie, the one with all the added footage. So my mom had taped it when it was originally on TV. I remember we watched it with my friends, and I watched it for my 10th birthday party, which was great for the parents because it got us out of their hair for like 2.5 hours. It's a really long cut. Now, of course, they put it out on Blu-ray with some additional footage that wasn't even in the U.S. network broadcast or some of the U.S. broadcasts. So, but I still kept my digitization of that old recording because it was personally significant to me. It's not like a super great, media preservation recording. She didn't keep any of the commercials or anything. So it was recorded in EP, lo-fi, mono. So it's like really janky ass quality, but I just like it because it's special to me personally. But then there was another one, and the reason I brought this up was there was an old documentary called "The Horror of It All," and it was basically a 1-hour documentary about the history of horror up to the 70s. It was like this late 70s, early 80s documentary. It was before Halloween and Friday the 13th and all that had happened, so it was like the history of horror up to like the very early 80s. Well, I guess maybe Halloween is in there somewhere. I can't remember what all they cover, but they seem to focus more on the classic horror and the gothic horror and stuff like that. And it's narrated by Jose Ferrer, Miguel Ferrer's dad, and other quite a accomplished actor. So it's narrated by Jose Ferrer. It's about an hour long. My mom had taped it off pay TV one year. So I, wanted to digitize that. So I digitized it. And then one day I was browsing archive.org and someone had got hold of two 16mm film reels of the entire documentary and digitized the whole thing and put it up on archive.org. So now I went from having this lo-fi EP janky VHS recording of this old documentary to having a 16mm film scan of it, you know? So, yeah. So there you go. Very cool. So what was this, Quack? Uploading to where? To Vimeo or archive.org? Because I know you've been doing a lot of like video preservation stuff as well, of like old news broadcasts and things like that. I'm sure a lot of that would be really like of interest to a lot of people. So, what is it? Yeah, dude. Now's the time to transfer those tapes while the players still work. Yeah, that's true. That's a project I really need to get back to. I've still got hundreds of tapes to go through. But I've captured most of the ones that I knew would be trickier to do, like the old lo-fi mono recordings, the EP recordings, things like that. I want to do those first because I knew they would require the most sort of tinkering to get clean recordings. So now mostly what I have left is the stuff when I switch to SP mode for my VHS recordings, which are way cleaner and way more stable. So should make for very nice, clean recordings. It says I'm trying to track down on VHS. Oh, VHS tapes with vintage commercials from like the 80s and 90s. Yeah, I have quite a lot of that. I'm still in the process of digitizing and organizing everything. Nice. I've always liked LP speed for LP is kind of a nice middle ground, like giving you a decent amount of running time without sacrificing too much quality, but you do still take a hit on quality for sure. Like if you compare it to SP, I mean, it's night and day difference. But I had I recorded a few things in LP. I remember what was it? I recorded the Inhumanoids, the 80s cartoon based on the short-lived toy line. So they had the mini-series of the Inhumanoids on Super Saturday, and then they brought out the regular series after that. Now, I think I had bought a VHS tape of the mini-series, so I didn't need to record that, but I wanted the rest of the show because it was a serialized show, very rare for 1986. So there was the original 5-part miniseries that told the origin story, and then there was 8 regular episodes that continued the story and had 8 more chapters of the serial essentially. So I love the fact that it was a continuing story. So what I did was I recorded those 8 episodes off air in LP mode, and I cut out the titles in between the episodes so it would all just play as one big long movie. So it was like a 2.5-hour long movie of 8 back-to-back episodes of Inhumanoids. It was like Inhumanoids, the saga continues, And so my friends, I remember a friend and I decided to watch it one day all in one go. So it was like 8 hours, like 160 minutes. So 2 hours and 40 minutes of just straight Inhumanoids, and it was glorious. But that was because I recorded it in LP mode. So nowadays, of course, you could get the same amount of material on a DVD without taking such a hit on quality. Yeah. Now, what's funny is I actually digitized that recording, and then I put the titles back in. So now we have like the actual proper complete episodes. So they used the same opening and closing titles for every episode, so it was pretty easy to just swap them back in. But I didn't like swap in a cleaner version. No. I actually took the version from the original off-air recording. So it was the one right at the head of the tape for the opening titles and the one at the end for the closing titles, because I wanted it all to be, the same quality and consistent, because the whole point was to preserve that experience, right? So, yeah, I love stuff like that. It's fun. The ultimate goal is I want to digitize everything on VHS and just have it all nicely organized in a digital archive. And then probably dump a bunch of it up on archive.org somewhere at some point. But Godzilla series begins tomorrow, says Funk. Hopefully it's good. Yes. Yes, it does. It does take, he says it takes so much time to get a clean rip. It does. Well, I found with the ones that I was using, because I at least have time-based correction, which makes all the difference in the world. So I can time-based correct by patching it through my Digital 8 camcorder. I just do a pass-through to stabilize the signal. And then I get very clean recordings from that. But the other thing is I have 2 different VCRs, and one of them I find gives cleaner picture. The other I find gives cleaner sound, which basically means if I want the best of both, I have to digitize everything twice. So once for the video and once for the audio, and then take all of that into Vegas, sync it all up, and then re-render it out as a final clip. So that's how that process works. So it's literally whatever amount of time, and there's no shortcuts because it's all analog. So everything is real time. So if that's a 2-hour-long tape, you will be digitizing for at least 2 hours. Likely more, because you might have to restart a few times in the middle if it loses the tracking or something. Or if something glitches in the capture. That's happened before. So, yeah. But, yep, that's analog for you. Exactly. It is what it is. But the ultimate goal is to have, a digital archive that preserves everything as accurately as possible and in, the best quality that you can pull from whatever the source material is. So, I've been pretty happy with how the VHS rips I have done have turned out. They've actually been very clean. And, I've seen other people's recordings of some of the same material, and it does give one a sense of pride when you see that your recordings are the better ones. So then it's just a matter of, I want to get some of that material out to other fans and such to make sure that, I do my part as a fan. So, some of those old shows that'll never get VHS or never get video releases, that the only reason they still exist out there is because of the efforts of fans and keeping them preserved in the ether. So do my part as a fan of those shows to make my recordings available out there in the mix. So, people can have at least a few of the episodes, if I don't have all of them, in nicer quality, But yeah, I put a lot of time and care into doing those and make sure I do them right. Because, both for myself and being something of a perfectionist, but also because I want to, as I say, do my part to preserve a lot of this, any rarities that I have, because I've got a lot of stuff just randomly recorded off TV that, I didn't really think much of at the time, but now has become highly sought after and interesting to people, like just, old infomercials and stuff like that, stuff that you just don't see out there anymore, and it's just kind of a little piece of history, So it's interesting. Love that shit. Love it. How long have we been going? I feel like we're not going to really do any work today, and that's okay, because we're having a lovely time, and that's all that matters. It's been almost 6 hours. 6 hours. So how have we done today? We actually did pretty good today. So far, we've had, $7 in donos, so we finally hit 25%. Still waiting for somebody to dethrone Shamboubois. And we got a shit ton of bits today. Michael went nuts with the soundboard. Opal came in and had a little soundboard battle with him, so we definitely made some bucks there, which is going to help out a lot next month. Where do you... Sorry, what are you asking me here, Funk? Where do you usually find shows to watch if you don't have the streaming service it's on? Well, See, there's this thing called the internet, and the internet has shows on it if you know where to find them. So, yeah. So I just, it depends. It depends what it is and how badly I want to see it. I mean, yeah. Let's just say there are ways. There are ways out there on the internet. Quack never answered my question. I don't know if he left. He said, I'm uploading there more and more due to fucking YouTube strikes. So I didn't know if he was talking about Vimeo or archive.org. So obviously I don't know where to find them. I don't really want to sub to Apple TV. Fair enough. Well, yes, perhaps sometime I will tell you, but on my stream right now is probably not the best time. I'll take you to some of my favorite back alleys and sketchy people in trench coats with VHS tapes of shows. Wanna see some Star Trek? Oh, maybe that new Apple TV show. Yeah. Anyway. Or do you like Marvel? You like Marvel? Yeah. Like those Sesame Street sketches with Ernie and the guy in the trench coat. It's like, psst, hey, buddy. What, me? You want to buy a letter M? A letter M? Shh, not so loud. A letter M? Love that. I think I have a finger puppet of the trench coat guy. Yeah. You stick your finger up his butt. And he sells you so many letter M's. They weren't kidding when they said this was 80% peanuts. Holy shit. Have I already ate the 20% of other nuts? Oh, no, there's an almond. All right. Another almond. Nope, another almond. Yeah. The Blue Man and Grover sketches. Yes, those are great. I watched a few of those the other day. Oh, yeah. There's the one where he ordered hot alphabet soup. And he kept bringing him out. He brought him out some soup. Brought him out the soup. It was nice and hot. But the Blue Man was unsatisfied because he said it was missing letters. He said, no, it's missing a letter H or whatever. So Grover would go back into the back and bring him out a letter H, drop it in the soup, and they'd go through it again. It's like, oh no, it's missing an N. So you go and get an N, drop it in. And then, so like 5 or 6 letters later, they finally conclude they've got all the letters represented in the alphabet soup. It's like, okay, are you happy now? And he's like, no, I'm not satisfied. It's like, what? You have all the letters. It's like, yeah, but now the soup is cold. It's like, oh, I spent so long putting all the letters in that the soup went cold. One of them, they're unsatisfiable customers. I think my favorite, though, was the one with the where he wanted the large hamburger. Real weirdo. Oh, yeah. Yeah, those ones are always fun. They're just exercises in frustration. Nobody can do exasperation quite like Grover. Super Grover. Yes, Super Grover was great too. Lovable furry old pal Grover. I'm sure most of us remember the monster at the end of this book. Classic. What did the title say? Did it say there's a monster at the end of this book? Don't turn the page. And he keeps trying to stop you from turning the pages by like hammering them together and stapling them together. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep munching. I don't care. Mmm. Doom flavor. Taste the cheesy goodness of Doom. Mmm. $3.27. Wow, I wasn't kidding when I said this was a late night, eh? Arr, yeah. Once I get paid, I'll be throwing some more some mola your way. Thank you. Appreciate that. Been wanting to contribute for a while now. Well, excellent. See? And this is why I'm glad I can open this up to YouTube now. It this lets me touch base with a lot more of the, you know, the overall audience and everybody. Ow. Yeah, I'm much the same. I mean, I'm kind of in two minds about it. Near Damage says, I don't condone piracy, but for preservation's sake, I'll do it. I know, right? Especially lately, like, with Warner, for example, slashing and burning all these productions. Like, yeah, damn straight, if any of those leak on the torrent sites, I'm downloading the fuck out of them and keeping them forever, as I'm sure thousands, if not millions of other people will as well, you know? And like you said, yeah, like Disney Plus removing original content. Yeah, like what the hell? How long was Willow up there? Like 5 minutes? And now it's gone? Yeah, damn straight I went to the torrent site and downloaded that immediately. So, still haven't watched it. It was more about just having the option to be able to watch it somewhere. It's so stupid. Like, why would you remove shows from your service? That I don't understand. That makes zero sense to me. Was this Crater? Was up for 3 weeks before they chucked it. That's ridiculous. Not even a month. That's crazy. Michael says there are times out of all the characters, if they were to adult one of them up, just to see one of them that's more adult, is Oscar the Grouch. Oscar the Grouch. I want to see him cuss the others out to leave him the fuck alone. I see. Well, if they did, I mean, I don't know that they would set it on Sesame Street. And because it's a Sesame Street character, they might be a little less inclined to do that. If you're thinking that they're going to go the banana splits route, I don't think they're going to do that with Sesame Street. Though banana splits was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that one. And I'm pretty sure I used to watch the original Banana Splits when I was a kid. That's going back a bit even for me. But I enjoyed the horror take on that. I bet you any money half of these edibles aren't even going to kick in until I'm 2 hours into trying to sleep. That often happens. Sometimes the delay is a little too delayed, and like you've finished your day and gone to bed, and then they kick in. It's like, oh well, okay. Guess I'll get some water because I suddenly have severe dry mouth, and go back to sleep and just have crazy dreams. I guess. Yeah. Get them. Oh, yeah. Tony says, I fully support what you told me. He said, get them while you can, because once they're gone, they're gone. When we chatted on Facebook. Yeah, talking about the Fox titles. Definitely. Now, I know in the case of some of the licensed ones, like some of the ones that Scream Factory has, they're not technically out of print yet. But I guarantee you, once those licenses expire, Disney won't be renewing them. Although they've been talking about licensing out some of their stuff to boutique labels, which is nice. I don't expect it to be any of their A-list stuff. I'm thinking it's going to be more like what the other studios do. It'll be some of their catalog stuff that they just don't want to really deal with. So who knows? We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. But yeah, the Fox stuff, I would definitely jump on any Fox titles that you've been waffling on, especially since the Disney acquisition. I mean, already, how much Fox stuff do you see in stores right now compared to, before the acquisition? Not very much. So, other than like Star Wars, but yeah, I would say jump on any Fox titles you've been wanting. But Mill Creek, yeah, I think Mill Creek might be doing some stuff. Yeah, the Fox UHD. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, those are gonna, because already they shuttered a lot of Fox titles behind Disney Movie Club, so you can only get them through Disney Movie Club. So, yeah, that's why I one of the ones I got, it was supposed to be in a I think it was, it was in a pre-Halloween update. It was the X-Files season 11. The last set of that. I'm glad I grabbed that because already it's going for more like higher prices in some places. So, yeah, don't wait. It's already almost too late, so don't wait. And if you do buy things through Amazon, please consider using my Amazon link, which you'll find in all my videos. Not this one, but all my regular videos. So. That's true. Michael says, and they finally have been releasing some of their streaming exclusive content on Blu-rays. That's true. We're finally getting a few of those. They are, of course, prohibitively expensive, but yes, you get them cheap. Oh, okay, yeah, no, very cool. Yeah, once in a while there will be some stuff that that comes out there that I want. I know Frank has sent me quite a bit from the Disney Movie Club. A lot of really cool exclusives there. The version of Gargoyles Season 2, Volume 2 is the original Disney Movie Club release. That one eventually got a wide release, but the one I have is the original Disney Movie Club release. It was kind of neat. What was the other one? Tailspin. Tailspin got finished as a Disney Movie Club exclusive. There was only 11 episodes to go, so it's a really dinky little set, but at least it's nice to have those final 11 episodes. DuckTales, the movie Legend of the Lost Lamp, I know was also Disney Movie Club exclusive. I think Volume 4 of the show was Disney Movie Club exclusive. Yeah, it was. So they did finish some of their Disney Afternoon stuff, but only through Disney Movie Club. Rescue Ranger, and then Rescue Rangers gets a Blu-ray release out of the blue. No idea why. I still need to get that one. So I don't know. So we're still waiting on Gummy Bears. Still waiting on Darkwing Duck. And there's a lot of shows haven't had any kind of notable release whatsoever, like Aladdin and Little Mermaid, and stuff like that. So I don't know. We'll see, but it's nice to see them starting to dip their feet a little more into the physical media after pushing Disney Plus so hard the past few years. So let's hope that we get back to, some collectability with Disney stuff, because I know a lot of people are just full on Disney collectors. That's their main thing, and making everything streaming exclusive. I mean, it leaves out a large segment of your fan base in the cold. I mean, Disney, I've always said Disney pretty much created the collector's market for like physical media releases of stuff, and like really pushed for it back in the days of VHS, and got people fired up about the collectability aspect of it. And now it's like they're just pulling out after decades of that model. They're just pulling out and leaving everybody out in the cold. And I really hate that. So I hope that they find a happier balance, not be so streaming or die. Some of us like to have stuff on our shelves. Yeah, I try to support the movie club as much as I can. Hopefully my small dollars help the number enough and they keep releasing titles. Yeah, but I mean, every little bit helps, right? Yours could be the sale that pushes that title over the threshold. You never know. I mean, it's just great to be able to support them, especially with the exclusive releases like that. I definitely urge anyone who has Disney Movie Club and likes the Disney Afternoon stuff, get those Disney Afternoon releases, Like the Gargoyles one sold enough through Disney Movie Club that it got a wide release. They everybody, the fans showed them that the numbers were there, the demand was there. And now there's a live action Gargoyles movie in the works, and also new comic books continuing the story. So I mean, it was the start of a whole revitalization of the franchise. We got lots of new Gargoyles stuff coming our way now. But that started with the Disney Movie Club exclusive, where they weren't sure. It had been a long time since the other two DVD releases, so they needed to figure out just how much demand there was. Turns out there was a lot, so now we're getting more stuff. So hopefully, they'll be a little more. They seem a little more receptive to the idea of doing physical releases now, even though they just pulled out of Australia. I don't get that. They pulled their physical media entirely out of Australia, and then like a week later announced physical media releases of a bunch of their Disney Plus shows. I just don't know what's going on. But and Tony says, I picked up the Blade Runner 5 disc set on Blu-ray. Now I finally got the work print. It was going for 80 to 90. I finally grabbed it. That's actually not a bad price, honestly, considering how much content is in that set. But yeah, that's awesome. The work print is interesting to see. A lot of differences, a lot of similarities. It's weird seeing certain scenes without the Vangelis music, but with like stock music. But yeah, Best Buy has been scaling back physical media for a long time. It's just nothing like what it used to be. Like it used to be, you'd go in and there'd be aisles and aisles and aisles of DVDs and Blu-rays. And that's just been less and less and less. Past couple of years, there hasn't even been an aisle. It's just been an island. When you first walk in, they got a single island of some new releases, and that's it. Yeah, we don't even have an aisle in mine anymore. They got rid of that like a couple of years ago. It's just an island in the middle of one of the aisles, one of the main aisles, and that's it. So pretty sad. There used to be a couple aisles at least, and a bunch of end caps, and a couple islands for discounts. And oh, I know, same. Says I remember just 10, 12 years ago, the entire back section of the store was all physical media. Yep. And I remember Future Shop, one of the bigger Future Shops that I would go to. It had probably like 8 or 9 aisles, double sided, of all physical media. Like it was a big, massive section, and then end caps and islands on top of that. I mean, there was just so much you couldn't even. I'd come home with like, $300 worth of DVDs. But yeah, and as Rob says, but they might have a closeout bargain bin soon. Maybe this is true. This is true. I'll keep an eye out for that. Vermin says Vermin heard Blade Runner and his ears perked up. Says one of the main things that sticks out about the work print is the showgirl scene of 2 Japanese women dancing robotically with hockey masks on, which I think also ends up in the final cut. I think so. Yeah, that sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah, just kind of an oddball thing for people with a Jason fetish. Too bad no more Target exclusive Stranger Things sets. Well, or any Stranger Things sets. They literally did seasons 1 and 2, gave them the royal treatment, even though they were bare bones. But the packaging was cool. And then nothing. That's it. Really hoping for season 3 at this point. I don't think it's coming. Well, no. I mean, it would have come out by now. It would have come out around the same time as season 4. Like that season 4 dropped on Netflix. No. Vermin says, damn it, I might have a Jason fetish to contend with, too. Apparently. I add it to my list of kinks. I just love shoving nuts in my mouth. What can I say? These were on sale. Really cheap. Like less than half price. So I thought, why not? Haven't had mixed nuts for a while. Oh, no, really? That's unfortunate. I haven't watched mine for quite a while. Not just nuts in your mouth, but after they have been in a can. Yes. I noticed, though, on some of my Stranger Things sets are developing disc rot, quality control issues. Oh, dear, that's... Oh, really? Yikes. I'm afraid to look at mine now. Still plays. Might want to rip those if you're able to rip Blu-rays. At least preserve the data. And then, have the packaging as a display piece. Well, yeah, Vermin says that's really bad that they're rotting that quickly. Yeah. I ripped the 1080p but can't rip the 4K. Oh. Yeah, I never got the 4K. I know some people just bought all the editions because they had different packaging and stuff. I just got the Blu-ray, and it was actually sent to me by a viewer because we didn't even get them in Canada. So. Yep. But yeah, that's not even that old. Like what? 2016, 17? Can't remember. But not that long ago. Anyway. The things I miss is Walmart. You mean Walmart? Having $5 bins. I spent hours going through the bins. They don't anymore? I'm pretty sure mine still has that. Or it doesn't have the It has more. Well, no, I'm sure they still have those. Put the disc together. Someone sneezing with unwashed hands in a doctor's surgery with someone with flu set in front of a fan with the glue while the glues disc together. The glues disc who glued the discs together, like for them to rot within a couple of years. I know, right? Just drooling and spitting all over the metal layer of the discs and then just splorching the glue into them. Hmm. It's really bad pre-production. Yes. Pre and post-production. Worker is wiping the discs down his crotch, scratching his armpit with them. Just rubbing them all over his bare, sweaty chest. Very hairy, bare, sweaty chest, of course. Yeah. Wipes the sweat off his brow with a disc and then sandwiches it together. Oily fingerprints, that's right. Eating chips and salty, greasy nuts. All right, let's put some glue on here. Yeah. Experienced disc rot with 300. Not too long, the disc wouldn't work anymore. Really? Uh-oh. I better check mine. Mine is like a special edition of 300, though. I don't know if that makes a difference. Hopefully that makes a difference. It sounds like an amazing episode of how it's made. Yeah. Must be a Canadian thing. What? Which part? The only title that completely rotted to the point it wouldn't play through is Jaws. Oh, great. I have a Blu-ray of Jaws that I've never watched and apparently might never be able to watch. Mine is the Digibook. Now Tony slides his nutsack over the surface of the disc, which then goes to Veronica, who has a yeast infection, to finalize the process. Good Lord, Virgin? No, definitely not. Good Lord, Vermin. Too far. Oh, you had the regular edition? Okay. I don't know that there's a big difference, because as far as I know, the Digibook is the same disc, just in a Digibook. But, I don't know. Sometimes it's not even, like, it's not necessarily an entire run, either. It's just, you know, a particular batch was bad or something, but 30th anniversary of Jaws. It comes with a booklet. I don't remember if mine's an anniversary edition, but it's a digibook, so it has a book built in, You don't really see those anymore, eh? Digibooks? I liked those. Well, you see them a little bit. Like the Attack on Titan sets I get. Those are digibooks. But they're not as anywhere near as common as they used to be. Common. Still see steelbooks. Those stuck around. I remember both digibooks and steelbooks came out around. Well, steelbooks came out first, but digibooks came shortly after, and I always preferred the digibooks generally because I just liked I don't know. I just liked the way they were like little books. It was kind of neat. But the nice hardcover just felt a little more sturdy than a easily dentable steelbook. Oh, steelbooks. Yeah, didn't you mention something about that in a YouTube comment recently? I swear we've had this conversation. Steelbooks rust where I live, so that I stay clear of them. I think, yeah, think we talked about that in a comment. I've warmed to digibooks. I hated them at first, probably because they don't rust. But yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Well, I wonder if that's part of your rot issue, just environmental as well. It sounds like you're in a pretty humid area. Yeah, Vermin says some steelbooks rust. Luckily, mine are all good. Yeah, mine are generally. I don't recall having any issues with mine either. But the only ones that I really had sort of disintegrate on me were the freaking Evil Dead Book of the Dead editions. Oh, you live in Hawaii. All right, so yeah, all that salty sea air and humidity, I guess, eh? That's that would do it. Well, mind you, I mean, I live pretty close to the ocean as well, so and I'm also on an island, but I don't know that we get as much salt in the air, but it definitely gets humid in the summer. That's for sure. I was gonna make some other food, but that requires effort. I just don't want to get up. Well, I do need to get more water though. So maybe. It's just hot every day. Fair enough. I guess winter isn't really a thing there, is it? It's just all perpetual summer. Hence why everybody goes there for the winter. Yeah. See, myself, I'm more of a cold fan. Like, I'll visit the warm, but I wouldn't want to live in the warm. So where I am now is actually quite nice for me personally, weather-wise, because it's nice and mild and cool most of the time. Rains a lot, so I like that. We get a little bit of snow in the winter. Generally, not too much. Maybe not even a month's worth collectively, and not all at once. But most of the time, it's during the winter. It's just sort of wet and cool, and it does get below freezing a little bit. And then summer we'll have like a couple months of unbearable heat and humidity, but then the rest of it is mostly, tolerable. So is it Bill Williams says, just looked at my jaws. So you got Bill worried. You worried Bill. Stop scaring Bill. Bill Williams said, just looked at my jaws and 300 both looked fine. I have the 300 digibook. You probably have the same one I do. It's kind of a thin digibook, and it's like a special 10th anniversary. I can't remember if it's anniversary edition, but it's like a special edition. It's like the definitive edition or whatever. It's very nice. Like, it's, as far as I know, it's got the most extras of any of the editions. So, yep, the white one. Yeah, I probably that sounds exactly the same as what I have. That's a very nice edition. I like that one. I really need to rewatch 300 and watch all of those extras because I really liked that movie and the visual style of it. And I still haven't seen the second one, the prequel. I have it, but I haven't actually seen it yet. So, hate how Sony has been releasing UHD titles only in Steelbook lately. Oh, seriously? I did not know that. So they're like making them super premium. Yeah, I think that should always be an option, not the default, because as you say, I mean, in your case, obviously you have very good reason to stay away from steelbooks. But then there's the simple fact that some people just don't care for them. They just want regular Blu-ray cases. They don't want to be paying a premium for packaging. They just want a simple, basic ass release. So yeah. Insidious and Rudy. Rudy. What is that? Was that one like about a toy or something? I can't remember. But Insidious, yeah, I love the Insidious movies. I really need to get the latest one. Hey, good morning, Scully. How's it going? Yeah, I am woefully behind on current horror movies. I still need to see the Forever Purge. I love the Purge movies, and I still haven't seen that one. I gotta see the latest Insidious. I only just saw the Orphan movies for the first time. I did a double bill of both of them, and those were pretty good. What else did we watch? Well, the other day we watched Five Nights at Freddy's, so that's at least current. I also checked out Skinamarink, which was really trippy. I'm not entirely sure what even happened in it, but very trippy, very art house. But yeah. And what else? Yesterday I watched the Belko Experiment. That one was really good. It was basically like The Office meets Battle Royale. No joke. And it's written by James Gunn. Check it out. I saw it on, where did I see it? Netflix? I think it's on Netflix. It's either Netflix or Prime. It's one of them. But I enjoyed that one. That was fun. Very tense. What else? Oh, X and Pearl. I finally saw those. Really looking forward to the third one of that now. That was really good. What else? That might kind of be it, actually, for current stuff. I haven't really seen much of the recent stuff, but I was busy watching the entire Friday the 13th franchise over the course of Halloween. I was determined to finally see all of them, and proud to say I did. I didn't film any reviews, but at least I watched them all. So that's step one. And then I'll probably watch them all again and do reviews at some point. But yeah, it was great. Yeah, no worries, Nerve Damage. Thanks for coming out, dude. Always a pleasure. And we'll catch you next time. Have I seen No One Will Save You or When Evil Lurks? I have not. I think I've heard of them. The first one sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah, I've been like woefully like out of touch for a bit, so I'm kind of getting caught up. I have not seen the new Planet of the Apes trailer yet. Actually, that's another one I need to get caught up on. I still haven't seen the third Planet of the Apes movie. Loved the first two. I thought they were great. So that's probably going to be just a trilogy watch at some point. When I get back to it, I'll sit down and rewatch the first two. Finally see the third one. And then be all set for the new one, Actually, Planet of the Apes just generally is a franchise I like to binge periodically. You know how you just like to revisit a favorite franchise? Like, I'm going to watch everything, or that you watch most of it. But yeah, I'd love to see the old movies again. I haven't watched them in ages. And I've only seen the two TV shows all the way through once each. And I really enjoyed both of them, actually, the animated one and the live action one. They both had some really good stuff in them. So I've been planning to do a rewatch of the animated series on the Discord sometime in the foreseeable future. So that's a possibility. Might do that some random Saturday. But actually, you know what? That would be the perfect time to do screenings, is the day after a marathon. Because I sure as hell don't feel like doing a regular stream after a marathon. But I could definitely be down for like watching some movies or something on Discord. So maybe that's a day we'll think of for possible streaming days. Still have to watch the cartoon, only a few episodes in. Oh, yeah. Definitely, like, actually sit down and watch it because it actually is a continuing story when you watch them all in order. So that's pretty cool. And it has the guy who voiced Fred Flintstone as was it General, not Urko. Maybe it is Urko. Anyway, the evil gorilla general in it is voiced by the guy who did Fred Flintstone. In TJ, Mexico, just over Cali border, they come up to your car trying to sell you copies of new movies. As to quality, buyer beware. Wow. See, why can't we have that here? People just randomly coming up to you in the street selling you movies. You know. Stephen LaPierre, have you played The Evil Dead or the new Texas Chainsaw video game? I have not. You got the Caesar's Head box a couple years back. Yes, that's very nice. The only negative about that set is apparently the animated series in that did not get a full remaster in time for the Caesar's Head set. So it later got re-released individually later after they finished remastering it. So apparently the version of the animated series in that set is only partly remastered, like the first few episodes, I think, and then the rest aren't as nice as they are in the later set. So something to consider. I don't know how big the difference is. Honestly, I haven't seen the version that's in the Caesar set. I'm just going by what some of the reviews were at the time. But then I picked up the individual set of the animated. I probably mentioned it in like the original pickup video because that was one of the reasons I got it. Also because I just couldn't afford the Caesar set at the time, even though it was pretty damn cool. So yeah, I don't know that it's a night and day difference, honestly. And I mean, I've watched some pretty janky recordings of stuff, so I tend to be pretty forgiving about that. Like if it's just like a straight up transfer or something with all the warts and all and nicks and pops and scratches and whatever, I generally don't care because at least I know I'm seeing an accurate representation of the film print that it was scanned from, right? So I'm perfectly happy with that. It doesn't need to be perfect to me. It just needs to be accurate to the source material. So I'm assuming that the remastering or cleanup that they did was stuff like that, like fixing scratches and pops and dirt and whatnot. So, yeah. I've actually always been kind of curious to know what those versions look like in comparison to the ones that I have. Because I know that the ones that I have look very clean. Like they look very good. Like they're very, very high quality. Colors are quite bright and vibrant. Details pretty sharp. So, I really had no complaints there, especially for such an old show. Like it looks really good. When was it? Like 1973, I think that came out. Yeah, I was one. But yeah, anyway, animated show's great. Check it out if you're an Apes fan, if you never have before. And the live action show's great too. It's a lot of fun. Roddy McDowall's in it as a different character again, I think. Something. Yeah, he's a slightly different character from. Although are all of his characters really that different? They're all kind of similar in the Apes movies, but of course we had Cornelius the scientist, but then Caesar the revolutionary. But yeah. Anyway, there's a little tangent. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely plan to get caught up on the newer ones at some point. Well, maybe with the new one coming out, that's the perfect time to do so. So maybe I will. I've actually just been trying to get caught up on streaming shows, just all the various streaming shows that I've been wanting to see. Like all the Netflix and Prime stuff, and there's just so freaking much. Like even just the ones that I watch on those services. There's just so much, and there's like others that I've been wanting to check out that I haven't yet. So I'm trying to get kind of caught up on all of that, and then start diving into more of the stuff that's actually on my shelf. We're in an age where there's just so much content out there. Like, how do you possibly manage to consume it all? Maybe it's good that Hollywood is self-destructing under its own greed, and that we're going to see a big drought in content soon as a result of it. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, at least us physical media collectors know we're safe, because all our favorites are safe and secure on our shelves. Unless you live in Hawaii, in which case, take some advice from Nerve Damage about how to keep your stuff from rotting too quick. Anyway, I think I'm going to head off, guys. It's been almost 7 hours, and I'm kind of just in that state of mind where I want to unwind. I carry on getting caught. Actually, I started watching The Peripheral on Amazon Prime. It's kind of a dystopian cyberpunk thing that Chloe Grace Moritz did last year. I don't know if there's going to be more seasons or if it's just a one-off, but it's based on a novel by William Gibson. So, yeah. So some William Gibson cyberpunk action starring the lovely Chloe Grace Moritz, who is just a phenomenal actor. I love her work. I've never seen her phone in a performance. So yeah. Anyway, it's one I've been wanting to check out for a while. I only watched like the first 10 minutes of episode 1 before I started the stream, and so far it looks really good. Actually, it looks like the kind of thing that appeals to gamer culture a little bit as well. So if you're into gaming, you might want to check it out. If you like cyberpunk stuff, check it out. If you like William Gibson, check it out. If you like Chloe Grace Moritz, check it out. Yeah, or just generally dystopian sci-fi, cyberpunk type stuff. So it's called The Peripheral, and it's on Amazon Prime. 1 season so far, 10 episodes. I don't know if there's more coming or if that's just a one-off. So, like, I don't know if it's a straight-up adaptation of the novel or if they're kind of taking that as a starting point and then running with the ball from there and, like, building the world out from the novel for a more robust series, which they do that from time to time. There was one actually, I think it was also on Prime, called The Feed, which was very much like that, where it was based on a novel, but the entire first season was basically an expanded version of events and story from just the first chapter of the novel. So they were really going for the long game with that adaptation. And so much stuff happens in that first season, but that's just the starting point for the story. But sadly, it got canceled, so we won't see any more there. But the book, the original novel, is quite easy to get, and as far as I know, currently in print. And yeah, so I'm probably going to grab that at some point, because I was intrigued enough by the concepts of the story. It was kind of a thing where explored the idea, like, what if social media not only became important in our lives, but actually a necessity, where it was required for you to have like an implant that would let you access social media. And so some interesting good old-fashioned sci-fi social commentary there, which I love. And yeah, so that one's called The Feed. They only did the 1 season on Prime, but definitely a cool one to check out if you like some speculative sci-fi that doesn't necessarily bode well for us. But that was quite good. So I've been checking out a lot of dystopian sci-fi, cyberpunky stuff, and horror. Oh, and animation. A lot of animated comedies. I just wrapped up got caught up on Big Mouth and Human Resources. That one's great. What else? Actually, I guess I haven't really been watching that many anime ones. That was really the only one currently. Oh, no, what am I talking about? Invincible. I'm watching Invincible. Also got caught up on Upload. Just finished the third season, just wrapped up. Really, really good. That show just keeps getting better. Yeah, I watched Gen V, which is a spinoff of The Boys. That was really good. Follow the House of Usher on Netflix. That was really good. Also watched The Midnight Club and Fear Street. Those were also really good. Great reviews, eh? It's really good. And that one was really good too. And that one was also really good. I've not seen Interview with the Vampire yet. Interview with the Vampire and Mayfair Witches. Those are two I both need to see. I've heard that they are really good. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, yeah. I'll have to check that out. I've been kind of bouncing back and forth. Like, do I want to watch sci-fi or do I want to watch horror? Or do I want to watch cartoons? I just kind of bouncing back and forth. So right now I'm in sci-fi mode. So I'm watching The Peripheral. So maybe after The Peripheral, I could jump into Interview and Mayfair. Yeah. I also still got to watch second season of Star Trek: Strange New Worlds. And there's a couple of the Star Wars shows I need to catch up on. There's a couple of the Marvel things. Well, a lot of Marvel stuff I need to catch up on. I'm really far behind in those, like the MCU stuff. But yeah, that's what I mean. There's just so much freaking content. This is just, and all of this stuff I talked about, this is all streaming. None of this is on physical media. None of it. It is only on streaming. So, so that's just like fairly recent stuff that I've been catching up on. And that doesn't even begin to make a dent in my collection. I saw like a handful of episodes of Clone Wars, not enough to really significantly say I've properly watched it. I liked what I saw. Like, I really liked the tone of it and all. And the animation was terrific. But, I like the stylized look of it and everything. I thought it worked quite well. It was kind of reminiscent of the sort of slightly stylized looks of the characters in Droids, actually, with like a CG kind of vibe. But anyway, yeah, I mean that's definitely some Star Wars I want to get caught up on is Clone Wars and Rebels, because I really haven't seen very much of either of them, just the first few episodes of both of them, and yeah. I am quite happy that Disney Plus put up the original unaltered versions of Ewoks and Droids, though, for the first time since they originally aired. Well, I guess since they were in syndication. So it's nice to see those finally. Yeah, in their original form. Droids especially. I always really liked Droids. That was like the first kind of prequel anything we got, really, because it took place technically between episodes 3 and 4, but episodes 1, 2, and 3 hadn't happened yet. So it was the first time we'd had anything pre-Star Wars, which was pretty cool, like pre-original Star Wars. So that to me was always interesting that we got to see the early days. And in my headcanon, I don't care what contradicts it. In my headcanon, Droids is canon. That is their actual adventures they had before Star Wars, like in between episodes 3 and 4. Yeah, I wasn't. I saw a bit of. I saw a bit of the Ewok cartoons when they originally aired. Bill just said probably gonna skip the Ewok cartoons. Yeah, the that was geared more towards younger viewers. I think it had a little bit more, silliness to it. Whereas Droids, I mean, honestly, Droids just felt like a Star Wars show. It really did just feel like Star Wars, and it was even episodic. Like it was like serialized, just like you would expect a Star Wars show to be serialized. In like freaking 1985, as a Saturday morning cartoon, they have these like complex, multi-layered, serialized storylines. Droids was a cut above in its day. I mean, and it still holds up pretty well, like the story wise. It's good stuff. Oh, I see. I forgot about Resistance. Yeah. only so-so, eh? Yeah, well. Is it Dark Forces and Jedi Knights? Yeah, well, and Shadows of the Empire, of course. But, yeah, there's definitely certain side media that I like to just kind of keep in my head canon. Androids had the terrible knockoff Sting sounding theme tune, which has that was actually someone significant did that. Let me yeah, that terrible Sting sounding wannabe was Stuart Copeland. You know, that nobody from that little indie band, The Police. Although it's kind of funny you say Sting sounding, like, well, he did work with Sting. Maybe some of it rubbed off on him. So, but yes, it was great to have the Stuart Copeland theme song back in there, and also just generally the original incidental music, which was great, very synthesizer based, and I just loved the sound of it. It gave it this texture that was uniquely well, and it was also like uniquely its own. It was also by Nelvana, who also did, and I think one of the things that got them the gig actually was they did the animated Boba Fett cartoon for the holiday special, and that was very stylized. That version of it, and Droids was kind of in a similar style, but toned way down. It was like way less over stylized, but it still had that same kind of quality to it. But yeah, I always really liked Droids. Just imagine Sting in his Dune underpants rubbing up against Copeland to pass off his singing style. Imagine it. You know what? I think I'm going to sign off and go watch some Droids. Actually, I think that's what I'm going to do. Let me just see. Yeah, I think I would like to do that. Maybe make a chicken sandwich. Watch some Droids. Secretly fapped that mental image. I know I might. I like how that all of that is just effectively killed the conversation. Yeah, watch Clone Wars too. Yeah, okay, I'll watch all like 130 episodes of Clone Wars just before I go to bed. Yeah. I think we can wait on Clone Wars a little bit. It's not going anywhere. Davy Crockett, king of the new frontier. Sorry, I have the old Davy Crockett show from 1988 starring Tim Dunnigan of Captain Power and the Soldiers of the Future fame. He played Davy Crockett. I didn't realize they only did like 5 episodes of that. I thought it went way longer than that, but apparently not. The announcer on CW sounds so serious, really. I have forgotten what I was looking. Oh, there we are. Um, hmm. Do 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 do. Oh, I put it there. Okay. I see now. I see. Yeah, so Droids was originally just 13 episodes, but then they did a special that was basically 2 more episodes. Oh, on Clone War. Duh. Sorry, I thought I was thinking the CW, right? Yeah. What was my favorite Friday? Oh, of the Friday the 13th? I don't know if I can just sort of pick one. I mean, I really like the first 4, actually. The first 4, I think, flowed together very nicely, just as a continuing story. Um, and then a lot of people shit on 5 for being the fake Jason, but I like it for, being a little different. 6, then we get into the zombie Jason era, which is, fun, but definitely has its issues. uh, oh yeah, and then Jason Goes to Hell, Jason X. I actually thought the remake was really good. Like, it was very well done. That was fun. I'd have to say, just for sheer entertainment value, I'd probably say the third one is probably my favorite. I think that one's just a lot of fun. Friday the 13th 3D. Also, I really enjoy the characters in that. It has a really likable set of characters. The fourth one is just pure art, simply because we get that wonderful scene of Crispin Glover dancing. That alone makes it awards worthy. But yeah, 3 is probably my overall favorite, but I also really like 1 and 2, just as horror movies. I think they're both very effective. The first one is great because you have this mystery of who the killer is and what's going on and stuff like that. And some very innovative, creative. I mean, of course, all of the kills. The evolution of horror movie makeup over the course of that. It's just really interesting to see it from a technical perspective. Second one, I think Sackhead Jason is actually very scary until they take the sack off, and then he's like Wild Man Jason. But when he's just got the sack head, I think it's very scary. Yeah, Jason X was actually one of the ones that I hadn't seen before. Rob says the one in the future on a spaceship is kind of fun. But yeah, I actually really enjoyed that one. I think because I went in with the right sort of mindset. To me, it had the vibe of like a direct-to-home video 90s sci-fi action movie. But then it's like there was a Friday the 13th movie on the video shelf next to it, and lightning hit the video shelf, and these two movies just kind of like magically transmogrified into one. So it's like Jason just gets dropped into this cheesy 90s sci-fi movie. So I think if you watch it like that, it becomes incredibly enjoyable, and I had an absolute hoot with it. I thought it was just so much fun. Yeah, I enjoyed that one way more than I was expecting to, honestly. But it was great. Android Sexbot, what's not to... Oh my god, and played by what's your face? Lisa something, I can't remember. Lisa Ryder. Very well-known Canadian actress, actually. She was Nick Knight's partner throughout the entire 3rd season of Forever Knight. So if you want to see more of her in action, check that one out. But yeah, she was great. She's always been just stunningly gorgeous, and also just a really fun actor. I've always really liked her characters that she's played. I've seen her in a lot of stuff being in Canada. But so I was delighted to see her, and actually a few recognizable Canadian actors were in it. But she was the biggest star of them. For sure. And love seeing her as the android sex bot, especially when she goes like, all like super Terminator and just kicks Jason's ass. That whole scene is just cheesy fun. Yeah. Damn, now I kind of want to watch Jason X again. I think people were hard on it at the time because, of course, after the big surprise of Freddy's claw coming through and grabbing Jason's mask at the end of Jason Goes to Hell, people were really expecting the next movie to be Freddy versus Jason. But, of course, as we know, that was in development hell for a very long time. So it just kind of felt like Jason, I think a lot of people felt like Jason X was just kind of rushed out to have a Jason movie out. But yeah, I love it how Jason is a pot farmer in the remake. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I need to rewatch the ones I just saw for the first time a couple more times because I may have been a little high when I first watched them. Because let's face it, horror movies go very well with weed. But yeah, I liked a lot of aspects of that. I thought also Derek Mears was a terrific choice to play Jason because not only is he very, big, he's a big guy, but he's a big guy who can act and he can also do a lot of the stunt stuff too. So I mean, he's just got it all. So he was a great choice. It's unfortunate that it didn't kind of kick off, further movies, but there was like a big stupid lawsuit that was going on between it was between Victor Miller and Sean Cunningham or something about certain creations. But I liked how they kind of took elements from the first four movies and condensed it down into like a cohesive origin story. And taking a lot of this sort of leaps of logic of the original series, but giving them slightly more plausible explanations. Like, how we actually see Jason in the bushes, see his mother get beheaded and stuff like that. And other little things like that. And little sly wink nods to the fans, that little Easter egg moments that only the fans would really pick up on. So it was good. It was really good. I thought it was definitely one of the better remakes I've seen because I felt like the people who made that one really got the source material and were fans of the source material, and you can definitely tell the difference. They successfully did with the Friday the 13th remake what they tried to do with the Nightmare on Elm Street remake. But I think the Friday the 13th one worked well because they kept it to the basics. They didn't try to change things too much. They just kind of worked with what was already there and just kind of condensed things down and made it a little more modern, a little more brutal. And yeah, I thought they did a good job of it. I definitely was very pleasantly, surprised. And yeah, definitely. Steven says overall, compared to the others, the Friday series is very solid. Yeah, that's something I've talked about a number of times on the Twitch streams. Is the fact that in terms of just kind of holding the story together for a prolonged period, Friday the 13th has probably done the best job of that. I mean, yeah, there are a few areas where you kind of need to take a bit of a leap of faith. Like that, why did Jason never try to contact his mother if he was still alive that whole time? And what if he was just living on nuts and berries for 20 years? Like, come on. But anyway, we don't really think too much about that. we just kind of take it as read. But but the story holds together very well. Like, I mean, it's a pretty straight continuity across the first 8. And then the last 3, I mean, Jason Goes to Hell and Freddy versus Jason at least go together. And then you could just, I guess if you want continuity, you could shift Jason X to the end And yeah, it works fairly well. I mean, you can connect that up to the old movies fairly well. Although Jason Goes to Hell does kind of reinvent the lore a little bit, it's similar enough that you can still kind of say it's all part of the same thing. But then you look at like Friday the 13th, or sorry, not Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. It's like held it together pretty well. You had 1, 2 was a bit of a misstep sequel wise because they kind of just ignored it going forward. But then you got 3, 4, and 5, which are a nice solid trilogy, and a very satisfying continuation of the first one, especially 3. 3 is just a terrific sequel, one of my all-time favorite horror sequels ever. And then it just kind of goes off the rails with Freddy's Dead. But then you have the just wonderful, brilliant Wes Craven's New Nightmare, and then ended up with some fun with Freddy versus Jason. But yeah, it didn't hold it together for as long. Halloween is even worse. I mean, it got you had 1 and 2, and then they did something completely different for 3, and everybody hated it at the time. I'm really glad to see that movie getting more love now. By the way, Halloween 3. And then went back to that continuity for 4, 5, and 6. So again, you had 5 technically, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and then reboot with 7 and 8. Reboot again with Rob Zombie. Reboot again with 2018 that ignores all the sequels. So yeah, if anything, Halloween has done worse than anybody else for the simple number of times they've fucked up the continuity to the point where the only possible solution was to reboot everything again. So, yeah, Texas Chainsaw is all over the map, as far as I know, especially having even more reboots and remakes and sequels and requels and everything. But, yeah, a Rob Zombie Friday would have been interesting. Wasn't it Marcus Nispel did that one? Hold on. It's hard to get it out with books on top of it. Hang on. It was Marcus Nispel did that one. Yeah, he did. Who did what else did he do? He did that one Pathfinder and Conan. Duh. He did Conan. 2011 Conan. So yeah, but in terms of like the visceral aspects of the violence, I think he was a good choice of director for that because Marcus does that quite well. So Hellraiser, yeah, it holds it together for what, 4? The first 4, I guess, and then just goes horribly off the rails. So I've heard. I haven't seen any of those other than I've seen the very first one, and then I've seen the most recent one, which was a reboot. But and I really like both of those. Actually, I think they're both great. The new one was fantastic. I really hope they do more in that sort of fresh continuity. Because I don't think they're losing much by abandoning the old continuity from what I hear, which barely has any continuity to it anyway. But so I still need to see all the Hellraisers in between, basically. So I've seen 1 and 10? I think there's 10. So I need to see 2 through 9. Yeah. But yes, that I knew. Hellraiser went direct to video after the first few, which killed it. Yeah, well, killed their budget and I've heard that they're legitimately painful to watch, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. I'll make sure to have a lot of weed and pizza on hand. I think that will help. Yeah, Scully says, yeah, the first 4 were great, and then the reboot was fantastic. Very nice. Have you seen all the ones in between too, Scully? Deader wasn't too bad, though, because of Lance Henriksen, of course. He'll bring a little class to any piece of shit. Yeah, I've seen them all. Those choose not to remember a good chunk of them. Excellent. Yeah, I remember after watching the reboot, we were planning to do like an ongoing series of screenings and watch all 10 of the Hellraiser movies over the course of Halloween. We just never got around to it. But there's no saying we have to wait for Halloween. I mean, we can watch those anytime. So, yeah. Hell World. Yeah, that's like a sort of virtual reality one or something. Yeah, I think Michael likes that one too. He said that one was actually pretty fun. So, cool. Well, maybe we should redo those plans. So, and finally sit down and watch all of them. Oh, anyway, this is supposed to be late night chat, not early morning chat. Now it's the morning. Good morning, everyone. So, I'm actually just about to head off. I'm terribly sorry. Now that everyone's here, everyone's finally awake, and I go to bed. Ha ha ha! You missed it. That's okay. The VOD will be up forever. Well, unless YouTube bans it for all of that full frontal nudity that we had earlier. Yeah, now you have to watch the whole video to find the full frontal nudity. I'm about to turn on Fortnite to get the update going for the new map. Oh, actually, yeah, that's something I should do is at least run that update. Because that is today, isn't it? Well, maybe later today. Today. Sorry, I'm silly. I think the edibles are... I don't know, the edibles haven't really, like, hit me like they usually do. It's just, like, simmering. I think if I have a chicken sandwich, that will, you know, get them going. Anyway, so maybe we'll play some Fortnite tomorrow, or later today, I guess. Because, yeah, for those of you who play or know anything about the game, they've been bringing back some of the old maps from way back in Chapter 1, like 2018 maps, from before I even played, so it's all new to me. So they brought back the maps from Season 5, and then they did Season 6, and they change them every week. So you got to get in quick if you want to, you know, check them out. So I think this week they're doing Season 7. So I know it's like, well, duh, obviously they're doing them in order. Duh. It's like, yeah, but there's talk that they might be skipping certain seasons. So, yeah, the big rumor is that they're going to be skipping Season 8, which a lot of OG fans are annoyed by because apparently that was a big popular one that everybody loved. So, I don't know. We'll see. But I think that is about it for me. I'm going to chill, get some food, maybe watch some cartoons. Actually, I'm probably going to watch some more of The Peripheral, which I've been watching on, just started watching on Prime. Looks quite good. It's a cyberpunk dystopian sci-fi series starring Chloe Grace Moritz, and based on a novel by William Gibson, the father of cyberpunk himself. So, yeah, definitely one to check out. Alrighty, that is it for me to you, folks. Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for joining me for this lovely late night chillin' chat. It was great talking to all of you. Thanks to everybody who dropped bits or super thanks or donos or anything. All of the above. Really appreciate all the support, guys, because it helps keep me going so I can do my thing for you. And, yeah, and hopefully soon we'll get back into some behind-the-scenes streams and get some videos going again, because I think it's about time we got that back on track. All right, catch you later, everybody. Until next time, thanks for watching, and sayonara.